Chapter 852. This war was 9 years earlier than the one in the dream, and many details had changed accordingly. For example, the Liang Kingdom's combat power was not as strong as in the dream. On one hand, the Yan Kingdom had become stronger, and on the other hand, the second fierce general of the Liang Kingdom was still on the way to being subdued. If the war really started 9 years later, they would have to deal with Chu Feiping and that fierce general. Therefore, the Jin Kingdom's military deployment would not be the same as 7 years later. This was also the reason why Gu Jiao had to come to spy on the military situation. Gu Jiao's red tasseled spear was too eye-catching, so she left it in the military camp in Xiang City. Her weapon was the whip she took from Gu Qingfeng. Tang Yueshan's Tang Bao was not as low-key, but he could not bear to part with his treasure and insisted on carrying it with him. He could only wrap it in cloth. Fortunately, he was a warrior and mute slave, so it was not a big problem. Tang Yueshan checked the Tang Bao 800 times a day. After checking it again, he clapped his hands in satisfaction and said, "Okay, let's go to the mayor's mansion and lie in ambush. We'll move when it's dark." When they were at the border of the Zhao Kingdom, the mayor's mansion was heavily guarded, but it was different here. Either Gong Sun Yu did not live in the mayor's mansion, or Gong Sun Yu had absolute confidence that no one could break in. The first point was quickly rejected. Because when they were lying in ambush in an empty grain store near the mayor's mansion, they saw a group of people coming out of the mansion's gate. There was a carriage and 20 guards on horseback accompanying them. Gu Jiao recognized the leader of the guards at a glance. Gong Sun Yu had 4 fierce generals under his command. They were Min Hongyi, the solitary swordsman, Jie Xingzhou, the iron fist, Zhu Zhangquang, and Lu Yi, who was good at hidden weapons and formations. This man was Min Hongyi, the solitary swordsman. Gu Jiao thought to herself. She did not expect Min Hongyi to be by Gong Sun Yu's side so early. She wondered if the other 3 had also been recruited by Gong Sun Yu. Aside from Gong Sun Yu, there was no one else who could make Min Hongyi willingly escort him. Gu Jiao used her fingertip to write on the dusty table, "Gong Sun Yu." Although Tang Yueshan was surprised at how Gu Jiao came to this conclusion, he still held his breath. The person in the carriage did not emit any aura. If not for Gu Jiao's reminder, he would have thought that the person sitting inside was an ordinary person. This meant that Gong Sun Yu was already strong enough to restrain his aura. It was always harder to collect than to let go. For example, the appearance of Chong Jing was often accompanied by a very powerful and terrifying aura, but Long Yi was able to make people unable to sense his existence. The two of them had originally planned to follow Gong Sun Yu, but now they gave up on that idea. Tang Yueshan clearly understood how monstrous a person at this level was, and Gu Jiao had seen Gong Sun Yu in action before. Adding Min Hongyi to the mix, their chances of winning were not high. After Gong Sun Yu and his group left, the two of them waited for a while. When it was time to change shifts, they sneaked into the mansion. Before the two of them could get a firm footing, Gu Jiao discovered the second expert, the mighty King Kong Jie Xingzhou. No wonder he didn't send a large number of guards. Gong Sun Yu himself was a peerless expert. With Min Hongyi and Jie Xingzhou, there was no assassin who could harm Gong Sun Yu in the mansion. The two of them stuck close to the fake mountain wall. Tang Yueshan asked with his eyes, "With that expert around, it's not easy for us to move. We'll be discovered." Gu Jiao frowned. If only he went out. Tang Yueshan, forgive me for being blunt, but you're too naive. Then Jie Xingzhou heard a servant report something. It was probably something that happened in the military camp. He led a few of his personal guards and rode out of the mansion. Tang Yueshan was speechless. "Little girl, what kind of luck do you have?" There was no other freakishly strong expert in the mansion. The two of them carefully sneaked into Gong Sun Yu's study. Wow, this Gong Sun Yu really likes to collect weapons. Tang Yueshan looked at the room full of weapons and couldn't help but exclaim. Gu Jiao said calmly, "Every time Gong Sun Yu kills an expert, he takes away their weapon. To others, these weapons were evidence of his crimes. But to Gong Sun Yu, these weapons were medals that symbolized his path to becoming a powerful expert." Tang Yueshan felt a chill run down his spine. Killing people was one thing, but collecting the weapons of the dead? What was wrong with him? "Found it," Gu Jiao said. "What?" Tang Yueshan put down the weapon in his hand and came over. He saw that Gu Jiao had already dug out the Jin nation's military deployment map and a thick file. "This should be the army's marching record," Gu Jiao said thoughtfully. "All the information about the Jin nation's army is here." This was a very valuable clue. Tang Yueshan thought for a moment. Then, should we take it away? It was possible to take it away, but Gong Sun Yu would discover that someone had been here. Then the contents of the file and the military deployment map would be changed. There wouldn't be enough time to copy it. She could only memorize it. If she could read the Jin nation's language, it would be much easier. Unfortunately, she didn't. She could only use her memory to memorize their shapes. They might not be able to get out of the city tonight. Fortunately, Puching was so big that they could get rid of their pursuers and get a buffer. The Jin army was so strong that they had sent hundreds of soldiers just to catch 2 suspicious people. Tang Yueshan ran all the way and couldn't help but look back. He saw the black mass of soldiers chasing after him in Gujiao. His eyebrows twitched. Are you serious? Just 2 people. Is there a need to send so many people? He looked at Gujiao, who was holding the reins tightly, and said, Girl. There are too many of them. We'll be in trouble if they catch up with us. Yes, she couldn't let them catch up with her. She had a terrible headache and couldn't fight with all her strength. He pulled the reins. Boss, to the east. Shoot. Jean Jun's shout came from behind them. Then arrows that blotted out the sky and covered the earth shot towards the 2 of them. Black Wind King turned to the right side of the alley and the Black Wind cavalry followed him. The arrows hit the wooden boards and wooden doors of the shops. One of the arrows missed Tang Yueshan's head by half an inch. Fortunately, the Black Wind cavalry turned quickly. Gu Jiao said, Boss, keep going straight. They walked out of the city center and into the suburbs. There were more valleys and forests, so it was easy to hide. Black Wind King ran as fast as he could. Under his lead, the Black Wind cavalry also ran at a speed that was impossible for them. Tang Yueshan felt like he was flying. The first wave of Jin army had been left far behind. However, they used the whistle as a signal and the soldiers along the way kept coming to intercept them. The Black Wind King scattered one group after another, shaking off wave after wave of enemies. He took the lead and was fearless. When they entered a valley, the boat suddenly came out from a small path. This guy took a shortcut to chase after them. Tang Yueshan's temples twitched. Seeing that they were about to collide, the Black Wind King suddenly accelerated, raised its front hooves, and jumped over the head of the self-dismembering boat in a domineering manner. Jie Xingzhou's broadsword slashed across the air. Tang Yueshan's Black Wind cavalry also took advantage of his unprepared state and rushed past him. Jie Xingzhou tightened the reins and frowned at the horse that dodged his attack. He couldn't believe it. That warhorse was too outstanding. He really wanted to take it and give it to the Lord. Unfortunately, General, should we chase after them? A soldier asked. Jie Xingzhou looked at the 2 people disappearing into the valley and said, No, it's the Ghost Mountain. The Ghost Mountain was a forbidden area in Pu City. It was often haunted. It was said that no one who stepped on the Ghost Mountain came back alive. Suddenly, there was a rush of horse hooves behind them. Then there was a rough man's laughter. Ha! Jie Zhoutian. It's just a small mountain. As the Lord's first general, you actually believe in ghosts? Jie Xingzhou's name was Zhoutian. Jie Xingzhou turned around and frowned at him. Min Hongyi, didn't you go to the army camp with the Lord? Min Hongyi smiled arrogantly. I just came back. I heard that there were 2 powerful thieves in the city. Your men almost ran their horses to death but couldn't catch them. So I came to help you. Although the 2 of them were Gong Sun Yu's confidants, they had always been fighting for the position of the first general. Jie Xingzhou ignored his sarcasm and said, They entered the Ghost Mountain. There's no way they can come out alive. Min Hongyi said sarcastically, I don't believe in this. I only want to see them if they're alive. If they're dead, I want to see their bodies. If you don't dare to chase after them, I will. Min. General Min. All the subordinates saluted with their fists. Min Hongyi shouted, Follow me into the Ghost Mountain. Everyone answered in unison, Yes. General Min. Min Hongyi smiled with satisfaction, then showed a proud look to Jie Zhoutian. Did you see that? These are the real men of the Great Jin dynasty. Your subordinates only know how to do some sneaky things. When it comes to serious business, they're not reliable at all. Jie Xingzhou said calmly, Don't speak too soon. Even the Lord hasn't thought of barging into the Ghost Mountain. Don't throw your men's lives away just because you're angry with me. If you want to be a bastard, be it yourself. I'm going to catch the assassins. With that, Min Hongyi led the 500 soldiers into Ghost Mountain valiantly. Gu Jiao and Tang Yueshan passed through the valley and entered a dense forest. The sky gradually darkened. Occasionally the cawing of crows could be heard from above. Tang Yueshan sat on his horse and shivered. He looked around and whispered, "Girl, don't you feel that this place is eerie?" Oh. Gu Jiao looked at the forest scenery around her. It's very cool. This place gave her a very familiar feeling. Are you afraid of ghosts? Gu Jiao looked at Tang Yueshan strangely. Tang Yueshan snorted. How is that possible? Gu Jiao's eyes widened as she pointed behind Tang Yueshan. There's a ghost. Whoa. Tang Yueshan jumped onto Gu Jiao's horse. Gu Jiao, Black Wind King. Chapter 853. The Qiang City. Shang Guanyan came out of the city lord's residence and got on the carriage to the military camp. It has been a day and a night since Gu Jiao left for Pu City. She wanted to see if Gu Jiao had come back. In addition, the day after tomorrow, the Imperial Army will attack the remnants of the Liang Kingdom's army. She wanted to go to the military camp to boost the morale of the army. Qiang City has restored order. Although the panic of the war still shrouded the people's heads, when they thought of the great Yan's crown princess going to war on behalf of the emperor, the people were full of faith in the imperial family and the imperial court. The wheels of the carriage turned and the body of the carriage swayed. Shang Guanyan sat quietly in the carriage without saying a word. Huan was enjoying the local customs of the border with interest. She had never been far away, so everything she saw was novel. Your Highness, the biscuits they sell are very strange. Huan said while looking at Shang Guanyan on the carriage seat. Shang Guanyan didn't hear her words and was still in a daze. Huan slowly put down the curtain, leaving only a narrow gap for the light of the thousands of lights to come in. She hesitated for a moment and asked softly, Your Highness, are you thinking about that man? Shang Guanyan's consciousness returned. What? That man. The father of His Highness Zhangsun. Huan said. As the crown princess's trusted maid, Huan gradually won Shang Guanyan's trust. She knew the identity of Xiao Heng and Shang Guanqing, and also knew that the handsome man was the biological father of the two little princes. Shang Guanyan said, What do I think of him for? Huan said, You came out so fast that night like... He fled in panic. Huan held back these few words. Shang Guanyan murmured, Fast? I feel like I talked to him a lot. Huan said bluntly, That's because you were avoiding him, so you felt that every sentence was very long. But in fact you didn't even ask each other how they were doing these years. Huan was simple, not stupid. As an outsider she could see things more clearly than Shang Guanyan. That night the two of them didn't know how to face each other. They were both dumbfounded. The crown princess was originally going to live in the barracks. The reason she moved into the city lord's mansion was to avoid that lord. Shang Guanyan lowered her eyes, lightly straightened her wide sleeves and said, What's there to ask? It's already like this. Huan was silent for a while and then asked, Then do you still like him? Shang Guanyan sat up straight as if she was talking to Huan, but also as if she was talking to herself. I am the crown princess of Great Yan, I will not fall in love with any man. When the carriage arrived at the military camp, Shang Guanyan first asked the guard at the gate and learned that Gu Jiao had not returned. She then went to the place where the soldiers were training. Huan watched as her crown princess and that lord's tent walked further and further away. Shang Guanyan. But in the end he couldn't avoid it. Marquis Xianping strode over. Shang Guanyan's expression paused as if she was a little hesitant. Then she continued to walk forward expressionlessly. Marquis Xianping caught up with her and blocked her way. He looked at her and narrowed his eyes. Shang Guanyan, are you hiding from this marquis? Shang Guanyan looked at the soldiers who were training in the night and calmly said, Hiding from you? Don't think too highly of yourself. What do you have that makes this lord hide from you? Marquis Xianping's face was full of disbelief. Then why did you run away so fast that night? Shang Guanyan lightly said, Who told you to be so annoying? Good, this marquis is annoying. Marquis Xianping put his hands behind his back and looked at her casually. As long as you tell this marquis where this marquis' son is, this marquis will never bother you again. Shang Guanyan snorted and said, Didn't your son go to Tsongshui Pass to negotiate with the Qin country's army? Marquis Xianping said, You know this marquis is not talking about this son. Shang Guanyan sneered and said, That's right, your Shaoji is a romantic by nature. You have more than one son, Aheng. Marquis Xianping looked at her deeply and meaningfully said, Shangguan Yen, you aren't jealous, right? Shangguan Yen sternly said, this one is the crown princess. This one has a harem of 3,000 men. Would this one be jealous of you? Good. Shangguan Yen coldly glared at him and walked forward with a cold expression. Marquis Xianping stepped to the side and stopped her. His eyes were a little solemn. It was very different from his previous unruly appearance. Where is Shao Qing? Shangguan Yen turned her face and looked at the army in front of her. If you want to know the whereabouts of your son, use Chu Fei Ping in exchange. Marquis Xianping laughed. Chu Fei Ping, right? Okay, I'll give it to you. After that, his smile disappeared. Where is this Marquis son? Shangguan Yen clenched her fingers and said with a dignified expression, Qing is in a villa near Xingdu. When the situation stabilizes, I will bring him back. Son of a bitch. On the other side, in Pu City's Ghost Mountain, Min Hong led his men to search in the forest. As a result, a group of men got lost. A soldier pointed to the knife mark on the big tree next to him. General Min. There is a mark we just made here. We went back to the original road. Min Hong frowned. People who lead troops to war have a good sense of direction, but they don't know what's wrong with this forest. The trees grow the same, the sun in the sky has set, and the moon and the stars haven't come out yet. It's really hard to tell the direction. Just by relying on their experience, it's reasonable to say that they can go out. But after walking for a while, they unexpectedly returned to the original place. Damn it, it's really strange. Whoosh. A soldier suddenly felt a shadow flashing by from the side. He quickly turned his head. Who is it? However, only a dark and quiet forest came into view. Old Five, what's wrong with you? His companion patted his arm in amusement. You're so nervous, your courage can't be that small, right? Another companion also smiled and said, Yes, this place is called Ghost Mountain. Is there really a ghost? Even if there is such a thing, why should we be afraid of ghosts if we follow Mindarin? These words touched the bottom of Min Hong's heart. That's right, Min Hong is not afraid of anything. He can kill the heavens and expel evil spirits. What bullshit Ghost Mountain? It's just a rumor made up by a group of cowardly rats. What is there to be afraid of? The strange feeling in Min Hong's heart was dispelled. He didn't know if his courage scared the world, but even the dark clouds above his head were blown away by the cold wind. The moment the moon came out, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They are back in the world of the living. Who would have thought that before they could finish their sigh of relief, a soldier behind the team screamed, Xiao Luo is gone. He was talking to me just now. Suddenly disappeared. Everyone's heart sank. Min Hong's eyes were cold as he gripped the saber at his waist. 5 people in a group, go together. The Jin soldiers put away their weapons and held each other's arms. This way they would be safe. After all, 5 of them can't disappear at the same time. Hey girl, how much longer do we have to walk? Tang Yueshan, who was scared half to death by the ghosts, calmly sat back on his horse. He said that he did that to protect her, not because he was scared. Soon. Gu Jiao said, there should be a cave up ahead. Let's take shelter there for the night. Gu Jiao's familiarity with the terrain of the border was outrageous. Tang Yueshan only thought that she had done her homework in advance and memorized all the maps. Tang Yueshan tightened his grip on the reins and sighed. Speaking of which, we've been in Puching for a day but we haven't seen old Gu. Where do you think he went? Could he have gone to the army camp? Gongsun Yu also went to the army camp today. Old Gu can't be so unlucky as to run into Gongsun Yu, right? Hey girl, why aren't you saying anything? Can't you at least say something? Tang Yueshan turned his head to look at Gu Jiao bitterly, but all he saw was the empty forest. His voice was stuck in his throat. The forest began to fog. The moonlight above their heads could not be seen. Without a reference, one's sense of direction would weaken. Black Wind King was a brave horse, but it did not grow up in the forest. This was a very strange environment for Black Wind King. Gu Jiao found that they were separated earlier than Tang Yueshan, but she couldn't shout. Otherwise, it would be hard to tell whether Tang Yueshan or the Jin soldiers would come first. This place is a bit unusual. Gu Jiao looked around. She had no basis. It was just an intuition that she had trained in danger. Whoosh. A black shadow flashed behind her. Gu Jiao's ears twitched, but her expression did not change. She signaled Black Wind King to keep moving forward. Whoosh. Another shadow flashed behind her. Gu Jiao did not stop. One person and one horse walked forward calmly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The shadows seemed to be irritated. They flashed here and there trying to make Gu Jiao fearful. Gu Jiao did not even lift her eyelids. Haha, the living people who came to our ghost mountain are so powerful. He's not afraid. His horse is not afraid. I want to eat his horse. Silly, how can a horse taste good? I haven't smelled a living person in the netherworld for a long time. So fragrant. Tonight the gates of hell will open and the king of hell will come. We little ghosts can taste a living person. Ah, little ghosts? Indeed. Gu Jiao did not seem to hear their conversation. She continued to walk deeper into the forest with Black Wind King. She hadn't even taken 2 steps when a large net suddenly fell from above her head. Gu Jiao pulled out the whip from her waist and lashed it in a certain direction in the night. The whip made a cracking sound in the air. Almost at the same time, a pale little figure was caught by Gu Jiao's whip. Gu Jiao tied him to the horse's back. When the net fell, Gu Jiao raised her hand and grabbed it, throwing it far away. This kind of small trick was barely enough to deal with Tang Yueshan, who was afraid of ghosts. She was not afraid of ghosts. Gu Jiao looked at the little black impermanence on her horse. She asked, "Who are you?" Whoosh. The other shadows in the forest scattered and disappeared without a trace. Little Black Impermanence had a long tongue in his mouth. He struggled to say, "I'm Black Impermanence. Don't you dare offend me. His Highness Ghost King will eat you." He was really called Black Impermanence. Gu Jiao flicked his forehead. Little Black Impermanence cried out, "Ouch." Gu Jiao chuckled, "Are ghosts afraid of pain?" Little Black Impermanence was speechless for a moment. He spat out his long tongue and said, "I'm still young. You're an adult. Your young energy is too strong. If you touch me, you'll burn my body. That's why I'm screaming." After he finished, he stuffed his tongue back in again. It was quite logical. Gu Jiao gave him a thumbs up in her heart. "How old are you?" Gu Jiao asked. 7. Little Black Impermanence regretted his words. He quickly changed his words, 700 years old. Gu Jiao's mouth twitched. She said seriously, "I'll give you 2 choices. 1, take me to see your king." "It's the Ghost King." Little Black Impermanence pulled out his long tongue and said fiercely, "The Ghost King of the underworld. He has supreme divine power. He can eat 100 living people like you." "It's the same." Gu Jiao waved her hand, hand over my companions." Little Black Impermanence said, "We didn't catch your companions." Gu Jiao said indifferently, "It seems like you want to choose the first option." Little Black Impermanence snorted, "You're the one who doesn't have the right to see our Ghost King." "Our Ghost King, ah." He was halfway through his words when Gu Jiao suddenly grabbed him. He was so scared that he lost his voice and screamed. An arrow stuck close to the saddle and shot past the place where he had just been lying down. With a clang, it nailed itself into a large tree beside him. The arrow's tail left a shadow behind. It was obvious how strong it was. If it wasn't for Gu Jiao's quick reaction, Little Black Impermanence would have been turned into a human skewer. Little Black Impermanence was so scared that he lost his voice. Gu Jiao put him back on the saddle. She coldly looked at the group of people walking towards them. It was none other than the Jin army that had been chasing them all this time. What surprised Gu Jiao was that the leader wasn't Jie Xingzhou but Min Hongyi. If it was Jie Xingzhou, she could still deal with him with words. However, Min Hongyi was just like Gong Sunyu. He was a war maniac through and through. Min Hongyi laughed wickedly, "So you're in cahoots with these pretentious fellows. I was wondering why you guys didn't go anywhere. Why did you run here?" Gu Jiao calmly met his sharp and oppressive gaze. She said, "He has nothing to do with me. Let him go." "Let him go so you can call for reinforcements? Do you think I'm stupid?" Min Hongyi said coldly. He took a bow from his subordinate and shot an arrow at Little Black Impermanence in Gu Jiao's arms. The Black Wind King leaped forward and dodged the arrow. Min Hongyi shot another arrow, but it was sent flying by Gu Jiao's whip. Min Hongyi was furious. He threw the bow away and pulled out the broadsword at his waist. He said with a fierce gaze, "Fine, then I'll kill you with my own hands." He still underestimated me. Perhaps I could make use of this opportunity. Gu Jiao didn't move. She looked like she was scared silly by his aura. When Min Hongyi flew up, his long sword was about to land on Gu Jiao's head. Gu Jiao swung the whip in her hand and wrapped it around the hilt of his sword. She threw his long sword out fiercely. The long sword was in the air. Min Hongyi was also sent flying. Min Hongyi had indeed underestimated his opponent. This brat looked very young and didn't have any internal energy when he attacked. He had only used 10% of his internal energy. In the end he was sent flying. Min Hongyi flew into a rage out of humiliation. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and used the tree trunk as a stepping stone to stabilize himself. He once again slashed at Gu Jiao with his long sword. This time he didn't underestimate his opponent. Gu Jiao had to dodge. Otherwise the force from their fight would hurt this child and Black Wind King. Sit tight. Gu Jiao jumped off her horse and took a few big steps forward. She wrapped her whip around Min Hongyi's waist. This brat's strength actually managed to tie me down. Min Hongyi frowned. He was surprised by the strength of Gu Jiao's arms. At the same time he was very excited. Killing an opponent like this was more interesting, wasn't it? Min Hongyi smiled coldly. He changed the direction of his long sword and slashed at Gu Jiao's whip. The whip was cut in half. Gu Jiao took a few steps back due to inertia. 9 years later she had the strength to kill Min Hongyi. But now Min Hongyi was a big problem. Min Hongyi looked up to the sky and laughed. Brat, what else do you have? Gu Jiao said, I'm so powerful. Can you really bear to kill me? Min Hongyi was stunned. Gu Jiao said patiently, why don't you bring me back and give me to your Gong Sun Yu? With my help you can definitely compete with Jie Xingzhou. This brat was a rare talent. If he really whoosh. Gu Jiao waved her hand and shot out the Tanghua needle in her hand. Min Hongyi was skilled in martial arts. Unfortunately his brain wasn't as good as Jie Xingzhou's. No wonder he was always suppressed by Jie Xingzhou. Min Hongyi blocked with his long sword. Unfortunately he was still a step too late. A Tanghua needle hit his abdomen. There was poison on the needle. Min Hongyi hurriedly sealed the major acupoints on the wound to prevent the poison from spreading. Brat, you've really angered me. I originally wanted to give you a quick death, but now I've changed my mind. I'm going to cut off your arms and break all the bones in your body. Then I'm going to chop off your head. Wah, little Black Impermanence started crying. Min Hongyi was in a fit of anger. The child's crying annoyed him. He swung his long sword at little Black Impermanence's head. He was attacking head-on. No matter if Black Wind King attacked or retreated, little Black Impermanence would still be hit. How despicable. He didn't even let off a child. It was no wonder that Jing Kong chopped off his arms and legs. Gu Jiao's eyes flashed. She jumped and threw little Black Impermanence off the horse. She hugged little Black Impermanence and rolled on the ground a few times. Min Hongyi took the opportunity to swing his long sword a second time. His speed was so fast that Gu Jiao couldn't dodge at all. Was she going to die here? If Gu Jiao wanted to live, there was only one way. She had to throw the child out to block the attack. Gu Jiao didn't do that. Clang. Something hit Min Hongyi's long sword. Min Hongyi's long sword was knocked aside. His entire arm went numb. Who's there? He turned his head and angrily stared into the darkness. In the fog, a man dressed in a black robe and wearing a ghost mask was sitting on a carriage carried by 18 wraiths. He was slowly approaching them. The gauze on the carriage danced in the night wind. In the eerie forest, there was an inexplicable aura of 100 ghosts walking at night. A slender hand was exposed under his wide sleeves. It rested lightly on the armrest. The joints were distinct and exquisite. However, it was too white, which added to the ghostly aura. At the front of the carriage stood 2 people dressed as Black Impermanence and White Impermanence. A sudden gust of wind blew in the night, making the entire forest eerie. The Jin soldiers looked at each other and almost involuntarily took 2 steps back. Min Hongyi scolded disdainfully, "Who are you? Stop pretending to be a ghost in front of me." Pretending to be a ghost? The man's thin lips curled up. He held onto the armrest and stood up with a smile. It was just a simple stand-up, but the branches around him moved without any wind. It was as if the malicious ghosts on the trees were responding to him with fear and devotion. The Jin soldiers felt even more scared. They looked up at the dark branches above them. Was there really a ghost on the tree? It's bleeding. The tree is bleeding. One of the Jin soldiers shouted. The surrounding trees all began to bleed. The thick smell of blood filled the entire forest. This was not the end. The birds in the forest seemed to be unable to withstand the attack of the death aura. One by one they fell down. In an instant the ground was covered with bird corpses. One of the Jin soldiers fell to the ground in fright. Little black impermanence poked his head out of Gu Jiao's arms and pointed at Min Hongyi. He cried loudly, "Your Highness Ghost King. He's a bad person. He wants to kill me." He did not dare to run over. He was worried that Min Hongyi would kill him halfway. After he finished speaking, he shrank back into Gu Jiao's arms. What a cowardly little black impermanence. The man's dangerous gaze fell on Min Hongyi. Then he stepped forward and casually stepped on the guardrail of the carriage. A fierce and domineering aura suddenly erupted from his body. "Gu Jiao, why does this little aura seem a bit familiar? It reminds me of someone." The man said indifferently, "You dare to come to my territory and kill my subordinates. You've got guts. Trespassing on Ghost Mountain is already a capital offense. Now that you've committed an additional crime, why don't I skin you alive and make you into a human skin lantern?" The Jin army shuddered at the same time. This guy was too good at shaking the morale of the soldiers. Chapter 854. The fog dissipated and the forest became pitch black. With the Ghost King's order, the surrounding ghost soldiers approached the Jin nation army in the forest with the aura of death. The Jin army was not weak and could even be said to be very brave and good at fighting. The Jin dynasty was related to the Turks in history. The largest tribe took over the imperial power and exiled the other tribes that refused to submit. This was how the Turks came to be. The reason why the Turks were not recognized by the six states was more or less related to the Jin dynasty. The people of Jin nation had a warlike bloodline in their bones. If they were on a regular battlefield, the 500 soldiers might be able to defeat 3 times their number. However, at this moment, the Jin nation soldiers had long been scared silly by the various signs. The branches and leaves that moved without wind, the trees that were bleeding for no reason, the birds' corpses that fell to the ground after being swallowed by the aura of death. All of them made one's hair stand on end. Did they really come to the netherworld? Were these ghost soldiers that suddenly appeared malicious spirits that came out from the gates of hell? These ghost soldiers were not wearing brand new armors. Instead, their armors were broken. Many of them were covered in dust, rust, and dried bloodstains. But the more they were like this, the more they felt that this was a ghost army that had been destroyed on the battlefield. They could not forget the mission that they could not complete in the world of the living after falling to the netherworld. Thus, they did not drink the water of the river of forgetfulness, did not drink Granny Meng's soup, and did not cross the bridge of helplessness. Every night they repeated the obsession before death. Kill the invaders, kill them all. Ah! One of the Jin soldiers could not take it anymore. His legs went soft and he fell to the ground. At the same time, the fluffy and soft soil suddenly moved. A white skeleton claw emerged and grabbed the Jin soldier's ankle. This Jin soldier was scared out of his wits. He turned around and scrambled in the direction he came from. But before he could take a step, he was frightened by the skeleton claw that came out of the soil one after another. The gates of hell are open. There are really ghosts. Another Jin army soldier was so frightened that he collapsed. Emotions were contagious. When one person collapsed, there would be a second, then a third, a fourth, until the morale of the entire army collapsed. Scholars say, Confucius does not speak of strange forces, chaotic spirits. But the scholars also said that the gods were watching from above. They were the invaders of the Yan kingdom. The ghosts of the Yan kingdom's Yin soldiers would never let them go. Fighting with the living is not scary because the living will die. However, the ghost soldiers were already dead. They could not afford to die again. The Jin army totally collapsed. Some cried, some fled. Only a third of them were fighting bravely. These soldiers were nothing in the face of the massive number of ghost soldiers, not to mention the fact that they were only calm on the surface, but their hearts had already collapsed. Gu Jiao and Black Impermanence sat under the tree. A skeletal claw broke through the ground and grabbed Gu Jiao's right ankle. Gu Jiao grunted and unceremoniously pulled out the skeletal claw. The skeleton that suddenly lost its hand. "Are you polite?" "Oh, it's really the skeleton of a dead person." Gu Jiao took a look at it and with a click she attached it to the skeleton on the ground. The skeleton, "Fine, I'll leave." When Min Hongyi saw his soldiers collapsing one by one, he was so angry that the veins on his forehead popped out. He had just observed that there were no 3,000 ghost soldiers in the forest. That fellow had just opened his mouth to attack the Jin army's morale. And these so-called skeletons, Min Hongyi slashed at a nearby skeleton claw that had emerged from the ground. Bang! The skeletal claw shattered into pieces. What followed was a painful howl from the ground. Here, how can a dead person be afraid of pain? They are just living people pretending to be ghosts. But even if he said that, he would not be able to pacify the fleeing soldiers. Right now, the only thing left was to kill the general of these ghost soldiers, the Ghost King, who was standing on top of the carriage and giving out orders. Once he chopped off the Ghost King's head, the scheme of these 3,000 ghost soldiers would be destroyed. Little Black Impermanence was a little clever ghost. When he saw that Min Hongyi was not paying attention to him, he took advantage of the fact that Min Hongyi was not paying attention to him and quietly crawled towards the carriage. He had just crawled a meter when Min Hongyi attacked the Ghost King. He knelt on the ground for 3 seconds before crawling back and continuing to hide behind Gu Jiao. He wanted to enjoy riches and honor with the Ghost King, but he did not want to live and die with the Ghost King. The man kept staring at Min Hongyi's movements. Seeing that he was about to attack him with a blade, the man's lips curled up and he opened his arms. His wide sleeves fluttered in the night. His body rose into the air and then he took a step back and disappeared. Min Hongyi was shocked. His breathing stagnated for a moment and his meridians almost reversed, causing him to fall from the sky. What's going on? How could a living person just disappear right in front of him? It wasn't because his qigong was too good or his body movement was too fast. It was because he disappeared into thin air. Min Hongyi landed on the man's carriage. He did not know where the person who lifted the carriage had gone. The carriage did not fall because there was a wooden pillar supporting it. Min Hongyi coldly frowned and looked around vigilantly. He said provocatively, "I don't believe in heresy. Come out if you have the guts. You can beat me. I will recognize you as the Ghost Mountain's king." No one responded to him. Bullshit, Ghost King, he didn't fall for my provocation. Min Hongyi's eyes turned and saw Gu Jiao, who was about to leave with Little Black Impermanence. Min Hongyi clenched the large blade in his hand and said with a fierce look, "Since we're together, it's the same if I kill you first." As soon as he finished speaking, he abruptly charged towards Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao's ears moved and she dodged to the side. Her right hand pushed Little Black Impermanence to the back and she kicked towards Min Hongyi's lower body. Min Hongyi jumped into the air and dodged her attack. His saber technique was very fast. Just as one move passed, another move came charging towards Gu Jiao. Damn it, he didn't have a weapon. Gu Jiao was forced to retreat. "Little brother. Here." Little Black Impermanence got a long sword from somewhere and threw it to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao caught it and blocked the blade. She said to him, "I don't know how to use a sword." Then this. Little Black Impermanence threw another long blade to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said, "I don't know either." Meteor hammer. Mace. Dog beating stick. "Little brother, catch it." Gu Jiao caught the last weapon that was thrown at her. She turned her head and shot down, smashing Min Hongyi's long blade into the dusty ground. Min Hongyi was caught off guard by this sudden attack. His forearm was slightly numb. This young man clearly had no internal energy, but his spear technique was so overbearing, it reminded him of the Shen Yuan family's spear technique. Wait, the Shen Yuan family's spear technique. Gu Jiao had just used the 5th style of the 7 styles of Shen Yuan. She could control the first 4 styles with ease. Although she practiced the last few styles diligently, she didn't use them much when attacking. Min Hongyi looked at Gu Jiao cautiously. "Kid, who are you to the Shen Yuan family?" Gu Jiao held the long spear and swept it across the air. She raised it diagonally behind her back and looked at him like a killing god. "I'm the one who wants your life." Min Hongyi's temple suddenly twitched. This gaze. Min Hongyi was only in his early 30s. He had come to the Yen Kingdom more than 10 years ago. Although many years had passed, he still remembered the Shen Yuan family clearly. This kid didn't look like anyone from the Shen Yuan family, but his ruthlessness reminded him of the Shen Yuan family's bloodthirst. Gu Jiao's strength was far inferior to Min Hongyi's when she didn't lose control. However, she didn't know why, but when she stood in this forest, she inexplicably felt a very familiar force. That was a little strange. Perhaps it was the broken armor of the ghost soldiers. That was right. It was the broken armor. Gu Jiao was enlightened. Those people were wearing the armor of the dead Shen Yuan family. Ghost Mountain was the burial ground of the Xianyuan army. Those brave soldiers who sacrificed themselves could never return to their hometown. Their souls were forever left at the border. Sorrow came from her heart. It wasn't her emotions. It was the souls of the thousands of Xianyuan soldiers. Gu Jiao held the long spear in her hand tightly and turned to look at the general of Jin Kingdom. Min Hongyi, give me your life. I'll use your life as a sacrifice to the thousands of Xianyuan soldiers. Min Hongyi felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding in his heart. My martial arts are obviously better than this kid's, but why do I feel uneasy? What's wrong with this kid's eyes? They seem calm, but there's an indescribable murderous aura in them. It must be an illusion. How can this kid have the confidence to kill me? Min Hongyi cleared his mind and once again swung his sword at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao used the last 2 moves and finally stabbed his right thigh at the 7th move. Min Hongyi couldn't believe that this kid actually broke through his attack and really stabbed his thigh with the long spear. Not only did Gu Jiao stab his thigh, but she also spun it for free. This kind of thing was new to him the first time, but he got used to it the second time. Min Hongyi was a warrior with great strength, and most of his strength came from his legs. With his legs injured, it meant that he couldn't use at least half of his moves and skills. However, his luck didn't seem to have run out. Just as Gu Jiao was about to quickly finish him off with another spear, a swordsman suddenly appeared in the forest. The swordsman was skilled in martial arts and had a strong sword aura. While Gu Jiao was focused on dealing with Min Hongyi, he suddenly jumped out and attacked. Little brother, be careful. Little Black Impermanence clenched her fists and shouted. Oh no, her long spear had already pierced out. It was too late. The swordsman had chosen the moment when Gu Jiao couldn't split herself. At the critical moment, a whip lashed out and wrapped around Gu Jiao's soft waist, pulling Gu Jiao back violently. Gu Jiao disappeared just like that, Ghost King, His Highness. The swordsman landed beside Min Hongyi. He glanced at Min Hongyi, who was still alive, and focused on observing the surroundings. This was a very experienced swordsman. He was confused for a moment and suddenly swept towards the direction where Gu Jiao disappeared. He slashed in the air. With a crashing sound, the black curtain that had merged with the darkness of the night was split open from the middle. Gu Jiao, the Ghost King, the black and white impermanence behind the scenes, and even the forest behind them were completely revealed. It is indeed a smoke screen. The swordsman snorted coldly. He didn't give them a chance to escape. He stepped on a tree branch and drew his sword to kill them. Gu Jiao could feel that his skills were almost on par with Enhun's. This was another member of Enhun's sect. It seemed that the Sword Hut not only colluded with the Liang Kingdom but also with the Jin Kingdom. The Sword Hut originally belonged to the Jin Kingdom. It was a very powerful force in the Jin Kingdom. There was going to be a fierce battle. She held her long spear and walked forward. The man calmly raised his hand and blocked her behind him. Step back. Gu Jiao looked at him with an extremely surprised gaze. The swordsman said coldly, Tonight none of you can escape. His long sword was like a rainbow and fiercely slashed towards the man's head. Die. The man looked at him calmly without a trace of fear. His thin lips opened slightly and said, As you wish. The swordsman frowned. In the next second, the man raised the gun that was covered by his wide sleeves and aimed it at his chest. With one shot he sent him flying. Gu Jiao suddenly understood. It was actually a gun. Its power was something that no flesh and blood or armor could withstand. No wonder he was so confident. This should be the first gun that she saw in this strange world. In fact, there were guns as early as the Southern Song dynasty. However, she came to a dynasty that didn't exist in history. It was hard to say when guns would be made. The advantage of a gun was its lethality, but its weakness was its poor accuracy. Its maximum range was longer than a bow and arrow. However, a powerful archer could shoot a willow tree from 100 steps away. A gun would not be able to be made from 50 steps away. Therefore, its effective range was very limited. Just now, the swordsman was too close and directly hit the muzzle of the gun. He didn't even need to aim. The swordsman fell into a pool of blood and died on the spot. The man put the gun on his shoulder and walked over in a domineering manner. He used one foot to flip over the dying swordsman. His eyes were filled with disdain. There is a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There is no door to hell, but you still want to go in. If you don't die, who will? He looked over the swordsman and casually said, Say you won't live. There is no point in interrogating you. Just wait for your death. Don't expect this Ghost King to give you a quick death. There was more than one swordsman that came. The other took advantage of the fight and left with the injured Min Hongyi. Gu Jiao looked at the two figures that gradually disappeared into the night. She suddenly grabbed the rusty spear in her hand and threw it forward. The long spear pierced through the darkness of the night with an unstoppable sound, directly piercing through Min Hongyi's back and piercing through his heart. Ah! This mournful scream was the last sound that Min Hongyi left in the world. I said your life stay here. The Jin army was completely wiped out. Those who could be killed were killed and those who could be captured were captured. The ghost soldiers at the scene began to clean up the battlefield. The man also planned to go back. He carried the gun and glanced at Gu Jiao indifferently. It is reasonable to say that those who trespass on Ghost Mountain will die. Since you saved the people of the underworld, I will let you go. You can go. Don't come to Ghost Mountain again in the future. He brushed past Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao suddenly called out to him. Shangguan Qing. Chapter 855. More the man froze. The next second he walked forward calmly. You've got the wrong person. Gu Jiao turned around, looked at his back without looking back and said, Your mother is here. The man's footsteps did not stop, and he continued to stride into the night. Gu Jiao continued, Your mother is really here. The crown princess has gone to war on behalf of the emperor, and the imperial army has been stationed in Xiang City. If she finds out that you're not good enough to stay outside Xingdu, but came to the border to be an outlaw, she'll beat you. The man clenched his fists and continued to walk forward. Gu Jiao said again, Yi Qing from the Imperial Preceptor Palace is also here. The man finally couldn't bear it anymore, and his suppressed emotions burst out in an instant. He turned around and said angrily, how did you recognize me? Gu Jiao blinked innocently and said, I didn't recognize you. It has tricked you. Shangguan Qing. Gu Jiao spread her hands. Well, in fact, a little. The way you appeared was exactly like your father's and your 3,000 ghost soldiers. Did you know that your father had 3,000 ghost soldiers? How could you say that you weren't father and son? In addition, Gu Jiao noticed something strange after entering the forest, including the strange separation between her and Tang Yueshan. There should be some kind of array hidden in the forest. The art of Chimen Duanjiao was very similar to the unique skill of a certain imperial preceptor. More importantly, hear this. Gu Jiao raised her hand and opened her palm, revealing a token of the royal family of the Yan dynasty. Shangguan Qing looked at the medallion and then at his empty purse. He exploded again. When did you steal my medallion? I saved you out of kindness. But you're trying to steal from me. You're too heartless. Gu Jiao curled her lips. You look very easy to steal. I couldn't help it. Shangguan Qing was speechless. Shang Guanqing decided to teach this intruder a lesson. The authority of the Ghost King was not to be challenged. He spread out his arms and his body shook. The branches and leaves on the trees around him instantly moved without any wind. Tremble, intruder. Gu Jiao didn't even lift her eyelids. She looked up and came to a big tree. She casually grabbed a rope and pulled it down. Ouch. The little ghost on the tree was pulled down. Shang Guanqing did not give up easily. He slapped the big tree behind him and the big tree began to bleed. Gu Jiao grunted. She raised her index finger and poked at a tree hole. The blood that was about to flow out. It can't flow out anymore. Shangguan Qing was so angry that his whole body trembled. It seems that you want to force me to use my ultimate move. You mean this? Gu Jiao bent down and pulled out a white skeleton claw from the grass. A confused little ghost was hanging under the claw. The little ghost activated the mechanism in the claw. The skeleton claw scratched twice. Click click. The scene fell into a dead silence. The little ghost saw that the situation was not good. It decisively gave up its prop. The ghost claw and ran away with its tail between its legs. Gu Jiao thought for a while and generously returned the ghost claw to Shang Guanqing. Here you go. Shang Guanqing was speechless. Shang Guanqing gritted his teeth and grabbed the ghost claw. He threw it to the side. Little black impermanence who was eavesdropping was hit. It hugged the ghost claw and ran away without saying a word. Shang Guanqing looked at Gu Jiao coldly. Who are you? Did the old man send you? The new disciple of the State Master Hall? I've never seen you before. It seems that you're really familiar with the State Master Hall. No wonder you've learned from the State Master Hall and look like half a time traveler. I'm your sister-in-law. Gu Jiao said, I'm the new commander of the Black Wind Cavalry. My surname is Xiao. When Shang Guanqing heard that Xiao was the new commander of the Black Wind Cavalry, he didn't show a complicated expression. Gu Jiao inferred that he didn't know or he didn't think much about it. Shang Guanyin didn't say whether Xiao Qing knew about his background or not. Gu Jiao thought that he didn't know. Naturally, she couldn't make a decision to expose it. Shang Guanqing looked behind Gu Jiao. The Black Wind Cavalry also came? Gu Jiao said, they didn't come to Puqing City. They're in Xuyang. Shang Guanqing, oh. Gu Jiao asked, who gave you the gun? Shang Guanqing rolled his eyes. Can't I invent it myself? Gu Jiao looked at the gun in his hand. Rusty. I'm afraid it's older than you. Shang Guanqing domineeringly said, I don't care. I invented it. There was only a difference of one word. Rounded up, it was an invention. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and looked at the people who were cleaning the battlefield in the forest. Then, those ghost soldiers and their armor were also invented by you? Shang Guanqing said, I found the armor in the back mountain. This was the same as Gu Jiao's guess. This was the place where the Xianyuan army was buried. That was why there were so many broken Xianyuan armors. As for those ghost soldiers, Shang Guanqing began to walk on the road he came from. As he walked, he said, some of them are bandits from the border. I subdued them. Gu Jiao followed him. After walking for a long time, she understood what he meant by some, because there were obviously some here. Behind the forest was a valley with 3 mountains behind it. A small river meandered through the valley. A small bridge connected the forest and a small village in the valley. The village was divided into 2 sides. One side was where the ghost soldiers lived and the other side was where the villagers lived. This village was obviously newly built. The thatched houses were all new. The ghost soldiers returned triumphantly and removed their armor. The villagers lit bonfires in the open space. The adults were working and the children were playing happily. In stark contrast to Pu City, where the flames of war spread, this was simply a paradise. Shang Guanqing said lightly, these are the people of the city who suffered the flames of war, and the villagers whose villages were burned down. If the Jin army doesn't want to be human, let them be ghosts. No wonder he killed the Jin army without mercy. It turned out that he had seen the atrocities of the Jin army. Shang Guanqing. Gu Jiao looked at him. What? He asked casually. Gu Jiao curved her lips. To praise you. I have imagined you countless times, but I didn't expect you to be like this. Although you were poisoned when you were young, causing your body to be weak, you have an intelligent mind and a kind and tenacious heart. In your limited life, you have created endless possibilities. You have saved many people's lives. Who wants your praise? Shang Guanqing turned his face away, his ears turning red. Gu Jiao looked at his red ears and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Just like Xiaoheng, he would blush when praised. His Highness Ghost King is back. A villager heard the youth's light laughter and couldn't help but look over. He was not surprised to see Shang Guanqing bringing an unfamiliar youth back. Instead, he smiled and said, Is there a newcomer joining us today? He seemed very welcoming. Most of them had been at the end of their rope and had been welcomed here by their seniors. They also welcomed the newcomers. Shang Guanqing put his hands behind his back and glanced at Gu Jiao. He said to the male villager in his 40s, No, he is just passing by and accidentally entered our forest. He will leave tomorrow. The villager was surprised. It's not safe outside. His subconscious reaction was not to question whether Gu Jiao would give out their hiding place, but to worry that Gu Jiao would be in danger outside. They were a group of kind and simple villagers. This little brother is very powerful. Little Black Impermanence rushed out, holding the ghost claw in his hand. Where is your tongue? The villager asked him. I lost it. Little Black Impermanence ran away again. Gu Jiao looked at Shang Guanqing with a smile. Shang Guanqing put on a brave front and said, Humph, I just need some manual labor. When the war is over, I'll make them all mine for me. Mine every day. Mine every day. Mine without sleeping. I will squeeze every last bit of value out of them. Hug, hug, hug. A toddler girl stumbled over and opened her little arms to be hugged. Shang Guanqing sighed helplessly, picked her up, and removed a black sesame seed from her mouth with his fingertips. Little Ing, you secretly ate it again. You are not allowed to eat candy at night, understand? Little Ing, who was 1.5 years old, sat on Shang Guanqing's arm and nestled in Shang Guanqing's arms. She lost her father in the war. She was too young to understand what it meant. But every night she slept in Shang Guanqing's arms, as if she had found the sense of security that she had lost. Little Ing fell asleep in Shang Guanqing's arms. Her 10-year-old brother ran over and took her away. It had to be said that Shang Guanqing once again refreshed Gu Jiao's understanding. She thought he was an indecent guy, but after meeting him, the means he used to deal with the Jin army were really indecent. But behind this indecent set, there was compassion and gentleness for the common people. Shang Guanyin taught her son very well. Shang Guanqing said, "By the way, your companion fainted not because we scared him, but because he knocked himself out." Tang Yueshan, who was afraid of ghosts, found that Gu Jiao was missing. He hurried to find her but suddenly hit the black wall of traps. Shang Guanqing then said, "Our people brought him back. You can see him in a while. You rest in the village tonight and I will send you out of the city tomorrow morning." The guy who bought the candied haws in the morning was really him. "Can I walk around?" Gu Jiao asked. "Yes." Shang Guanqing looked at the north of the village. "Except for the mountain behind." Why? Gu Jiao was puzzled. Shang Guanqing's expression suddenly became a bit complicated. "Because the real Ghost King lives there." Chapter 856. The Real Ghost King. Gu Jiao looked at Shang Guanqing with a puzzled face. She was surprised but not surprised. She expected that the Ghost King was fake, but she didn't expect that there was a real one in Ghost Mountain. Wait, the real Ghost King that he defined might not be the objective truth. Everything still needs to be verified. Gu Jiao asked, "Who is the real Ghost King?" Shang Guanqing raised his chin and said, "I don't know. The friendship between gentlemen is as light as water. I don't pry into the privacy of my friends. You can't stop pretending for a minute, right? If the Ghost King is really your friend, why didn't he come out to help? I bet a pack of spicy sticks that the Ghost King doesn't care about you." Gu Jiao crossed her arms and looked at him with a serious face. Shang Guanqing and Gu Jiao looked at each other. His heart jumped, and he had the illusion that the size of his underwear was seen through. He trembled, coughed softly and said seriously, Okay, I don't make friends with just anyone. That old guy is not qualified to be my friend." Gu Jiao took a deep breath. Xiao Heng's brother, she couldn't beat him. After removing the exaggeration in Shang Guanqing's words, the information was, "I've only met him once or twice. I'm not good enough, so he doesn't want to be my friend." "Tell me what kind of person he is." Gu Jiao suddenly became interested in this Ghost King. "Person?" Shang Guanqing snorted, found a stone by the stream, sat down and picked up a handful of foxtail grass. The laughter and noise behind them made people feel a temporary peace and beauty in the troubled world. Gu Jiao had been at the border for many days, but she hadn't felt this way for a long time. She sat down beside him. The two of them were separated by a distance that was neither too far nor too close. Shang Guanqing pursed his lips as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he just snorted. "Go on," Gu Jiao said. "Well." Shang Guanqing frowned as if he was considering his words. "I don't think he's human. He's dead. At least that's the feeling he gives me. He's surrounded by the aura of death and his eyes don't look like a living person's." Gu Jiao asked, "Can you move? Can you talk? Is there a heartbeat and breathing?" "Yes, there is." Shang Guanqing answered concisely. "Then it wasn't a dead person, it was a living person." Gu Jiao said, "He sounds like a very strange guy." Shang Guanqing played with the green foxtail grass and said, "It's a little strange, but he doesn't kill unarmed people. There were some people who mistakenly entered the back mountain, but he didn't hurt them. Instead, the mountain bandits ran to his territory and almost all of them died in his hands. It's all thanks to me stepping in." "All right, now you're calling yourself Little Master again. You sure have a lot of self-titles." Gu Jiao asked again, "Is that why you subdued those bandits and turned them into ghost soldiers?" Shang Guanqing straightened his back. "Sort of. I saved them from that person and they were grateful to me for saving their lives." Gu Jiao glanced at him. "There's also deterrence and blackmail, right? For example, you said that the Ghost King is your backer. If they dare to disobey, you'll let the Ghost King kill them? Shang Guanqing looked at Gu Jiao in disbelief as if he was looking at a monster. No way, how do you know everything? Because I'm an ordinary little genius at solving cases. Gu Jiao said, so there's a big Ghost King in the back mountain and you're the little Ghost King. Did you call yourself that? Shang Guanqing didn't deny it. He just lay down on the long stone, put one arm behind his head, and looked at the starry sky with a piece of green foxtail grass in his mouth. It's the old Ghost King. He's not young anymore. He said. The old Ghost King. Gu Jiao touched her chin thoughtfully. Hey. Shang Guanqing poked Gu Jiao with his jade-like slender finger. I finally remember what's strange about you. What? Gu Jiao turned her head to look at the guy lying flat on the rock. He was still wearing the mask that covered most of his face, not revealing his true appearance. However, his eyes were beautiful, very much like the almond eyes of Princess Xinyang. His lips were inherited from Marquis Xianping, the non-smiling Shi Yi. Shang Guanqing said, I thought you were strange all the way here, but I didn't realize until just now. Since you recognized me as the eldest grandson of the emperor, why did you dare to call me by my name? Are the Black Wind Cavalry so arrogant now? Gu Jiao said, this isn't arrogance. Beating you up is. Gu Jiao grabbed his wrist. Shang Guanqing frowned subconsciously. What? Although you're a man, I'm not into men. He didn't like other people's touch and he wasn't used to being too close to people. In this aspect, the two brothers were very similar to Xinyang. Gu Jiao finished taking his pulse and put his hand back. Shang Guanqing looked at her strangely. You know medicine? A little. Gu Jiao said, unfortunately, I can't cure the poison in your body. Shang Guanqing didn't show the slightest disappointment when he heard this answer. After all, he was poisoned with an incurable poison. Even the Imperial Preceptor couldn't cure him. There were no miracles for him. He only had 3 months left to live. Maybe even less. Do you feel uncomfortable? Gu Jiao looked at him and asked. Shang Guanqing was slightly startled. He thought of many possible reactions from Gu Jiao. Maybe she would sympathize with him, comfort him, or draw a big picture for him. But he never expected that it would be as simple. Do you feel uncomfortable? It was like a kind of care from a family member. Shang Guanqing's nose suddenly felt a little sour. He didn't want Gu Jiao to see it, so he turned his back and hid his reddish eyes in the night. It's not too uncomfortable. The medicine given by the Imperial Preceptor can suppress the poison. It will only act up for 3 to 5 days every month. Shang Guanqing. Gu Jiao called him in a low voice. What now? He wiped his reddened eyes without leaving a trace, and his voice sounded calm and unperturbed. Gu Jiao pretended not to know that he was crying and said seriously, the Madame Nen I know is a master of poison in the Tang sect. She was going to return to Zhao country, but she happened to stay in Xingdu because of something. After the war, I'll take you to see her. Maybe she can cure the poison in your body. He had long given up hope, but he was too lazy to say his refusal over and over again. Otherwise, he would be persuaded not to refuse again. In any case, he might not be able to live to see the day he returned to Xing City. Gu Jiao asked him, will you go back to Xiang with me tomorrow? Shang Guanqing said lightly, you go back first. Gu Jiao turned back to look at the only pure land in Pu City that had not been affected by the flames of war. She looked at the children running around, laughing and laughing. The villagers worked while talking and laughing. The ghost soldiers were wrestling and practicing martial arts in the open space in front of the door. She couldn't leave here. Shang Guanqing had collected his emotions, and the strangeness in his eyes had faded. He turned around and lay down again, biting the green foxtail, and said carelessly, don't tell my mother about what happened to me in Ghost Mountain. I'll go see her in a few days. Gu Jiao agreed. I won't tell your mother. I'll only tell your father. Chapter 857. Pu City. In the middle of the night, Jie Xingzhou and the swordsman brought Min Hongyi's corpse back to the city lord's residence. Gu Jiao's silver spear had pierced Min Hongyi's heart, killing him on the spot. The swordsman pulled out the silver spear from his body and only brought his corpse out. His corpse was covered with a white cloth and carried into the reception hall of the city lord's residence. A man dressed in a silver brocade robe walked in. He was about 30 years old and had a cold face. His eyebrows were thick and high. When he was not angry, Shi Yi gave people a sense of unapproachable sharpness. His appearance was on the handsome side, which occasionally weakened his fierceness. However, if one underestimated him because of this, one would die soon. He was the most warlike man in Jin. Min Hongyi was not worth mentioning compared to him. However, ordinary experts were not worthy of his attention. Fierce generals like Xianyuan Li and Xianyuan Qing were his ultimate targets. Pai Lord. When Jie Xingzhou saw the person who came, he hurriedly turned around and bowed respectfully. Gong Sunyu had his own aura. He strode over to the corpse covered by the white cloth and gestured with his hand. Jie Xingzhou knelt on one knee and removed the white cloth covering the corpse's head, revealing Min Hongyi's bloodied face. Gong Sunyu's expression did not change at all. Jie Xingzhou pulled the white cloth down to his ankles, exposing all of Min Hongyi's injuries. The fatal wound was the spear in his chest. Apart from that, his abdomen was hit by a poisonous hidden weapon. His thigh was pierced by a spear and twisted. Jie Xingzhou did not go into detail about those minor wounds, but these were already shocking enough. Min Hongyi was an expert of Jin and the number 1 swordsman under Gong Sunyu. His skills were profound, and even Jie Xingzhou could not guarantee that he could injure him to this extent. Gong Sunyu waved his finger. 2 guards walked forward and covered the corpse with the white cloth again. They then carried the corpse and the stretcher out. Gong Sunyu came to the main seat, lifted his cloak and sat down. With a cold look in his eyes, he asked, "What exactly happened?" Only Gong Sunyu, Jie Xingzhou, and the surviving swordsman were left in the parlor. The swordsman was the first witness, so he should be the one to reply. However, Jie Xingzhou had been negligent this time, so he took a step forward and cupped his hands in apology. "Reporting to my lord, it's my fault. This subordinate shouldn't have stayed outside the Ghost Mountain to coordinate with Min Hong. If this subordinate had led the troops with him, perhaps such a tragedy wouldn't have happened." Gong Sunyu wasn't someone who cared about the process. He cared more about the outcome. In the end, Min Hongyi died. No matter how much they investigated Xingzhou's negligence, they couldn't make up for this loss. The boat was still useful. Then he would not dismiss Xingzhou. "How many came back?" he asked coldly. Jie Xingzhou braced himself and said, "1. Min Hongyi." And there was only a cold corpse. 500 of his men had been completely wiped out in the forest. Not even a single strand of hair had been brought out. The Ghost Mountain. Gong Sunyu clenched his fists and closed his eyes. The old divine general of the Great Jin died in the Ghost Mountain. The old divine general of the Great Jin was Gong Sunyu's grandfather. He had been a valiant warrior for most of his life, but he died in the Ghost Mountain in a battle more than 30 years ago. Even his corpse wasn't found. The person who killed his grandfather was the Lord of Shadows of the Yen Kingdom. The person who founded the Imperial Advisor Hall and the Xianyuan army. The royal family of the Great Jin and the Gongsun family spent more than 10 years to finally exterminate the henchmen of the Lord of Shadows. As for the forces founded by the Lord of Shadows, the Xianyuan army had already been destroyed. Now only the Imperial Advisor Hall was left. When the day came when he led the army to attack Xingdu, he would personally burn down the Imperial Preceptor Palace. Gong Sunyu looked at the swordsman in front of him indifferently. "Elder Lu, I asked you to save people, but you only brought back a corpse. Has the sword hut lost its loyalty to the imperial court, or has it lost its former strength?" The swordsman, who was addressed as Elder Lu, said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Although I don't want to admit to the 2 points you mentioned, if you insist on thinking this way, I have nothing to say. This time the sword hut has suffered heavy losses in the attack on the Great Jin. Elder He and 2 inner disciples died in Xiang, while Elder Feng died in the Ghost Mountain to save Min Hongyi. I didn't even bring back Elder Feng's corpse." Gong Sunyu said bluntly, "It seems that the sword hut without Shitian and An Hun is indeed deteriorating." Elder Lu smiled faintly and said sarcastically, "It's not that the situation is getting worse. It's just that the Yen Kingdom has a few very powerful masters. We underestimated their strength and didn't send more powerful swordsmen. Speaking of which, I'd like to ask General Gongsun why you don't even have clear information about the enemy. If you had told me earlier that they had such experts, I would have made other arrangements." Gong Sunyu clenched his fists. "Experts? They're just a bunch of bandits." He didn't like Elder Lu's sarcasm, but the sword hut's position in the Great Jin was very special. The little sister of the sword hut master was the imperial concubine of the great Jin. Moreover, he still needed Elder Lu's help. Gongsun Yu looked at Jie Xingzhou. How many defeated soldiers are there in the forest? Jie Xingzhou thought to himself, why are you looking at me? I didn't enter the forest. He tactfully cast a pleading look at Elder Lu. Elder Lu said indifferently, no more than 500. This is the largest estimate. There should only be a little more than 300 soldiers. Gongsun Yu slapped the armrest. 300 soldiers, and they dare to play tricks on the Ghost Mountain. This was a disgrace. A disgrace to the entire Great Jin army. 500 elite soldiers led by a mighty general of the Great Jin nation were actually defeated by 300 stragglers who had become bandits. Jie Xingzhou. Gongsun Yu's gaze was cold as he gripped the armrest tightly. Here. Jie Xingzhou cupped his fists. Gongsun Yu said, tomorrow morning bring 20,000 soldiers and flatten the Ghost Mountain. Jie Xingzhou was stunned. Dispatching 20,000 soldiers to deal with 300 people was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. But on second thought he could understand the general's decision. The old great general died in the Ghost Mountain, causing the Great Jin army to suffer a great loss. They didn't dare to go to war with the Yen kingdom for more than 10 years. The Ghost Mountain was a place full of hatred for the general. He couldn't wait to raze the Ghost Mountain to the ground. He was venting his anger. He was using the plants, creatures and soldiers of the Ghost Mountain to pay tribute to the old general's soul. Gongsun Yu's tone was calm, but the words he said made people shudder. Kill them all for this general. Don't leave even a rabbit. Jie Xingzhou knelt on one knee and put his fist on the ground. This subordinate accepts the order. Chuyang. Shang Guanyan waited in the barracks for a whole day but didn't see Gu Jiao come back. She paced back and forth in Gu Jiao's tent. Huan sat on the side and supported her head with one hand. She knocked on the table like a chicken pecking rice. She hurriedly stood up. This servant was wrong. Go to the door again. Shang Guanyan said. Yes. Huan lifted the curtain and went to the gate of the barracks. She carefully looked at the official road for a long time but didn't see half a person. She returned to the barracks and reported. Xiao Darren didn't come back. He hasn't come back yet? It's been a day and a night. Shang Guanyan covered her chest. I don't know why, but I feel a little uneasy. Huan comforted her. Xiao Darren is so clever. He will be fine. Xiao Darren. Outside the tent, teacher whose greeting suddenly came. Jiao Jiao came back. Without waiting for Huan to open the curtain, Shang Guanyan walked over and opened the curtain. As a result, she only saw Marquis Xianping's face. Marquis Xianping was just passing by. Everyone in the tent knew that he was Commander Zhao's biological father, so they respectfully called him Xiao Darren. Shang Guanyan's face darkened. Why is it you again? Marquis Xianping, I'm just passing by. How can you blame me? Shang Guanyan ignored him. She was not a pestering person and would not throw a tantrum at a man. Marquis Xianping said with a smile that was not a smile. What? Do you miss this Marquis's son? Is Jiao Jiao your son? Shang Guanyan glared at him and turned to enter Gu Jiao's tent. Marquis Xianping helplessly touched the bridge of his nose. Women are really hard to understand. He shook his head and returned to his own tent. While walking he muttered. Where did that surname Tang take this Marquis's son? Why hasn't he come back yet? There was no fun in the barracks. In addition, they were going to attack the Liang army tomorrow morning. In order to conserve energy, Marquis Xianping went to bed early. In the middle of the night he dreamt in a daze. He dreamed of a thin boy with a face that was very similar to Aheng's, but it was not Aheng's face. He suddenly appeared in front of him and reached out to him. Somehow he recognized that it was his and Qin Fengwan's son. He was happy and quickly walked toward him. Son. But just as he was about to reach out and touch him, a long sword suddenly appeared from the darkness and pierced his son's chest from behind. Rumble. The sky exploded with thunder. Marquis Xianping's body shook and woke up from the nightmare. His clothes were sticky and he was obviously in a cold sweat. Why did he have this dream? Before he could see his son was... bad luck. His son was fine. After he finished the battle he would take Shao Qing back to see his mother. He had never seen Qin Fengwan so surprised in his life. He believed that he would see it soon. Ghost Mountain. It was late at night. The villagers and ghost soldiers who had been busy all day all returned to their houses. The lively village fell into silence. Tiang City was stormy and stormy, but Puching City was the only city at night. Gu Jiao lay in the small hut that Shangguanqing had arranged for her. She looked up at the starry sky through the window. Tomorrow will be another cool autumn day. Tang Yueshan lay in another room of the hut, snoring thunderously. The Black Wind King didn't lie down to rest. Instead, he led another Black Wind cavalry and waited quietly outside the hut with his eyes closed. Gu Jiao listened to the wind blowing from the mountains and admired the boundless moonlight. She felt peaceful in her heart. "Boss, we'll go back tomorrow," she said to the Black Wind King outside the window. The Black Wind King snorted in response. Then it snored again, indicating that it was time for Gu Jiao to sleep. Seeing that Gu Jiao was still opening her big eyes, he simply stuck his head into the window and blocked the moonlight and the night. "Gu Jiao, fine. I'll just sleep." Gu Jiao turned over. Under the protection of the Black Wind King, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. My lord, my lord, my lord," Gu Jiao heard faint voices in her dream. Who was calling her? Gu Jiao couldn't sleep well. She turned over, fell off the bed and hit the floor with a thud. Hoo. Tang Yueshan sat up in shock. He didn't feel any danger, so he hugged his big bow and fell asleep again. Gu Jiao fell quite hard this time. She had a dream just now. Someone was calling her in her dream, and there was more than one. Some called her my lord, and some called her. She didn't hear anything else. She woke up from the fall. The Black Wind King poked his head in. "I'm fine." Gu Jiao stood up with a big bump on her head. With this fall, her drowsiness was completely gone. The moon was bright in the first half of the night, but the second half of the night was covered by dark clouds. It's going to rain soon. It was very stuffy in the hut. Gu Jiao came out to get some fresh air. She stood by the Black Wind King's side, admiring the mountain range that was dyed black by the night. Suddenly, her little head subconsciously looked towards the east. The Black Wind King happened to be standing on the east side. He pressed his head against hers. "Don't look." Gu Jiao looked again. The Black Wind King pressed against her again. Gu Jiao jumped up and lay on the back of his horse. He kept looking. She blinked and said, "Boss, shall we go to the back of the mountain?" The Black Wind King, who couldn't control his naughty child, snorted helplessly. The Black Wind King carried Gu Jiao to the back of the mountain. There was a formation in the forest, and the ghost soldiers were on guard there. There were no ghost soldiers patrolling the village. The Black Wind King walked very softly, not waking any of the villagers. In order to prevent the villagers from entering the back of the mountain, Shangguanqing ordered people to build a row of fences that were as tall as a person. The Black Wind King jumped over easily. Gu Jiao patted his mane and said proudly, "Boss, you're awesome." The Black Wind King said, "Don't flatter me." The Black Wind King and Gu Jiao arrived at the foot of the mountain. Gu Jiao got off the horse and looked at the dark mountain. She muttered, "The back of the mountain is so big. Where's the Ghost King? Forget it, let's go in first." They went up the mountain and walked into a dense forest. This forest was rarely visited by people, and the vegetation was much more lush than in the front of the mountain. A venomous snake slithered down from the tree branch and flicked its dangerous tongue at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao raised her hand and grabbed it. The poisonous snake. Gu Jiao had no interest in this kind of small poisonous snake, so she threw it away. The man and the horse went on for a while. Gu Jiao didn't think it would be so easy. Unexpectedly, she saw a graveyard as soon as she came out of the forest. At the top of the graveyard sat a motionless general, who was holding a long sword and wearing armor. He was as if he had been petrified. The 3-foot-long sword in his hand was shining coldly, as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. At this moment, Gu Jiao finally understood what Shangguanqing meant. Shangguanqing was right. This person was really dead. There was no trace of a living person on his body. He believed from the bottom of his heart that he was dead. All that was left of him was a broken shell in the world, like a soulless zombie. The moon broke through the thick dark clouds and climbed into the night sky, sprinkling cold light on the graveyard and his body. His neck suddenly turned and slowly looked in the direction of Gu Jiao. Chapter 858. A person and a horse stood at the entrance of the graveyard. Gu Jiao faced the moonlight and her whole face was exposed under the moonlight. It was a clean and lively face, in sharp contrast to the man's shriveled cheeks that were covered with dirt and blood. He was wearing a rusty armor and a rusty helmet. His whole body was spotless and shiny except for his 3-foot-long chest. His eyes were filled with an endless aura of death, like a bottomless black abyss. Being stared at by such a pair of eyes, even Gu Jiao felt oppressed. This was a man that she didn't want to fight with, because he was too strong. But sometimes, the more one was afraid of something, the more it would happen. Shang Guanqing once said that the Ghost King wouldn't hurt weak people. Gu Jiao didn't have any internal strength, so under normal circumstances, no one could detect that she knew martial arts. But obviously this Ghost King was an exception. A sharp murderous aura burst out from his lifeless eyes, and then his slow body turned around. His agility seemed to have increased 100 times in an instant. His hands formed into claws and he used his internal strength to grab and swing in the air. Gu Jiao only felt an invisible hand choking her throat, and then she was pulled up and thrown out. Gu Jiao's waist hit a big tree and the crows on the branches were awakened. They fluttered their wings and fled their nests. The leaves rustled and fell. Gu Jiao fell heavily to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. This guy was so strong. No wonder Shang Guanqing called him the Ghost King. With this strength, even An Hun couldn't take advantage of him. The Ghost King's eyes fell on Gu Jiao again and he paused. Maybe he was surprised that Gu Jiao didn't die. Of course I won't die so soon. Gu Jiao pushed herself up from the ground. If I had known that I would have to deal with such a troublesome fellow, I would have put on my armor. That wouldn't work either. The armor was too eye-catching. If he wore it he wouldn't be able to enter Puching City. The Ghost King struck Gu Jiao again. Gu Jiao, who had finally managed to stand up, was once again beaten to the ground. She lay face down looking very much like an injured little sad frog. Gu Jiao, at least let me hide. Gu Jiao stood up like a carp. His nose was bleeding but he couldn't hide his imposing manner. This time I won't let you hit me. Bang. Smack. Gu Jiao was beaten to the ground again. Gu Jiao's face was buried in the ground. Her hands were tugging at the weeds on the ground. Her small body was trembling violently with anger. Damn it. I can't dodge it. Gu Jiao's body gradually emitted a terrifying murderous aura. You're the Ghost King, right? You've really angered me. Prepare to receive my wrath. Crack. The Ghost King moved quickly and appeared in front of Gu Jiao. He grabbed Gu Jiao's collar and lifted her up. Gu Jiao realized that the Ghost King's body was extremely tall and big. In front of him, it was no exaggeration to say that Gu Jiao was like a little chick. Let's make a deal. Do you need a little brother? I'll let you have old Tang. Tang Yueshan sneezed in his sleep. The Ghost King's murderous aura did not diminish. Gu Jiao rolled her eyes and changed back to her female voice. Actually, I'm a little girl. The Ghost King was stunned. Very well, how's the time? I'll poke your eyes out. Gu Jiao clenched her fingers and poked at the Ghost King's death eye. 3 seconds later, Gu Jiao looked at her 2 fingers that were swelling at a speed visible to the naked eye and pursed her lips in grievance. The Ghost King blocked it in time with his Qingfeng sword. Gu Jiao actually forced the Ghost King to use his sword. Although it was in an extremely cunning way, it still attracted the Ghost King's attention. The Ghost King did not give Gu Jiao any chance to struggle, nor did he leave any leeway. He raised the Qingfeng sword in his hand and stabbed it towards Gu Jiao's abdomen. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the Black Wind King rushed over. It let out an excited cry and knocked Gu Jiao away. Gu Jiao, who was knocked into the tree, was speechless. The Black Wind King pounced on the Ghost King. The Ghost King raised his sword and was about to cut off the Black Wind King's head, but it stopped in midair. The Black Wind King circled around the Ghost King and neighed excitedly. It rubbed its head against the Ghost King from time to time. It did not look like a 16-year-old horse. Instead it looked like an excited pony. Gu Jiao lay on the tree and looked at it in confusion. What's going on? Boss, you rushed over here without a care for your own safety. So it wasn't to save me? You knocked me away because I was in the way? The Black Wind King circled around the man who was either a general or a Ghost King. The whole graveyard was filled with its eager and excited hooves. Woo, there was also a whimper of grievance. The Ghost King's stiff body finally reacted. He raised his cracked and rough hand and gently placed it on the Black Wind King's head. The Black Wind King rubbed its head against his palm. Shao. He opened his mouth. His vocal cords had already shrunk after not speaking for many years. The voice in his throat sounded like it came from an old bellows. It was hoarse, broken, and unpleasant to the ears. You? Xiao Yu? Is this the Black Wind King's name? The Black Wind King jumped up and down excitedly. At this moment its childhood came back. Its life was complete. After it finished its excitement, it suddenly quieted down. It looked at the Ghost King, who did not look like a human anymore. It seemed to have realized something and let out a sad cry. Gu Jiao lay on the tree and began to analyze the current situation. This mountain was the burial place of the Xianyuan family. She did not know why she came to this conclusion. In fact, based on the information she had, it was impossible to infer this point. I seem to be very familiar with the Ghost Mountain, Gu Jiao murmured to herself. In the dream where she foresaw her ending, she did not have any interaction with the Ghost Mountain. After all, the war with the Liang state and the Jin state took place 9 years later. At that time, Shang Guanqing had already died of poison. The real Ghost Mountain King was also dead. In this life many things were different. But I still can't explain why I feel familiar with the Ghost Mountain. I didn't come here in that dream. Gu Jiao could not figure it out, so she simply stopped thinking about it. Even she herself did not understand the secrets of her body. Gu Jiao jumped down from the tree. The Ghost King raised his sword at Gu Jiao. The Black Wind King blocked him. Under his sharp and vigilant gaze, he walked step by step to Gu Jiao and rubbed his head against Gu Jiao. This was the person he wanted to protect. He was on his side. The Ghost King's Qingfeng sword fell. Gu Jiao walked over. Since they were on the same side, Gu Jiao did not hold back. Gu Jiao raised her bleeding face and said in a mighty and domineering manner, "Let me introduce myself. I am Gu Jiao, a comrade who fought side by side with Boss. It's little Ayu. I am also the new commander of the Black Wind Cavalry." As soon as she finished speaking, the Ghost King swung his sword again. Gu Jiao was completely caught off guard. What was wrong with what she said this time? But she did not suffer those attacks for nothing. At least she dodged this attack. It seemed that the real battle was the best shortcut to improve one's strength. But she did not manage to dodge the second attack. The tip of the Ghost King's sword stopped an inch away from her throat. This was because the Ghost King held back. Otherwise, she would have already become a ghost under his sword. Too weak. He said very slowly, put away his sword and left with the Black Wind King. So you attacked just now to test whether I am qualified to be the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry? You should have at least said hello in advance, hero. You almost scared me to death. Gu Jiao brushed the dirt off her clothes and followed. On his left was the Black Wind King and on his right was Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao hesitated and asked, "Are you from the Xianyuan family?" He ignored Gu Jiao. When he was not attacking, his movements and expression were very slow, as if it was very strenuous. Did he think that a dead person walked like this? He did not answer. Gu Jiao did not find it strange. This person had been isolated from the world for many years and had long forgotten how to communicate with others. But he could say the name of the Black Wind King when he was young, which meant that he did not lose his memory. Of course, it was not ruled out that the brain had forgotten under normal circumstances. No one could remember everything they had experienced. Gu Jiao turned to look at the hair under the helmet. It was gray hair. His age was that of a grandfather's, excluding Xianyuan Qing and his brothers. It could not be Xianyuan Li. Xianyuan Li's body was personally brought back for burial by Dukan, so it could not be fake. Moreover, if Xianyuan Li was still alive, then he had no reason to not go back and guard here with an identity that was neither human nor ghost. Gu Jiao followed him and looked him up and down. Fortunately, he did not seem to mind Gu Jiao's inspection. Gu Jiao noticed that his breathing was not very stable. He should have suffered a very serious internal injury and had not recovered. Living was torture for him. She did not know why he held on until now. Was it just to guard the graveyard of the Xianyuan army? Chapter 859. As Gu Jiao thought about this, she slowed down and fell slightly behind. She wasn't in a hurry to catch up. Instead, she looked up at him and the Black Wind King. There was no doubt that only the Xianyuan family could make the Black Wind King so excited. Therefore, regardless of whether he answered or not, Gu Jiao was so sure. As for who he was from the Xianyuan family, Gu Jiao had a vague guess in her heart, but she needed further confirmation. The Ghost King brought a person and a horse, or to be exact, the Black Wind King. Gu Jiao was just along the way. She was now the Black Wind King's little follower. After walking for a long time, they exited the forest and entered another forest. They even crossed a small stream and arrived at another mountain. Gu Jiao didn't understand where he wanted to take them, and she felt that he was going in circles. Gu Jiao voiced the doubt in her heart. Where do you want to take us? Are we going to where you live? Tell me the direction and I'll find it myself. I promise I won't go in circles. The Ghost King paused for a few seconds, probably thinking about how to say those words. Then he thought of something and said slowly, look at the scenery. He wanted to take little Ayu to see the scenery behind the mountain. Gu Jiao was speechless. Can we not see the scenery? Objection overruled. Gu Jiao was sleepy, so she rode on the Black Wind King's horse and fell asleep. When she woke up, she found that she was no longer in the forest, but in a spacious cave. The walls of the cave were covered with night pearls, illuminating the whole cave. The Black Wind King silently guarded her. As for the Ghost King of the Xinyuan family, he wasn't there. Gu Jiao thought that he went to guard the graveyard again, so she stood up and went out to look for him. As soon as she reached the door, she saw him sitting outside the cave in the same posture as he did at the graveyard. Gu Jiao saw that there was no repulsive murderous aura around him, so she walked over and sat down beside him. The Black Wind King also walked out silently, looking as if he was going to keep an eye on his little brat so that he wouldn't be bullied by his old master. Gu Jiao asked, well, can I take your pulse? That's how polite you are when talking to big shots. I'm a doctor. Gu Jiao said. He did not refuse. Gu Jiao took his arm and placed 3 fingers on his wrist to check his pulse. His pulse is very strange. Injuries were inevitable. However, it seemed that he was not just injured. There was a pulse in his body that was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. It was this pulse that allowed him to erupt with unfathomable strength. Gu Jiao pondered for a moment and said to him, your face is dirty. Let me wipe it for you. Then she took out a handkerchief and tentatively put it close to his face. Seeing that he did not refuse, she felt relieved and wiped all the dirt off his face. When the weathered face was completely exposed in front of Gu Jiao's guess was confirmed. I saw your portrait in the library of the State Master's palace. You are... Gu Jiao called out his name. Hey, wake up. Where is that guy? In the small hut, Tang Yueshan was shaken awake by Shangguan Qing. Tang Yueshan could understand a little of the language of the Yan Kingdom, but he could not speak it well. What? He asked in the language of the Zhao Kingdom. Shangguan Qing switched to the language of the Zhao Kingdom in a second. I ask you, where is your companion? Who are you? Tang Yueshan fainted when he entered the forest and woke up just now. He had no idea what had happened and did not realize that he had met someone who could speak the language of the Zhao Kingdom in the territory of the Yan Kingdom. Alas, forget it. Shangguan Qing sighed. I'd better look for him myself. That guy probably went to the back of the mountain. Tang Yueshan looked at Shangguan Qing's back and did not understand what he was talking about. Hey, did you see my companion? A guy in cyan with a red birthmark on the left side of his face. Shangguan Qing waved his hand. Maybe he went to the back of the mountain. I'm looking for him too. Hearing this, Tang Yueshan did not have time to sleep. He quickly sat up and followed Shangguan Qing with his precious bow and arrow. The night wind blew and Tang Yueshan woke up a little. They were in a small village in a valley, and the forest in front of them was the place where he and Gu Jiao were ambushed. Little brother, may I ask what happened just now? He asked politely. Shangguan Qing said, you and your companion were saved by me. Unfortunately, your companion was not obedient. I told him not to go to the back of the mountain, but he sneaked there in the middle of the night. Tang Yueshan was relieved when he heard that Gu Jiao was fine. Sneaking to the back of the mountain was nothing. There was no place in the world that the girl did not dare to go. The more you told her not to go, the more she wanted to go. Next time, just tell her to go to the back of the mountain. She would be too lazy to go. Tang Yueshan complained in his mind. Suddenly, he thought of something and turned to Shangguan Qing, who was wearing a mask, and said, little brother, you speak the language of the Zhao Kingdom well. Are you also from the Zhao Kingdom? Outside the cave, Gu Jiao fixed her eyes on his face. He looked a little different from the middle-aged man in the portrait. He had experienced many vicissitudes of life, but his outline and strength of character were the same as before. Gu Jiao called him again. Probably because he had not heard this name for many years, he was in a trance. After a long time he murmured, Xian Qi. Gu Jiao told him with certainty, yes, you are Xian Yuan Qi. Dead, he said. Gu Jiao nodded, that's right. Xian Yuan Qi is dead, but there is a second Lord of Shadow in the world. The Shadow. Confusion appeared in his eyes for a moment. It seemed that he had been guarding the graveyard alone for too long. His mind was a little absent-minded. Although he did not lose his memory, many of his memories were faded and confused. Xianyuan Li was the Grand Marshal and Xianyuan Qi was the Grand General. Both of them were unyielding men of the Xianyuan family. They were the existence that made Jin and Liang tremble with fear. It was really sad that he had fallen into this situation. Gu Jiao said softly, it's okay. Think about it slowly. He really began to think about it carefully. During this time, Gu Jiao did not disturb him. Liao Chen had always believed that Long Yi had killed Xianyuan Qi, but in fact Xianyuan Qi was not dead. Gu Jiao was very curious. What happened between Long Yi and Xianyuan Qi back then? Also, why did he believe that he was dead? Why was he not willing to let his corpse be buried in the ground? He closed his eyes and completely entered a state of selflessness. Gu Jiao waved her hand in front of his eyes. No reaction. If I sneak attack you now, can I succeed? As Gu Jiao said, she stretched out 2 fingers and poked at his eyes. He did not dodge in any way. Gu Jiao's fingers stopped an inch in front of his eyes in time. You're right. Forget it, think about it. No one will come to the back of the mountain anyway. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a sneaky sound of footsteps on the path in front of them. Gu Jiao looked at Xianyuan Qi, who was meditating beside her, and motioned for the Black Wind King to stay here while she went over to take a look. This cave was remote. She had to pass through the narrow gap between the 2 cliffs in front of the open space and push through a patch of bushes and thorns to reach the path outside. When Gu Jiao walked out, she coincidentally bumped into the person who came. Tang Yueshan was caught off guard by the sudden appearance of a figure, and his bow and arrow were fully drawn. Gu Jiao said, it's me. Tang Yueshan was stunned and looked at Gu Jiao. Ah, it's really you. Fortunately, I reacted quickly or I would have been exposed. Why are you so rough with your words? We're kindred spirits. Shangguan Qing withdrew his gaze from Tang Yueshan and walked quickly to Gu Jiao. You didn't meet the old ghost king, did you? What's with the blood on your face? Gu Jiao said without changing her expression. Oh, young man, I was too angry and had a nosebleed. She would never admit that she couldn't beat that guy. Without giving Shangguan Qing a chance to find a flaw, she continued, besides, I met the old ghost king. Shangguan Qing didn't believe it and firmly believed that the young man in front of him was bragging. With this guy's skills, the old ghost king would definitely regard him as an enemy and tear him apart. Shangguan Qing snorted, then tell me, where is the old ghost king? We just went to the graveyard but he wasn't there. Shangguan Qing had been to the back of the mountain several times, and every time he met the other party in the graveyard. Gu Jiao said mischievously, so you haven't been to the old ghost king's lair? Are you a close friend of the old ghost king? Shangguan Qing was poked in his sore spot and said angrily, he invited me several times. I just didn't have the time to go. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. Oh. Shangguan Qing. On the way here, Tang Yueshan had learned from Shangguan Qing that there was a very powerful guy living in the back of the mountain. There seemed to be something wrong with his brain and he was very wary of martial arts practitioners. I don't know who's more powerful, me or him. Forget it, it's not convenient to fight with the 2 young ones here. Tang Yueshan said, let's leave here first. Gu Jiao looked at the 2 of them and said, you 2 go first, I have something to do. Tang Yueshan asked, you're not going back to Xiong tomorrow morning? I might not be able to, let's wait. Gu Jiao wasn't sure how long Xianyuan Qi would meditate, so she could only pause and say, let's wait a few days first. She had an unusually strong intuition that she couldn't leave the ghost mountain, or she would never see Xianyuan Qi again and miss the answer she wanted forever. Shangguan Qing looked at Gu Jiao suspiciously. You're not really going to see the old ghost king, are you? Gu Jiao said, you don't have to worry about me, but on your side, Jie Xingzhou and the assassins of the Sword Hut have gone back. Based on my understanding of Gong Sun Yu, he won't let it go. Early tomorrow morning, the Jin army will enter the mountain to suppress the bandits. Shangguan Qing snorted and said, don't worry, I have a plan. Chapter 860. More. You can find all the novels that you can't find on the internet here. What will come will come. It's useless to be afraid. From the first day they entered the Ghost Mountain, they knew that the war outside would spread here one day. They were not afraid of fighting. They would rather die than become the dogs of the Jin state. Shangguanqing and Tang Yueshan returned to the village first. Gu Jiao went to guard Xin Yuanqi at the entrance of the cave. He had protected others for most of his life. This was probably the first time someone had protected him silently. Gu Jiao sat cross-legged next to him. She looked at him deeply and said softly, "You must remember soon, Xin Yuanqi." Tang Yueshan didn't go back to sleep after he returned. He stood at the entrance of the village with a big bow on his back, staring in the direction of the forest. When the sky was misty, a ghost soldier quickly came out of the forest and reported to Shangguanqing, "The Jin state has sent out their troops. They're coming toward the Ghost Mountain." Shangguanqing asked, "How many troops did they send?" The ghost soldier opened his mouth and said reluctantly, 20,000. Shangguanqing put his hands behind his back and frowned. Obviously, this number was beyond his expectation. Gongsun Yu had sent 20,000 regular troops to deal with the 300 bandits in the Ghost Mountain. He really thought highly of the Ghost Mountain. "Tell them not to light any fires in the morning. Do everything according to the plan," Shangguanqing ordered. "Yes." The ghost soldier quickly returned to the forest after receiving the order. Tang Yueshan entered his room and asked, "Is the Jin state army coming?" Shangguanqing nodded. He didn't look as calm as last night. 20,000 troops, he said. Tang Yueshan's eyes trembled. "What? 20,000? Is Gongsun Yu crazy? He sent 20,000 troops to deal with the Ghost Mountain." Shangguanqing said, "Gongsun Yu's grandfather was buried in the Ghost Mountain. Maybe he has an unusual anger toward the Ghost Mountain. But you're right. He's crazy." Tang Yueshan asked, "Is there a retreat route? What's behind the mountain?" Shangguanqing said seriously, "It's a lake, a boundless lake." That meant that there was no way to withdraw. Tang Yueshan asked again, "What about the east and west?" Shangguanqing said, "There's a lake after climbing over the mountain. There aren't enough boats in the village." Tang Yueshan sensed that the situation was not good. Then, Shangguanqing's expression suddenly relaxed. "Don't worry too much. Ghost Mountain is not as weak as you think. Although 20,000 Jin soldiers are troublesome, they can still hide from them. We will be safe when the Imperial Court's forces come to take back Puqing City." Tang Yueshan looked at him strangely. Half an hour later, Tang Yueshan realized that he was serious about hiding. He hit the stone bell at the entrance of the village 3 times. After a short while, the villagers came out of their houses one after another. They were all ready to go. Tang Yueshan's jaw dropped. "Seriously? So fast?" Shangguanqing enjoyed Tang Yueshan's expression package very much. He raised his eyebrows and said, "I packed it up last night. Otherwise, why would the villagers not sleep when it was so late at night? Were they doing farm work?" The moment the Jin army entered the mountain, he immediately started the emergency plan. Although it was a few days earlier than expected, it was not a big deal. Tang Yueshan said, "I'll go to the front." Shangguanqing said, "No, you're responsible for protecting the villagers. The ghost soldiers in front will withdraw soon." Ghost Mountain was not the home field during the day. Shangguanqing would not make unnecessary sacrifices if he could not win. Tang Yueshan looked at Shangguanqing in surprise. The boy had a charisma that made people trust him. He was so young, but he was calm, courageous and resourceful, but not radical. Was it an illusion? Why did he suddenly think of old Shao? There was a mechanism in the ancient well in the village. After it was opened, there would be a hole in the wall of the well. Shangguanqing arranged 2 ghost soldiers who were familiar with the secret passage to take the lead and then evacuated the villagers into the passage one by one. What shocked Tang Yueshan the most was that no one, from old man Kue to the 3-year-old children, cried out in fear, nor did they show any signs of panic. Everyone obeyed Shangguanqing's arrangement. This was an unreserved trust. He thought of Marquis Xianping again. Although Marquis Xianping looked frivolous, wherever he went the hearts of the people were stirred up. He used to blame it on Marquis Xianping's face, but this boy did not show his face at all. Shangguanqing looked back and interrupted his thoughts. "It's your turn, Marshal Tang." Tang Yueshan was shocked. "Wait. I didn't say I was the marshal. I only said my surname was Tang. Could it be that the last said it? Yes, it must be. This boy can't know me. Tang Yueshan and Shang Guanqing also entered the passage in the ancient well. The entrance looked small, but it was not narrow. Tang Yueshan, who was middle-aged and fat, could crawl in it without feeling crowded. After crawling for 10 feet, the passage became higher and wider and he could walk with his body bent. Are the ghost soldiers still behind? Tang Yueshan asked. Shang Guanqing bent forward and walked in front. They'll be here soon. Tang Yueshan asked. Then, Shang Guanqing said, then this passage will be sealed. This actually meant that they had given up on the village. But as long as they were alive, there was hope for them to rebuild their home. They walked underground for a long time. The passage became wider and wider as they walked. In the end, they could even walk upright. The candlesticks on the walls of the passage had been lit, and the light reflected on everyone's faces. Tang Yueshan followed at a moderate pace. He thought of something and asked, by the way, there was a passage in the forest where the battle took place yesterday, right? What if the Jin army found it? Shang Guanqing paused and sighed. Then it would be terrible. Jie Xingzhou led 20,000 soldiers into the Ghost Mountain, accompanied by Elder Lu of the Sword Hut and 2 disciples who were good at martial arts. Jie Xingzhou and his team rode horses while the others walked. It was not that they were reluctant to send cavalry, but the terrain of the Ghost Mountain was not suitable for cavalry. You didn't find anything after searching for a long time? Jie Xingzhou asked. Elder Lu, are you sure that the battle took place in this forest last night? Elder Lu said indifferently, I'm sure, and there must be traps and arrays in this forest. Jie Xingzhou said, but we have searched for 2 hours and found nothing. General. A soldier lying on the ground suddenly shouted, we found a passage here. Jie Xingzhou hurried over. When he reached the entrance of the passage, the soldier had already gone down. Not long after, the soldier came up with dust all over his face. He picked up a skeleton claw and said, there are passages down here leading to different places. They must have been playing tricks down here. Jie Xingzhou ordered his 2 deputies, take some people down there and search. Yes. Considering that the ghost soldiers were sinister and cunning, and that they could easily destroy Min Hongyi's 500 soldiers with only 300 soldiers, they took a lot of people down there. They made a major discovery in the passage. The skeletons that broke out of the ground, the bleeding trees, and the corpses of birds turned out to be traps inside. A bunch of guys playing tricks. Jie Xingzhou said indifferently, it seems that it will be over soon. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a terrible explosion underground. The ground shook and then there were screams coming from the passage one after another. Jie Xingzhou's face changed. What happened? Answer me. Only screams answered him. So it's really tragic. Shang Guanqing said, once the self-destruction mechanism is activated, no one will be left alive. And it will cut off the passage to the village forever. Well, Tang Yueshan was secretly amazed. What was the saying? Reading 10,000 books was not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. This trip to the Yen Kingdom had broadened his horizons. It turned out that a war could be fought in this way. Tang Yueshan sincerely admired him. How did you think of digging so many tunnels? And set up such ingenious traps? Shang Guanqing said, it's not me. When I came to Ghost Mountain, there were already underground passages. I just figured out how to use those traps. According to the booklet stolen from the old Ghost King. He couldn't say this, otherwise how could he show off? The last ghost soldier also entered the passage, and the entrance of the well was completely blocked by the trap boulder. They walked for a while and came to a natural underground cave. The cave was big and long and there was a stream gurgling through it. The villagers and ghost soldiers sat on the ground together. There was an inexhaustible water source here, and everyone had prepared enough dry food. It was not a problem to hide for a month. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Tang Yueshan wouldn't have believed that there was such a marvelous project in the world. What kind of god dug this? Why did he dig it? Tang Yueshan asked. Will the Jin army dig 3 feet underground? No, Shang Guanqing said. Shang Guanqing said, I put a boat on the lake of Dongshan Mountain and made some traces of our escape on the shore. They should think that we left by boat overnight. No wonder you told everyone not to make a fire in the morning. If they made a fire in the morning, the Jin army would know that they were still there last night. Then the boat on the lake couldn't have gone far. But if they escaped overnight, it was not strange that they couldn't see the boat on the lake. The little Ghost King's plan was really flawless. Old Shao, I found a guy as cunning as you. When I take him back and take him as my godson, let's see if you can still show off in front of me in the future. Tang Yueshan said again. The back of the mountain, Sheng Guanqing said. You've been there yourself. The Ghost King's lair is very hidden. The Jin army can't find it. That was true. Then the next step was to wait in the cave. They would wait for the Jin army to leave voluntarily, or the imperial court to attack and force them to leave. The latter was more likely. Old Shao, we are trapped in Ghost Mountain. You must come quickly. Chapter 861. After losing hundreds of men in the forest, Jie Xingzhou's expression became ugly. If it was said that he was following orders to suppress the bandits earlier, and not to avenge Minhongi, then right now he really wanted to ferret out those cunning fellows and kill them one by one. Daring to fool him, Jie Xingzhou, they were really tired of living. Later on, he increased his guard and brought in soldiers from the city who were proficient in divination. The 8 trigrams formation in the forest was broken and the army finally passed through this dangerous area and came to the entrance of the village. A small stream connected the valley to the village and the wooden bridge above it had been cut off. However, the river was not wide and it was not a problem to build a temporary wooden bridge. I'll have to trouble Elder Lu, Jie Xingzhou said. Hing. Elder Lu sat on the horse and turned his head, gesturing to the 2 disciples behind him. The 2 disciples understood and pulled out their swords from their waists. Then they chopped down the 2 big trees at lightning speed and split them in half. Jie Xingzhou's deputy general called over a few capable soldiers and used ropes to tie the wood together. The curved parts were embedded in the mud and spears were used to fix the 2 sides to prevent the wooden bridge from flipping over. This process only took half an hour and could be said to be extremely fast. The Jin army's war horses could not cross such an unreliable, dangerous bridge, and could not cross it like the Black Wind King. Jie Xingzhou and his men could only dismount and walk across the bridge. A deputy general said, I heard that the Yan country's Black Wind cavalry is very strong. Once we beat them, I'll capture the Black Wind King and give it to General Jie. Jie Xingzhou did not reply, but he was a little tempted. The Black Wind cavalry was the strongest cavalry of the 6 countries. Other than the cavalry's combat skills, their war horses were 1 in 10,000. Especially the Black Wind King, they were simply war gods among horses. When he was young, he once had the opportunity to witness Xianyuan Li's Black Wind King. He was so scared that he couldn't sleep for 3 days. Even now, when he thought about it, his heart still palpitated. Of course, he wouldn't be frightened by a horse anymore. But if he could conquer such a war god horse, it wouldn't be a disgrace to his reputation as a valiant general. I wonder if my lord is interested in the Black Wind King. If she is, then there's basically no chance for me. In just an instant, Jie Xingzhou had already planned the fate of the Black Wind King in his mind. The Jin army entered the village. The deputy general sighed. This village is not small. It can accommodate a few hundred people. He ordered his subordinates, you guys search every house. Yes. The soldiers accepted the order and split into 2 teams. One team searched for the villagers' residence, while the other searched for the ghost soldiers' camp. The result was disappointing. Other than finding a few wild boars that they couldn't take away, they didn't even see a shadow of a person. Escaped? Jie Xingzhou frowned. He called over the 2 spies who stayed behind last night and asked, Did you find anything last night? The first spy reported, replying to the general, The 2 of us were lying in ambush at the entrance of Ghost Mountain last night. We confirmed that no one came out of Ghost Mountain. Jie Xingzhou randomly entered a kitchen and reached his hand into the stove to feel it. It was cold. He ordered, Check the other stoves. Yes. The soldiers checked one by one. None of the stoves had any temperature. With the current weather, if a fire was lit in the morning, the stove would still have some residual heat. Suddenly, another soldier walked over quickly. He cupped his fists and saluted, General. There's a discovery on the eastern mountain. Jie Xingzhou brought his subordinates to the location the deputy general mentioned. The Green Mountains were surrounded by sparkling water. The lake stretched as far as the eye could see. Ghost Mountain was surrounded by water on 3 sides. There was only one entrance, which was the southern mountain. At this moment, on the shore of the eastern mountain, everyone found a large number of footprints and traces of ships that had docked there. There were even some scattered items such as shoes and purses. There was also a small boat on the shore. The bottom of the boat was leaking. Judging from the new cut on the wooden planks, it was newly left behind. Combined with the evidence that there was no fire in the stove in the morning, everyone could not help but imagine the scene of the villagers escaping in the night. It was dark, they could not see the road, dropped things all over the ground and even accidentally damaged the small boat. Everything was reasonable. There was no other explanation. If Min Hongyi was here, he would definitely lead the army to the other side of the lake to catch the villagers. However, Jie Xingzhou was not so simple. Zhongqing. He called his deputy general. Where is the other side of the lake? I have not been there either, Zhongqing said. He was a spy planted in Pu City by the Jin Kingdom. He was very familiar with the terrain of Pu City, except for Ghost Mountain, which was like a forbidden area. Jie Xingzhou said, repair the boat and send 2 people who know how to swim over to look for them. Yes. Regarding Jie Xingzhou's decision, Sheng Guanqing had already predicted it. Sheng Guanqing was not worried at all. This was because there was only a small boat here. Could only seat 2 to 3 people at most. The lake was very big. There were green mountains on both sides of the lake. At the end of the green mountains there was a very steep waterfall. Those who had not been there would not be able to return. Of course, with Jie Xingzhou's intelligence he would not only make one plan. As expected, Jie Xingzhou immediately instructed the remaining deputy general. You guys have to look around. You have to search every mountain. Pay attention to the hidden caves and entrances. Don't miss any clues. Everyone received the order and dispersed. Gu Jiao sat at the entrance of the cave. She already knew that the Jin army had entered the mountain. She also heard the sounds of Sheng Guanqing leading the villagers to leave. At this moment the Jin army was wantonly searching. She did not know if they would find any clues. 2 Jin soldiers pushed aside the bushes outside the crevice. From the outside it looked like no one could enter the crevice. The 2 took out their swords and poked inside. Then they left in disappointment. Wave after wave of Jin soldiers came, but they did not find the cave behind the crevice. There were trees and grass outside the cave. There was food and water inside the cave. There was no need to worry about starving. Gu Jiao glanced at Xin Yuanqi, who was still in a meditative state. Then she continued to meditate and protect him. The Jin army's search lasted until evening. They had almost searched the entire Ghost Mountain but still found nothing. In a large cave with a gurgling stream, 300 ghost soldiers were stationed beside the stream. Behind them were more than 500 villagers from the village. A few ghost soldiers who had returned from the various passages reported the situation on the ground to Sheng Guanqing. They seemed to have stopped searching. But Jie Xingzhou did not immediately give the order to retreat. He seems to be waiting for the Jin army who went to search the lake to return. Those 2 Jin soldiers were most likely killed. He won't be able to wait. Sheng Guanqing nodded. If he can't wait, he only has 2 guesses. One is that they met with an accident. The other is that they were killed by us. Jie Xingzhou may guess the latter. There are no other boats here. He has to go to the city to transport them. Plus he has to search the lake and the shore. This can delay him for a few more days. Then he turned around and looked at the nervous villagers sitting on the ground. He said, "Don't be afraid. We are very safe now. If they can't find us, they will naturally believe that we have successfully moved." Then what? A villager asked. Then the Imperial Court's army will attack us. It was Tang Yueshan who spoke. He walked forward and said to the villagers whose eyes were full of hope, "Today the Imperial Court's army is attacking the Liang army. After that they will come to Puqing to deal with the Jin army." Sheng Guanqing translated. Everyone thought it was a dialect. Sure, you did not think much about it. The villager said excitedly, "So, we will all be saved?" Tang Yueshan said, "Of course. The Imperial Court's army will arrive in at most 5 days. Attacking the Liang army, capturing the Nangong family and taking back the new city. With old Zhao's speed 5 days was enough. Old Zhao's daughter-in-law was still here. If they did not arrive in 5 days, old Zhao would definitely guess that he and the girl were in trouble. He would definitely speed up the attack on Puqing." Sheng Guanqing repeated his words in the language of the Yan Kingdom. "How do you know?" another villager asked. I. Tang Yueshan opened his mouth, thinking about how to explain his identity. Shang Guanqing put his hands behind his back and said calmly, "He is Marshal Tang, who was sent by the imperial court." Everyone present was from the border and did not know much about the high-ranking officials of the imperial court. However, when they heard that it was the marshal, they immediately believed his words and rekindled their hope. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. They all put their hearts back into their stomachs. Tang Yueshan said softly, "Isn't it a little bit?" Shang Guanqing raised his eyebrows and said, "I didn't say which marshal or which imperial court he is." Tang Yueshan was speechless. He wanted to say something but suddenly noticed the movement above. He hurriedly put his finger to his lips and gestured for silence. The villagers were very cooperative. Even little Ing, who was more than a year old, covered her mouth with her little hand under her brother's signal. Little Ing was obedient. Little Ing did not speak. The cave suddenly became silent. "Hey, let's camp here tonight." They heard the voice of the Jin army. The border trade of poaching was developed. Before the outbreak of the war, there were many shops opened by the merchants of the Jin kingdom in the city. Basically, the people here could speak both the Jin kingdom and the Yen kingdom. The Jin army actually camped above them. It was a lucky hit. Shang Guanqing gestured and said, "Don't worry. Just keep quiet." Everyone nodded. It happened that it was late now. They should sleep. When they woke up, the Jin army should have left. "Don't sleep if you snore," Shang Guanqing whispered. Tang Yueshan just lay down with his bow and then sat up with a dark face. At night, everyone on the ground and underground fell asleep. Ghost Mountain fell into silence. Tang Yueshan did not dare to sleep too deeply. He found an open space with his bow and sat down. He leaned against the wall and closed his eyes from time to time. In the middle of the night he heard an unusual sound. It seemed to be a painful groan. He frowned and looked in the direction of the sound. With the light of the luminous pearls on the wall, he saw that it was a pregnant woman with a big belly who was groaning in pain. Tang Yueshan remembered that she was the mother of the little girl Little Ing. Her husband was killed by the Jin army in Puching. She was rescued by Shang Guanqing and brought back to Ghost Mountain with her son and daughter. The ghost soldiers on duty were patrolling somewhere else. Tang Yueshan was the only one awake at the moment. Tang Yueshan looked at her in confusion. He did not understand what had happened to her. The next second Tang Yueshan saw that she took out a dagger and cut her own neck with her teeth clenched. Tang Yueshan's heart skipped a beat. He flashed over and grabbed her wrist. He lowered his voice and asked, "What are you doing?" The moment she took out the dagger he almost thought that she was a spy. Who knew that she was going to commit suicide? The woman's surname was Zhang. She was soaked in cold sweat and her face was pale. Tang Yueshan vaguely realized something. He looked at her painful expression and her bulging belly. You're not going to give birth, are you? What's going on?" Shang Guanqing woke up from his sleep and walked over. He looked at the water stains under the woman's dress and frowned. He said calmly, "The water broke. The baby is going to be born." Mrs. Zhang was only 8 months pregnant. It was not the expected date. Maybe it was because of too much pressure that she gave birth prematurely. Mrs. Zhang endured a wave of terrible pain. She choked with tears in her eyes. "I can't give birth. I can't." Jean Jun was on the ground. Once her child was born, the cries would expose everyone's hiding place. She cried in pain and despair. "I'll die. Little Ing will die. Little Hui will die. We will all die." She couldn't ruin the lives of her children and the whole village just because of a baby in her belly. Shang Guanqing looked at Little Ing who was snoring next to her. He looked back at the sleeping villagers and made a decision in his heart. He said seriously, "I'll take you to another place to give birth. You have to bear with it." Mrs. Zhang choked. Won't we be exposed?" Shang Guanqing said, "Many premature babies don't cry loudly. If we go further away we may not be discovered. I mean, if it really comes to that point I'll kill him myself." Tang Yueshan was shocked. He actually understood. He looked at Shang Guanqing in disbelief. He couldn't believe that this child could say such words. For him, cruelty was a more difficult choice than kindness. But if he didn't do it, thousands of people would lose their lives. Compared with letting Mrs. Zhang's hands be stained with the child's blood, he would rather do it himself and let himself bear this shadow for the rest of his life. Mrs. Zhang nodded with tears in her eyes. Shang Guanqing woke up an old woman in the village and called a few ghost soldiers. He ordered them to do something. The ghost soldiers found an emergency stretcher in the cave and carried Mrs. Zhang away. Shang Guanqing woke up an old woman and asked her to help take care of Mrs. Zhang's children, lest they feel uneasy and scared when they woke up and found that their mother was gone. What happened? The old woman asked. The villagers woke up one after another. Because they were trapped in the cave, everyone's mental state was extremely tense. Even the slightest movement of the wind would cause them to be extremely afraid. Shang Guanqing stood under the cold pearl light and said calmly, "I'll take care of it. Go to sleep." He exuded an aura that made people believe in him. They didn't ask any more questions. They nodded and went to sleep obediently. Tang Yueshan went with him to the place where Mrs. Zhang gave birth. It was a small cave at least 100 feet away from here. It was originally used for storage. Mrs. Zhang was lying flat on the ground on a stretcher. The old woman was not a midwife. Compared to men, she had more experience in childbirth. She accompanied Mrs. Zhang to give birth inside, while Shang Guanqing and others all stayed outside the cave. "Do you have any wood?" The old woman came out and asked. "How big do you want?" Shang Guanqing asked. The old woman said, "It doesn't need to be too big. Let her bite it in her mouth so that she won't make too much noise and hurt herself." Shang Guanqing pulled out the cork on the water bag. "Is this okay?" The old woman shook her head. "No." "What about this?" Shang Guanqing pulled out the wooden hairpin on his head. The old woman shook her head again. "No." Shang Guanqing hesitated for a moment, then took out a very old wooden dagger from his arms and handed it to the old woman. The old woman smiled. "This should be enough." Then she turned around and went into the small cave with the dagger. Tang Yueshan noticed that Shang Guanqing's expression showed a moment of disappointment. Was the small wooden dagger something very precious? But it didn't look precious. If he liked it, he could carve 10 or 8 daggers for him when he became his godson. Mrs. Zhang's labor pains began during the day. At this time her uterus was completely open, but she still couldn't give birth. "Oh, I'm afraid it's not good." The old woman came out anxiously and said to Shang Guanqing, "Mrs. Zhang is having a difficult labor." Women had to go through the gates of hell to give birth. Once they had a difficult labor, it was very likely that both the mother and the baby would die. Tang Yueshan punched himself in the palm of his hand and muttered, "If only that girl was here." "What's wrong?" A familiar young man's voice suddenly appeared at the other end of the passage. The 2 ghost soldiers quickly became alert. "It's me," Gu Jiao said. Shang Guanqing waved his hand and the 2 ghost soldiers stepped aside. Gu Jiao pushed open a secret door and climbed out. She patted the dust off her body and whispered, "It's hard to find here." Shang Guanqing looked at her suspiciously. "Did you come from the back mountain?" Gu Jiao said. "Where else could I come from? From the camp of the Jin army?" Shang Guanqing couldn't hide his surprise. "There's a tunnel in the back mountain? And it's connected here?" "What? You don't know?" "Well, she just found out. She was bored and strolled around Xinyuan Qi's cave residence. Then she accidentally touched a mechanism and fell into a tunnel. She wanted to walk back, but she didn't expect to meet them after walking around." Tang Yueshan grabbed her wrist and walked over. "You came at the right time. A woman is having a difficult labor. Go in and have a look. Is she a virgin or a menstruating woman?" After asking, Gu Jiao saw the 2 people's confused faces. She said, "Oh, has she given birth before?" "She had 2 children," Shang Guanqing said. Gu Jiao asked, "When did it happen?" Shang Guanqing said, "I don't know the details. She has been enduring it." "Okay, I see." Gu Jiao entered the small cave where Mrs. Zhang gave birth. Mrs. Zhang's face was pale and she was biting a small wooden dagger. There was no dry spot on her body and even the stretcher under her was soaked with sweat. "Do you feel like you're going to go to the toilet?" Gu Jiao asked. She nodded with difficulty. Gu Jiao checked her. The cervix was open, but the fetus was not in the right position. It was not ready for a cesarean section. Fortunately, her amniotic fluid was not broken, and the fetus could still swim in the womb. The orthodontic surgery that she stole from the old traditional Chinese medicine doctor in her previous life should come in handy. "I hope it's useful for you." Time ticked by. Shang Guanqing and Tang Yueshan were guarding outside the cave. They looked calm but their palms were sweating. Tang Yueshan never dreamed that he would one day be guarding a woman to deliver a baby. What was going on? He paced up and down in the tunnel, talking to himself in a low voice. It's been a long time. Could it be that she can't give birth? No, that girl's medical skills are so good. Why didn't I know that giving birth is so dangerous? Sister-in-law has worked hard giving birth. I'll make it up to her when I go back. With Mrs. Zhang's last groan, a baby with bruises all over his body fell to the ground. It was a baby boy. Although he was less than a month old, he was not small. Why, is there no crying? Mrs. Zhang looked weakly at the baby in Gu Jiao's arms. Gu Jiao grabbed the little boy's feet, lifted him up and spanked his little butt a few times. The little boy finally moved. He clenched his little fists, opened his little mouth and cried. His crying was so loud that it made Sheng Guanqing and Tang Yueshan's hair stand on end. What happened to the premature baby? Even a full-term baby wouldn't cry as loud as him, right? In the tent on the ground, Jie Xingzhou and Elder Lu opened their eyes almost at the same time. Both of them had good hearing, but they were not sure if they had heard wrongly. The two of them walked out of their respective tents. When Jie Xingzhou saw Elder Lu, he was half sure. Did you? Elder Lu nodded. I thought I heard wrongly. It seems that General Jie heard it too. Jie Xingzhou chuckled. It's not a ghost crying in the middle of the night, is it? Elder Lu said indifferently. If General Jie believes in ghosts, I have nothing to say. Jie Xingzhou said coldly. Even if there is a ghost, I will find the crying little ghost. Elder Lu said. The sound seems to be coming from underground. The two of them lay down and put their ears to the ground. At this moment, lightning flashed across the sky, followed by a clap of thunder. Wah! The baby's crying was perfectly covered by the thunder. The two of them stood up. Jie Xingzhou asked, Elder Lu, what do you think? Elder Lu said with amusement, the commander of this operation is General Jie. I will listen to General Jie's orders. Jie Xingzhou looked up at the lightning that was jumping on the dome like a dragon, smiled and said, they are really lucky. No, we are really lucky. A confident smile appeared on Elder Lu's face. Although the thunder is dense and covers the baby's cries, we can be sure that there are people underground. We just need to dig 3 feet underground and we will definitely dig them out. Underground. Madame Zhang had fainted from exhaustion. Gu Jiao hugged the crying little guy and stuffed his thumb into his own mouth. He didn't even suck twice before he fell asleep. The people in the passage heaved a sigh of relief. Tang Yueshan asked with the last hope. The first sound was not covered by the thunder just now. We shouldn't be so unlucky to be discovered, right? Sheng Guanqing sent the ghost soldiers to investigate the situation. The information he got was that the Jin army on the ground had all been awakened by Jie Xingzhou. It seems that they have discovered us and are preparing to dig the ground. But they don't seem to be sure of our specific location. They started digging in the village. The ghost soldiers reported. Tang Yueshan guessed it from his expression. He closed his eyes. As expected, there was no such thing as luck on the battlefield. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. Sheng Guanqing clenched his fists. Tang Yueshan knew what he was thinking. He patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. It's not your fault. This place is actually very hidden. Ordinary crying can't be heard. These were not comforting words. He remembered that when Tang Ming was born he was strong, but his crying was not as loud as this baby. His baby was comparable to Tang Ming's baby. Seeing that Sheng Guanqing did not speak, he asked, do you really want to kill this baby? Sheng Guanqing looked at the baby in Gu Jiao's arms. He slowly loosened his clenched fists and sighed, we've been exposed. Killing him won't help. Gu Jiao asked Sheng Guanqing, how long can you hold them off? Sheng Guanqing took a deep look at Gu Jiao and asked, what do you want to do? Gu Jiao lowered her head and took the baby's finger out of his mouth. She said, he will still cry when he wakes up. When the thunder stops, the Jin army can easily find your location. I'll take him away. Sheng Guanqing said, where are we going? The Ghost King's lair? We'll be exposed. Gu Jiao said, no, back to Xiong. Sheng Guanqing was shocked. You, Gu Jiao said calmly, I'll go back to Xiong to get reinforcements. Give me 2 days. The Black Wind Cavalry and the Imperial Army will arrive at the city. This would be the final battle. It's useless. Sheng Guanqing turned around. even if you get out of Ghost Mountain, you can't get out of Puching. It was easy to enter Puching but difficult to get out. Moreover, the checkpoint at the city gate must be stricter if they wanted to catch people from Ghost Mountain. Even if he did it himself, he might not be able to successfully send them out of the city. Gu Jiao said, "We'll know if we can get out or not. Besides, you guard Ghost Mountain. I'll find a way to get out of the city. You just need to tell me which passage leads out of Ghost Mountain." In her dictionary there was no such thing as retreating. Shang Guanqing asked, "Are you sure you want to do this? It's dangerous." She was not afraid of danger, but she thought of Xin Yuanqi. At this moment she still had a strong intuition that if she left here she might never see him again. Those secrets would also be sealed forever. 1,000 lives and the truth she wanted to find out. Without any hesitation she made a choice in her heart. Chapter 862. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. Madame Zhang did not expect that she would give birth prematurely. When she packed her luggage she did not bring the baby's clothes. Gu Jiao had no choice but to find a clean set of clothes to wrap him up. Then she used the cloth to wrap the child in front of her chest. Tang Yueshan wanted to share her burden, but he didn't dare to touch the newborn baby. He was afraid that his hands and feet were too clumsy, and he would accidentally break his thin little arm. He carried his big bow on his back, dozens of arrows in the quiver and a long sword at his waist. Gu Jiao's weapon was the silver spear that Black Impermanence threw to her. Although it was not as good as her red tasseled spear, it felt good. The failure and success of this operation were 50-50. If the newborn baby followed them he might be killed by the Jin army. But they had to do it for the lives of the 1,000 people underground. "Are you sure you don't need to bring more people?" Shang Guanqing asked. Gu Jiao said, "No, old Tang and I are enough. More people are not good for hiding." Tang Yueshan agreed. "Yes, and you don't have many people. You'd better stay to deal with the Jin army." Shang Guanqing didn't insist. Before leaving, Mrs. Zhang woke up. Gu Jiao gave the baby to her and asked her to feed him. After feeding the baby, Mrs. Zhang gave the baby to Gu Jiao with tears in her eyes. Shang Guanqing led the way and 2 ghost soldiers covered the back. They walked in the winding passage. The deeper they went, the more Tang Yueshan was amazed by the magic of these underground passages. If there was such a siege in Yueqing city of the Zhao kingdom, the Qin kingdom's army would have been wiped out. There are few ghost soldiers, but the passage is like an underground maze. It's narrow and difficult to pass through. 20,000 soldiers can't come in at once. If they come in one by one they will be easily defeated one by one. He muttered to himself. He was more confident about the survival of Shang Guanqing and the villagers. Of course the Jin army was not weak. Every time a group of people died they could figure out the rule of a passage. The longer it took, the more unfavorable it was for the ghost soldiers. "We have to let the imperial army of the Yan kingdom come as soon as possible. Fuck. I didn't even worry this much when I was fighting in Zhao country. Forget it. Everything was for his godson. We're here." Shang Guanqing stopped at the end of the tunnel. He held the oil lamp in his hand and shone it on the wall. "Behind this wall is the tunnel that leads to the entrance of Ghost Mountain. After you leave, this tunnel will be destroyed and no one will be able to enter. Let me ask you one last time. Have you thought it through? Even if you were killed at the entrance of Ghost Mountain, I wouldn't be able to save you." "I know," Gu Jiao said. Shang Guanqing carried the oil lamp, and the dim light fell on Gu Jiao's young and calm face. The red birthmark bloomed like a beautiful flower in the dark night. Shang Guanqing said, "Although we haven't known each other for long, you have a familiar aura. As we are family little days Qing." Gu Jiao said seriously, "Open the passage. I will get you out of here and take you to see your father, your mother and your brother. You are everyone's savior, so please hold on, Shao Qing." Gu Jiao and Tang Yueshan went out of the passage. There was a very slight sound of sand flowing from underground. It was the passage being filled up by the mechanism. Tang Yueshan and Gu Jiao came behind a big tree. They were dozens of steps away from Ghost Mountain. But the tricky thing was that there were hundreds of soldiers of Jin guarding there. They couldn't force their way in. They didn't ride the Black Wind cavalry and would be easily caught up by the cavalry of Jin army. Tang Yueshan made a gesture and said silently, "Let's go around them from behind." It was not yet dawn and it was dark all around. If they were careful they could avoid it. The premise was that the little fellow didn't cry. Gu Jiao looked at the sleeping little fellow and nodded slightly. Who is it? A Jin army soldier turned his head and shouted. It's a wild rabbit. His companion smiled and caught the wild rabbit. We'll roast it later. Gu Jiao and Tang Yueshan quietly walked behind the two. Ghost Mountain was high and it was very cold at night. More than half of the Jin army had gone to rest. Only a dozen soldiers were around the campfire, warming themselves while guarding the entrance. No one noticed that not far away, there were two silhouettes quietly passing by. Just as the two of them were about to walk out of the forest, Gu Jiao stopped in her tracks. What's wrong? Tang Yueshan asked her with his eyes. Gu Jiao said, I think I stepped on something. Tang Yueshan was about to speak but the next second he also froze. He swallowed and continued to make eye contact. I think I stepped on something too. The two of them raised their heads at the same time, only to see several rows of sharp knives hanging from the lush branches above their heads. The shiny tips of the knives were aimed at them. If they let go of their feet it would rain knives from the sky. This was not an ordinary knife rain. It was made of silk and moved faster than arrows. Even an Hun would not be able to dodge it. It's over. It's over. This is what it means to die before the battle begins. Tang Yueshan said, Is the Jin army that powerful? Gu Jiao said, I think it's Shangguan Qing. This was supposed to be a way to deal with the Jin army. Unfortunately, she and Tang Yueshan were the ones who stepped on it. Tang Yueshan said, What do we do now? Wait. Gu Jiao said, Wait for the children to cry and we'll be exposed. Or wait for the Jin army to patrol and we'll still be exposed. Tang Yueshan was speechless. Okay, I'm going to relieve myself. One of the Jin army soldiers stood up and stretched. He rubbed his hands and sighed. It's so cold on the mountain. His companion teased him, Lazy people poop a lot. Who else is going? Why? Are you afraid of ghosts? Aren't you? Okay, let's go together. This time it was completely over. With more than a dozen people coming together, there was no way they could hide anymore. Gu Jiao gripped her silver spear tightly. Then let's fight our way out. Tang Yueshan said, Grab someone to block the knives. Gu Jiao said, Got it. More than 10 Jin army soldiers came into the forest. The two of them were ready to be exposed. They hoped that the Jin army would not shoot them. Instead, it would be better if they got closer. One of the Jin army soldiers who was a little drunk unbuckled his belt. He glanced at them and asked uncertainly, Huh? Is there someone over there? They did not even care about their pants. They quickly took out the bows on their backs. Shoot. Fuck. They were really coming to kill them. Tang Yueshan's scalp went numb. How could they dodge? If they let go they would be stabbed to death. If they did not they would be shot into a sieve. In the nick of time, a ghostly shadow flashed over. It grabbed Gu Jiao with one hand and Tang Yueshan with the other. With a swoosh it took them away from the spot. A rain of knives fell from the sky and cut the arrows in half. Let's go and take a look, said one of the Jin army soldiers. They fastened their belts and came to the scene. When they looked carefully they were all dumbfounded. There was no one on the ground. There was only a prey that had been stabbed. What? It's just a stupid roe deer. One of the Jin army soldiers muttered. It seems that it triggered the trap here. Another Jin army soldier said, I told you that the forest is not safe. We should be careful in the future. Don't step on any traps. Gu Jiao and Tang Yueshan were taken into an underground tunnel by the shadow that suddenly appeared. Gu Jiao had guessed who it was. But she still took out a torch and shone it. When she saw the old face she felt a long-lost feeling in her heart. It was as if the person she had been waiting for finally appeared. It's you, she said. Who is he? Tang Yueshan asked. Gu Jiao looked at the man in armor and said, General of the Yan Kingdom Xianyuan Qi. Xianyuan Qi. As a general, Tang Yueshan had naturally heard of the generals of the Xianyuan family. But the one he heard most was the head of the Xianyuan family, the war god of the Yan Kingdom Xianyuan Li and Xianyuan Li's eldest son Xianyuan Qing, who was known as the Little War God. He had not heard much about Xianyuan Qi. Ah, I remember now. He is Xianyuan Li's younger brother. Didn't he die more than 30 years ago? Tang Yueshan asked. He faked his death, Gu Jiao said. Xianyuan Qi's eyes fell on Gu Jiao's face. He said slowly, You know about me? Gu Jiao thought for a while and said, well, how should I tell you? Do you know about Sheng Yuanqing's background? Shen Yuanqi looked confused. It seemed that he did not know. Then he must not know about Xiao Heng's existence. It was better to use the identity of Duke Ongwa. Gu Jiao said, Duke Ongwa is my adoptive father. My name is Xiao Lulang. Shen Yuanqi corrected her and said, you are a girl. This was not a woman's name. I almost forgot. When I fought with him, I revealed that I was a girl. Gu Jiao spread her hands helplessly and said, okay, my original name is Gu Jiao. Xiao Lulang is my identity in the Yen Kingdom. This is the token of Duke Ongwa, and this is the token of the Crown Princess. Gu Jiao took out 2 tokens and handed them to him. Shen Yuanqi did not take the tokens. He just murmured the name in a daze. Gu Jiao. Tang Yueshan could understand a little, but it was not comprehensive. He looked at the 2 of them in confusion. He did not understand why Shen Yuanqi faked his death and why he was in the Ghost Mountain. Also, this girl knew him. Could it be that Shen Yuanqi was the Ghost King in the back mountain? Tang Yueshan thought, oh my god, this is too exciting. I want to leave the city, Gu Jiao said to Shen Yuanqi. Wait for an hour, Shen Yuanqi said. Then he turned and walked away. Gu Jiao followed him. Tang Yueshan stroked the big bough on his back and quickly caught up with him. Gu Jiao did not expect that Shen Yuanqi would be brought back to the cave in the back mountain, which was commonly known as the Ghost King's lair. Tang Yueshan saw the Black Wind King in the lair, as well as the Black Wind Cavalry that he brought back from the forest. The Black Wind Cavalry was very happy to see Gu Jiao and rubbed its head against her. Gu Jiao also touched it. Boss. Then the Black Wind King found a strange smell and sniffed in Gu Jiao's arms. It's a newborn baby. I want to take him out of the city, Gu Jiao said to the Black Wind King. The Black Wind King sniffed and accepted the little guy's smell. After Shen Yuanqi returned to the cave, he went to the stone steps at the entrance of the cave and looked up at the endless night sky. His rusty armor reflected a cold light under the moonlight. Gu Jiao came to his side and sat down. She looked at him and said, have you remembered? Since she had fallen off the horse, Gu Jiao decided to use her own voice. Yes, Shen Yuanqi replied. Not much. Gu Jiao nodded and asked, do you remember why you came to the Ghost Mountain? Waiting for someone, Shen Yuanqi said. Is it the person who built the Ghost Mountain tunnel? Gu Jiao asked. Yes, Shen Yuanqi said. Who could be so powerful? Who could build such a sophisticated and huge project? Gu Jiao could not help but think of the First Lord of Shadows. But soon she shook her head. If that person was the Lord of Shadows, why didn't he come to see Shen Yuanqi for so many years? Gu Jiao felt that the First Lord of Shadows was probably no longer in this world. The little guy in her arms twitched. Gu Jiao patted him gently and said to Shen Yuanqi, by the way, I saw your son Shen Yuanzheng. He is now a monk and his Buddhist name is Liaochen. Shen Yuanqi's empty eyes flickered. He's still alive. He did not doubt Gu Jiao's words. So both father and son thought the other was dead. Gu Jiao nodded and gave him an affirmative answer. I met him in Zhao country. At that time he was already Master Liaochen in the temple at the back of the mountain. Shen Yuanqi was already half a living dead. It was difficult for him to have any complicated emotions. But Gu Jiao still felt a little different from him. He said word by word, it's good that he became a monk. He was not really a monk. It was just a disguise. When you and your father meet each other he will tell you about it personally. Gu Jiao said, he should be coming to the border soon. Liaochen secretly escorted little Jing Kong. When little Jing Kong safely entered Zhao country he would leave for the west. He always thought that you died in the hands of Shirtian. If he knew that you were still alive he would be very happy. Gu Jiao said, paused, turned to look at him and asked, do you remember what happened with Shirtian back then? Chapter 863. He hadn't heard this name for many years, but the memory of it didn't fade. Just a slight mention of it was like a piece of driftwood that had been pressed to the bottom of the water, finally breaking free from the big palm and rising to the surface. I once fought with him. That battle was the most thrilling battle in Shen Yuanqi's life. Shirtian was clearly only a 13 or 14-year-old boy, but he showed more terrifying strength than Shen Yuanli. Xin Yuanqi only found out later that it was because he had been poisoned by purple grass poison. The poison stimulated his potential, but even so, his talent was unique in the world. Other than the First Lord of Shadows, Xin Yuanqi couldn't think of anyone else in the world who could defeat that boy. I lost. Xin Yuanqi said. So you two still fought. Since you lost, how did you escape? Gu Jiao remembered that Shitian's mission was to kill the Lord of Shadows, and the Lord of Shadows at that time was Xin Yuanqi. Combined with the information she got from the border, Gu Jiao speculated that the goal of the Sword Hut back then should be to destroy the entire Shadow organization, including the State Preceptor Hall and Xin Yuan family that were under the protection of the Shadow organization. Shitian had no reason to let Xin Yuanqi go, unless he was also heavily injured. He stopped. Xin Yuanqi said. Gu Jiao was slightly surprised. Why? Xin Yuanqi mechanically and slowly shook his head. I don't know. He fell to the ground with serious injuries. Shitian's sword was at his throat, but the sword suddenly stopped moving forward. He looked at Shitian in surprise. His vision was already blurred by blood, and he couldn't see Shitian's expression. But he could feel that Shitian was looking at him, and Shitian's murderous aura faded little by little. In the end, Shitian didn't say a word, turned around and left. He left. This didn't conform to Shitian's style. In fact, whether it was Shitian in the past or Long Yi now, once he received an order he would complete it at all costs. Gu Jiao rubbed his chin. It's so strange, you said that Shitian was looking at you. Did he see something on you that made him stop killing you? Xin Yuanqi, I don't know. Gu Jiao, do you have any special items on you? No. The only special item on Xin Yuanqi's body was the shadow token, but before the Sky Splitter made his move, he had already secretly handed the shadow token to Xin Yuanzheng. Gu Jiao really couldn't figure out why Shitian stopped for no reason. Gu Jiao originally thought that it was because both sides were injured that led to the situation later. Not long after Shitian fought with you, he lost his memories. He mistakenly entered the Xinyang princess residence and became a dragon shadow guard. I once wondered if it was you who beat Shitian until he lost his memories. I don't think so. Xin Yuanqi said. Tao you can. In other words, he didn't have this ability at that time, but Xin Yuanqi, who had become half a living dead in Ghost Mountain, had reached a realm that ordinary people couldn't reach. Gu Jiao, then what happened? After Shitian left, did you come to Ghost Mountain immediately? Xin Yuanqi, no. After that he was chased by the Sword Hut for several years. After he finally faked his death as the second Lord of Shadows, he finally returned to the Yen Kingdom. However, what greeted him was the bad news that the Xin Yuan family had rebelled and was destroyed. Everyone was dead. His eldest brother was dead, his sister-in-law was dead, Qing'e, his brothers and Azi were also dead. The crown princess was deposed and his sister Empress Xin Yuan was banished to the Cold Palace. He couldn't even contact any of the old subordinates of the Shadow Guards. He thought that they and Jing'er had all been killed. Gu Jiao said, Xin Yuanjing didn't return to the Yen Kingdom after you parted ways, but stayed in the Zhao Kingdom. The old subordinates of the Shadow Guards you mentioned might have gone to the Zhao Kingdom to look for him. Xin Yuanqi suddenly realized, no wonder I couldn't find them. Continue, Gu Jiao said. Xin Yuanqi didn't continue. After he returned to the Yen Kingdom, he saw that the Xin Yuan family had been severely damaged. He was greatly affected and his old injuries hadn't healed yet, so he fell ill. He lost the will to live. When he was about to die, he heard that person's voice. Xin Yuanqi, I need your help. Wait for me at Ghost Mountain. Help me do something. What is it? When the time is right, you will know. How do I know when the time is right? You will know. I mean, if the time isn't right, it will be a regret for all of us. At that time he was having a high fever and was in a daze. He could only see a blurry shadow. If he hadn't found the token beside him on the ground when he woke up completely the next day, he would have thought that he was dreaming the night before. The person who had been missing for many years really reappeared. However, he disappeared again after giving him a task that he didn't have any clue about. Even so, he still pulled himself together and went to Ghost Mountain without hesitation. At first, Ghost Mountain wasn't the burial ground of the Xin Yuan army. Instead, it was the place where they threw the corpses. He buried one corpse after another with his bare hands. At first, he thought that this was the task given to him by that person. Gradually, with the invasion of countless Liang and Jin armies and even some bandits, the graveyard was severely damaged. He felt that protecting this graveyard was his task. He looked at the endless graveyard all day long. He didn't know when, but he didn't remember that he was still alive. However, the longer he stayed, the more confused he became. What was his task? His life was coming to an end, but that person still hadn't come. His task still hadn't come. This was a secret between him and that person. He couldn't tell a third person. Therefore, Xin Yuanqi didn't say this part. Gu Jiao saw that he was silent and didn't force him. Everyone had their own secrets. Besides, they had gained a lot tonight. Other than the mystery of Long Yi's amnesia, the rest of the truth had surfaced. Girl, how much longer do we have to wait? Tang Yueshan urged her at the entrance of the cave. Soon. Gu Jiao answered and turned to ask Xin Yuanqi, what did you mean by asking us to wait for an hour? Xin Yuanqi said, after an hour the passage will open. It will lead directly to the outside of Ghost Mountain. Horses can go. Gu Jiao suddenly understood. I see. If they went directly out of Ghost Mountain, they could perfectly avoid the Jin army in the forest. It was indeed the best choice at the moment. Besides, horses could also go. With the speed of the Black Wind King, she could reach Xiang faster. Gu Jiao paused and asked him, are you coming with us? Or do you want to stay in Ghost Mountain and wait for that person? Xin Yuanqi didn't answer. Gu Jiao understood his choice. He lived for more than 10 years in the latter half of his life to wait for that person. He wouldn't leave easily. Gu Jiao said, take care. Girl, my knife holder is broken. Tang Yueshan walked over and handed the 2 halves of the leather knife holder to Gu Jiao. How did it break? Gu Jiao asked. Tang Yueshan's eyes flashed. I don't know. Vest suddenly broke. He would never admit that he wanted to ride the Black Wind King secretly, but it was bitten by the Black Wind King. Gu Jiao took the knife holder over. She had a needle and thread in her first aid kit, but it was inconvenient for her to move with the child in her arms. She knocked the purse away and the small notebook in the purse fell out. Xin Yuanqi went to help her pick it up. He didn't mean to peek, but the small notebook was open. He inadvertently caught a glimpse of a few lines of words. I hate writing about policy in the month since I came to the Yen Kingdom. The runner-up of the archery competition will get 1,000 taels of gold. The monarch is so generous. I will work hard to get the second place. I really want to beat Muchuan to death. Put Han Yi in a sack. Give me the mysterious energy. These little notes after coming to the Yen Kingdom were all written in the language of the Yen Kingdom. Xin Yuanqi paused in picking up the small notebook. Gu Jiao only thought that he was stuck in the armor and couldn't bend down. She didn't take it to heart. I'll do it myself. Gu Jiao picked up the small notebook and put it back in the purse. Then she sewed Tang Yueshan's knife holder stitch by stitch. Here. Tang Yueshan looked at the knife holder in his palm and the corner of his mouth twitched. Girl, did you sew it wrong? Gu Jiao, oh. Yao taught her to sew the thread inside, but she hadn't done it for a long time after coming to the Yen Kingdom, so she forgot. Just use it. If you don't want to use it, just throw it away. It was impossible for her to sew it again. Tang Yueshan took the knife holder with a dark face. Gu Jiao stood up and said to Xin Yuanqi, it's almost time, right? We should go. She then walked into the cave and asked, where's the passage? Tang Yueshan caught up and asked in a low voice, that Ghost King, won't he go with us? Gu Jiao came to the Black Wind King and patted his horse's back. She answered, he wants to stay in the Ghost Mountain. As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Jiao felt a terrible murderous aura coming from behind. She couldn't avoid it or the Black Wind King would be hurt. She frowned and looked at the silver spear standing beside her. She grabbed it and blocked the opponent's attack. Xin Yuanqi? Gu Jiao looked at him in disbelief. Tang Yueshan was also confused. He looked at the two of them and asked, what's going on? Why are you two fighting? Aren't you on the same side? Xin Yuanqi's long sword pressed on Gu Jiao's silver spear. Gu Jiao felt an extremely strong pressure. Her arm began to ache and she couldn't hold it anymore. She took off the cloth bag in her arms and threw it to Tang Yueshan. Catch. Tang Yueshan caught the baby in the swaddling clothes steadily. Gu Jiao added her other hand in time, but she was still trembling under Xin Yuanqi's pressure. Her right knee bent and she almost knelt to Shen Yuanqi. I won't kneel to you. Gu Jiao gritted her teeth and forced herself to pull back her knees that were almost on the ground. Shen Yuanqi put away his sword. In the next second he attacked Gu Jiao with an even fiercer killing move. Gu Jiao's face was serious. What happened to Shen Yuanqi? Why did he suddenly want to kill me? Chapter 864. Gu Jiao was not the only one who was confused. Tang Yueshan was also completely surprised. This old ghost king named Shen Yuanqi was obviously on the same side as Gu Jiao. They got along well. One was the general of the Shen Yuan family, and the other was the new commander of the Shen Yuan cavalry. I almost forgot that Xiao Heng is the son of the crown princess. Then this girl is actually a relative of Shen Yuanqi. Hey. Stop fighting. Tang Yueshan rushed over to stop them. However, Shen Yuanqi's second attack was too fierce. He was one step too late and the power of that attack had already fallen on Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao raised her silver spear again to block it. The moment the weapons collided, even sparks were created from the friction. Tang Yueshan didn't know whether to worry about Gu Jiao's safety or whether the Jin army outside would hear them. Girl, hold on for a while. I'll go and take a look. Tang Yueshan held the child in his arms in a very clumsy posture and ran all the way to the crack outside the cave. He carefully listened to the movements behind the mountain. The patrolling Jin army had already left. They were probably transferred to the village to dig a tunnel. He took a deep breath. Okay, you two continue to fight. No. Why fight? They were all on the same side. Tang Yueshan continued to go back to the cave to persuade them. In such a short time, Gu Jiao and Shen Yuanqi had already exchanged 7 or 8 moves. Except for the first 2 moves, she was beaten down by Shen Yuanqi in every move. When Tang Yueshan came in, she had just been hit by Shen Yuanqi. Her whole body hit the rock wall behind her and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Tang Yueshan's body shook. No way, this girl didn't even suffer such a serious injury when she was fighting at the border of Zhao country. Was Shen Yuanqi serious? Did he want to kill this girl? Was he crazy? Tang Yueshan's eyes darkened. He flew up and raised his palm to attack Shen Yuanqi. Shen Yuanqi glanced at him from the corner of his eye and turned around with a swoosh. His palm met Shen Yuanqi's palm wind. The terrifying force was like gunpowder, exploding wildly within Tang Yu's body. The child in his arms cried out. His eyes trembled and he hurriedly used half of his inner energy to protect the baby in his arms. As a result, Shen Yuanqi's inner strength invaded his dantian unstoppably. When he landed on the ground, he also felt pain in his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't come over. Gu Jiao used her silver spear to support her body and stood up. There was no fear in her eyes. She casually wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and pointed her silver spear at Shen Yuanqi. I will defeat him myself. This was probably the most arrogant thing Tang Yueshan had ever heard in his life. Defeating a freak like Shen Yuanqi? Girl, are you sure your brain isn't damaged? Tang Yueshan's strength was archery. In terms of archery, even 10 Shen Yuanqis were no match for him. However, in terms of one-on-one combat, Tang Yueshan was inferior to Shen Yuanqi. This was not because Tang Yueshan's martial arts were weak, but because Shen Yuanqi's martial arts were too terrifying. During these years in Ghost Mountain, he had already entered an unbelievable realm. Even if Long Yi came, it would be impossible for him to hurt him easily. Gu Jiao panted and looked at Shen Yuanqi with an unyielding gaze like a wolf. In any case, I managed to withstand 2 moves from you. Earlier in the graveyard, I couldn't even take 1 move. Next, I'm going to be serious. You better not. Pop. Before she could finish speaking, she was sent flying by Shen Yuanqi's sword. Gu Jiao, seeing that she was about to hit the stone wall again, Gu Jiao turned around and stepped on the stone wall. Borrowing the force, she jumped and attacked Shen Yuanqi with her spear. From this moment on, she did not need to defend. Attacking was the strongest defense. Gu Jiao attacked again and again, displaying the 7 styles of Shen Yuan to the extreme. Tang Yueshan was dumbfounded. This little girl's martial arts were much more powerful than when she was in Zhao country. Speaking of which, what kind of spear technique was this? It was so powerful. Even Shen Yuanqi was forced to retreat. Shen Yuanqi only retreated for a short while, and in the next moment he launched an even more violent attack on Gu Jiao. All her escape routes were blocked. If Gu Jiao could not take this move, she could only die under his Qingfeng sword. But she had already used up the 7 styles of Xian Yuan. She had no more moves. Did Xian Yuanqi really want to kill her? Or was he just trying to scare her? If it was the latter, then he should have seen that she had reached her limit. She would definitely not be able to take this move. Xian Yuanqi did not have the slightest intention to stop. His sword was like a rainbow and he suddenly slashed towards Gu Jiao's head. Gu Jiao smelled the scent of death. She could already see her blood splattering 3 feet away, and her head flying out and rolling on the ground. Gu Jiao, when you come back let's get married. Jiao, are you going to war again? But war is very tiring. I don't want Jiao to be so tiring. You can only eat 3 pills a day. You can't eat more. When you finish eating all of them I will be back. She wanted to go back, she could not die here. A cold glint appeared in Gu Jiao's eyes. Heat waves rolled across her chest and her mind exploded. It was as if it was driven by instinct or as if she had practiced it countless times. She suddenly held the silver spear in her hand and spun it above her head. Then she slashed down at Xian Yuanqi's longsword with a force that could split mountains and seas. Tang Yueshan's breathing stopped. With a crisp sound the weapons collided and sparks flew everywhere. Gu Jiao's spear slashed across Xian Yuanqi's Qingfeng sword. She stepped on the stone wall behind her, flipped in the air and went straight for Xian Yuanqi's glabella. Her speed suddenly became unbelievably fast. Even Tang Yueshan could only catch a glimpse of her afterimage. Plang! Xian Yuanqi blocked her spear and grabbed her neck with his bare hands. You lost. Gu Jiao said, no. Xian Yuanqi frowned and looked down. He saw that Gu Jiao's other hand was holding a dagger, and it was pressed against his dantian. Xian Yuanqi's murderous aura faded and he said calmly, it's already good that you can reach this step. Gu Jiao was exhausted. She used the silver spear to support her body. In fact, she still lost. Her dagger pierced his dantian, which would only cause him serious injuries. If he broke her neck, she would die on the spot. Tang Yueshan came back to his senses. He held the child and looked at Xian Yuanqi with an ugly expression. After all this time you were just testing her martial arts? You were too cruel, weren't you? If she couldn't use the last 2 moves she would have died under your blade. Xian Yuanqi didn't say anything. He just turned around and walked into the depths of the cave. All the mechanisms in the passage have been activated. We can go now. The Black Wind King came over and rubbed his head against Gu Jiao to comfort her. Gu Jiao took a deep breath. She looked at Xian Yuanqi's back without looking back. An indescribable sense of strangeness surged in her heart. Xian Yuanqi didn't hold back at all just now. It was as if he was sure that she could use the last 2 moves. However, the Xian Yuan family's spear technique only had 7 moves. The last 2 moves were forced out by her in a hurry. Was this guy trying to stimulate my potential? Other than that, I can't think of any other possibility. After Gu Jiao recovered a little bit of strength, she turned around to pick up the things that had fallen on the ground during the fight. Why is it missing? He looked around. What's missing? Tang Yueshan asked. A small booklet, Gu Jiao said. It was the information that she had memorized from Gong Sun Yu's study. She was afraid that she would forget it, so when Xian Yuanqi woke up, she drew out all the pictures in her mind. It was very important. It was related to the victory of the entire battle and the lives of hundreds of thousands of people in Pu City. Found it. It's here. Gu Jiao bent down and picked up the booklet from a crack in a stone. She opened it and checked it. After making sure that she didn't miss any page, she and Tang Yueshan led their horses and caught up with Xian Yuanqi. They entered a relatively tall passage through a stone door. However, it was still very narrow and couldn't accommodate 2 people walking side by side. In addition, the Black Wind King and the Black Wind Rider had to lower their heads. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to move forward. The 2 horses had never been trained to go through tunnels. After entering, the 8-year-old Black Wind Rider started to feel uneasy. The Black Wind King also felt uncomfortable. Gu Jiao turned around and stroked the horse's mane to comfort it. It's okay, boss. The Black Wind King forced himself to calm down. Tang Yueshan also comforted his horse in a low voice. He didn't even comfort his own son like this. After walking for a long time, they finally arrived at the exit. Xian Yuanqi pressed the switch. The cold moonlight shone in and the cool night wind blew. Everyone breathed in the fresh air that they hadn't had in a long time. There was a vent in the tunnel that was connected to the ground. It was covered by bushes and thorns. However, the ventilation was poor. They were all sweating. The 3 people and 2 horses came out of the tunnel. This was an abandoned village. It was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. The official road was in the north. They came out of a cowshed less than 100 meters away from the official road. Then goodbye. Gu Jiao said goodbye to Xin Yuanqi. Xin Yuanqi didn't say anything. He came to the Black Wind King's side, stepped on it with 1 foot and sat on it. Gu Jiao blinked. Xin Yuanqi reached out to Gu Jiao expressionlessly. Gu Jiao was stunned. She stretched out her little paw arrogantly. Didn't you say that you don't want to go with us? Why, aren't you going to stay in Ghost Mountain? I changed my mind. Xin Yuanqi said lightly. He pulled Gu Jiao onto the horse. Gu Jiao sat behind him. It was quite sudden. Chapter 865. Gu Jiao and Xin Yuanqi were riding on the same horse, so it was inconvenient for her to hold the child. She was afraid that the child would be squashed into a meat patty if she suddenly braked. Old Tang, here you go. Gu Jiao handed the child to Tang Yueshan. Tang Yueshan stretched out his arms, wishing he could take the child as far away as possible. Can I refuse? Gu Jiao raised her chin and said proudly, no. Tang Yueshan looked at Xin Yuanqi, who was like a ghost king guarding the mountain, and held the child in his arms. It's okay, I'm going to have a godson soon. Although my godson doesn't practice martial arts, he's smart. After I save him, I'll let him deal with you big and small devils. Tang Yueshan was full of confidence, feeling that life was wonderful. They thought of 2 plans to get out of the city. One was to disguise themselves as merchants or commoners, but this plan was abandoned when they arrived in the city. The reason was that the city was under martial law. The number of patrolling Jin soldiers had doubled, and they could see the Jin soldiers on every street. Gu Jiao thought, did the news of Ghost Mountain spread to the Castellan mansion? They thought we escaped from Ghost Mountain, so they suddenly increased the security in order to prevent us from leaving the city? In any case, if the situation was so tense, it was basically impossible to get out of the city gate. Then they could only implement the second plan. You guys wait here, Xin Yuanqi said. Gu Jiao and Tang Yueshan nodded. Xin Yuanqi jumped and disappeared into the night. About an hour later, he came back with a big bag which contained 3 sets of warm Jin soldiers' armor, as well as their talismans and identity iron plates. I don't know the Jin language. What's the name written on it? Gu Jiao muttered. Don't look at me, I don't know it either, Tang Yueshan said. Gu Jiao sat on the horse and tilted her head to look at Xin Yuanqi. Her eyes seemed to be saying, you should know it, right? The knowledgeable and talented second Lord of Shadows? Xin Yuanqi took the iron plate and let go of it exaggeratedly, letting the iron plate fall into the ground. It's gone. Gu Jiao was speechless. Really? Don't. Well. This kind of iron plate was usually used to identify corpses after death in battle. Normally it wasn't checked, so it didn't matter if it was dropped. In addition, Xin Yuanqi had gotten a small basket from somewhere, and it just so happened to fit the baby inside. However, it was clear that the small basket was not enough. The cries of the newborn came as they wished. Gu Jiao had just put the child into the basket cushioned with cotton wool when the child began to cry. This shout caused the 3 of them to tremble. It was so loud that the top of her head was about to be overturned by the child's cries. Tang Yueshan's face paled. Don't cry, little ancestor. In a while you'll make Jin Jun come crying. Wah 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 wah. He clenched his little fists and cried loudly. Benefactor. Suddenly, a woman holding a lantern appeared at the entrance of the alley. She walked towards Tang Yueshan with small steps. It's really you. Tang Yueshan was dumbfounded. Gu Jiao recognized her. She was one of the people who were bullied by Jin Jun in the alley yesterday. Gu Jiao didn't show up at that time, so she only knew Tang Yueshan. Benefactor, you saved our young lady. Have you forgotten? She said, looking at the baby in Tang Yueshan's arms, and asked, is he just born? Gu Jiao said, his father was killed by Jin Jun. His mother is hiding from Jin Jun's pursuit. We want to take him away. Let me do it. The woman handed the lantern to Tang Yueshan and reached out to take the child from Gu Jiao. He must be hungry. My little miss was just born not long ago. We have a wet nurse at home. I'll carry him to feed him. Gu Jiao said, thank you. The woman hurriedly said, if you don't mind, please come with me. They followed her into the house. This was a wealthy family. It was a pity that all the men in the family had been taken away. Only the women and a few maids and servants lived in fear and trepidation. The woman took the baby to the upper room. The baby stopped crying in a moment. It seemed that he was drinking milk. About half a quarter of an hour later, the woman came out of the upper room. She came to the parlor and bowed to Gu Jiao and the other two. Then she said to Tang Yueshan, my lady is still in confinement. It is inconvenient for her to come out and thank you for saving her life. But my lady said that if you don't mind, you can leave the baby here first. When you are done with your work, you can come to pick him up. The woman was not stupid. Her lady was not stupid either. They were wearing the armor of Jin Jun. It was obvious that they were going to cause trouble. Gu Jiao asked, will it bring you danger? The woman said pleasantly, no, the wet nurse's children are also in the house. The two little guys cry all day long. It doesn't matter if there is one more. No one will notice. Besides, the Jin army is just robbing. They are not interested in a few babies. Gu Jiao thought about it carefully and felt that it was feasible. What did she say? Tang Yueshon asked. Gu Jiao said, she asked us to leave the baby here first and come to pick him up in a few days. Will it be exposed? Tang Yueshon asked. Gu Jiao said, it is very unlikely. There is a wet nurse's child and a newborn baby in the house. Tang Yueshon was relieved. After the problem of the baby was solved, the three continued on their way. In the meantime, Shen Yuanqi took away, robbed, a warhorse from the Jin Nation army and forced the Jin Nation soldier to teach him a few words of the Jin Nation language. Then he killed the soldier and took Gu Jiao and Tang Yueshan to the city gate. He put down the mask of his helmet and showed his token. His aura was fully released. The guards trembled in fear and hurriedly saluted, General Lu. Gu Jiao was speechless. You actually made yourself a general. It is not dawn yet. Is General Lu going out of the city? The guard asked. Shen Yuanqi put on airs and glanced at Gu Jiao ostentatiously. Gu Jiao said in the Jin language that she had just learned, General's secret order. Open the city gate. Yes. Getting out of the city was smoother than expected. Gu Jiao wondered what kind of powerful person he had robbed. Could it be that he had robbed the city lord's mansion? No. After Gu Jiao expressed her doubts, Shen Yuanqi denied it seriously. He had left the city lord's mansion. He had robbed them at the gate. It was dawn soon after they left the city. They didn't dare to delay for even a moment. So they rushed in the direction of Chuyang City. The Black Wind King was an excellent lead horse. Under its leadership, the Black Wind Cavalry and the Jin army horses ran at the maximum speed. Gu Jiao pulled the reins tightly. Boss, we have to get to Chuyang City before dark. The Black Wind King faced the strong west wind and galloped on the official road. They took the shortcut that they came from. After getting off the official road, they entered the shady forest. They bypassed the winding paths and steep mountain streams and went all the way to the east gate of Chuyang City. The last time they rushed like this was during the last round of the selection of the Black Wind Cavalry's commander. The distance from Puching to Chuyang City was less than 300 miles, but the road was not easy to travel. When they came out of another forest, the three horses were all injured. The Black Wind King did not dare to stop. Shen Yuanqi chased after it and looked at it from afar. He did not expect Little Ayu to be like this. Little Ayu almost died when it was just born. He once thought that it would not grow up. However, not only did it grow up, but it also became the new Black Wind King who defeated the male horse. It was the most powerful Black Wind King. It was even more powerful than his big brother's Black Wind King. It had only participated in its first battle at the age of 16, and it was likely to be the last battle of its career. After this battle it should be retired. Due to the high training intensity of the Black Wind Cavalry, its lifespan was shorter than that of ordinary warhorses. In order to ensure the maximum combat power, there were no warhorses older than 12 years old in the Black Wind Cavalry. Normally they would stop serving at 13 years old. However, it was almost 17 years old and was still serving. Shen Yuanqi looked at it and also looked at the valiant little figure on its back. They were the most suitable companions in the world. The sun gradually set in the west. The Black Wind King took the lead. The two war horses followed from afar. The distance between them was getting bigger and bigger. When Gu Jiao turned around, she could not see them anymore. It's okay, Xiang City is just in front. It's the same if I send the message first. Boss. After we finish this official road, we'll see the city tower. As soon as she finished speaking, the Black Wind King suddenly slowed down. Gu Jiao frowned and pulled the reins to stop. The sound of hurried horse hooves came from the official road, and the sand on the ground shook. The sound of horse hooves. Could it be that a cavalry is coming? As they got closer and closer, Gu Jiao saw the flags they were raising high. It was the Jin army. They had avoided the Jin army in Puching, but they encountered another Jin army here. What was going on? Gu Jiao first ruled out the possibility that the Jin army from Puching overtook them on the main road and then turned around. The main road was much farther than the small road, and their horses could not outrun the Black Wind King. The Jin army seemed to be coming from the direction of the new city. The new city was the territory of the Nangong family. The Jin army had hidden in the new city a long time ago. Now that the imperial court's 120,000-strong army was coming to take back the new city, they did not have enough soldiers to defend it, so they abandoned the city and fled. They were going to the main camp in Puching, so they met Gu Jiao, who came from Puching. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Gu Jiao looked at the Jin army and roughly estimated that there were at least 10,000 soldiers. Their movements were so big and they were so close to Xiang City, but they were not stopped by Xiang City's soldiers. There was only one possibility. Xiang City's soldiers had split into two, and almost all of them were mobilized. The only ones left in the city were the Black Wind Cavalry, who could not fight, and a portion of the garrison that was just enough to defend the city. This arrangement was correct. They could obtain the greatest victory with the least casualties and leave enough soldiers to deal with the 200,000-strong Jin army in Puching. No one expected Gu Jiao to encounter the Jin army. After all, if not for the urgent situation at Ghost Mountain, Gu Jiao would not have chosen to travel in the day. Gu Jiao did not have time to hide because the Jin army had already discovered her. Who's there? A Jin cavalry shouted. Chapter 866. Gu Jiao was wearing the Jin army armor, so the other party should just be asking a normal question. Gu Jiao gently patted the back of the Black Wind King's horse. The Black Wind King retracted his king's chi and lowered his head, looking very tired. In terms of acting skills, no one could be more eye-catching than Gu Jiao. Xinyuan Qi. The cavalryman sped up and ran towards Gu Jiao. He stopped about 6 feet away from Gu Jiao. He looked at Gu Jiao from head to toe and asked, "Which battalion are you from? Who's your subordinate?" Coincidentally, there were a few sentences in the Jin language that she had just learned. Gu Jiao answered his second question without changing her expression. "I'm under General Liu." She didn't know which battalion she was from, but she was afraid that he would mention which General Liu. The cavalryman looked at Gu Jiao suspiciously. "Are you under General Liu Wei's command? I've never seen you before." Gu Jiao said, "I was just transferred from General Min Hongyi's army. General Min was killed." The key was the last sentence. As expected, the cavalryman's expression changed immediately after hearing the news. "What? General Min was killed?" Min Hongyi was killed the night before yesterday. It seemed that the news hadn't spread to the new city yet. Gu Jiao said, "Yes." The cavalryman asked, "How did he get killed?" Gu Jiao said coldly, "I can't say much." It was mainly because she didn't know enough Jin language that she had learned at the last minute. Otherwise she would be exposed. This was an experienced cavalryman and obviously wouldn't be fooled so easily. He frowned again and looked at Gu Jiao. "Then what are you doing here? Are you here to catch the murderer?" "If I say that I'm here to catch the murderer, won't all of you follow me? Then how can I go back to Xiang City?" Gu Jiao was a woman of few words. "It's a secret order. I can't say much." Once the word secret was involved, it would have a sacred and inviolable color. In addition, Gu Jiao looked magnanimous. She didn't look guilty at all, so the cavalry believed her. Just as he was about to tell him to leave, another cavalryman came over. Judging from the red tassels on his armor, he was a small leader. "What has happened?" he asked. The cavalryman saluted him and said, "Vice General Zhang, he was a soldier under General Min. After General Min was killed, he was transferred to General Liu. He is now out of the city to carry out a secret order." Vice General Zhang's eyes turned cold. Secret orders are executed by at least 2 people. Was there such a thing? Since when did your Jin army become so advanced? Coincidentally, Xian Yuanqi and Tang Yueshan arrived at the same time. Xian Yuanqi's aura made people feel like strangers were not allowed to get close to him. He coldly glanced at the 2 Jin soldiers, and the 2 instantly felt like Mount Tai was pressing down on them. General Lu. Gu Jiao saluted Xian Yuanqi. The mask on Xian Yuanqi's helmet was down, so people couldn't see his face clearly. However, with their status, they didn't dare to look directly at General Lu's appearance. The 2 also saluted. Xian Yuanqi simply said, "Let's go." Gu Jiao quickly replied, "Yes." Then the 3 went back the way they came. The 2 cavalrymen were confused, but they didn't dare to make them stay. The 2 rode their horses back to meet up with the rest of the army. They also reported the situation to General D, who was leading the army this time. General D noticed 2 important points. Min Hongyi was in trouble and his subordinates were taken away by General Lu Wei. "That's impossible," General D said. The 2 were stunned. General D frowned and said, "Lu Wei is in the scout camp. He is in charge of collecting intelligence. He is General Gongsuan's spy. Why would he want Min Hongyi's men?" Min Hongyi's soldiers were used for war. They weren't professional scouts. Lu Wei had no use for them. Most importantly, why would Lu Wei come to Xiang City in person? Was he carrying out some secret order? He came here, but he turned around and left after encountering his cavalrymen. He felt that something was wrong. "Are you sure that person is General Lu Wei?" General D asked. "Well." The 2 exchanged a look. Vice General Zhang thought carefully and said, "He was wearing a helmet and had his mask down. We didn't see his face clearly, but his figure did seem to be bigger than General Lu Wei." Subordinates didn't dare to question their superiors. However, General D and General Lu Wei were of the same rank. He was the one who questioned General Zhang, so Vice General Zhang dared to say something strange. General D said, "Something is wrong. Zhang Ren, you lead the cavalrymen and chase after him." "Yes." Vice General Zhang immediately led 500 cavalrymen to lead the way and outflanked them from the main road and the small roads. When they heard the sound of horse hooves behind them, the 3 of them knew that their identities had been exposed. Unfortunately, there was no forest on this road that they could hide in. There was only a sparse little village. Gu Jiao held the reins tightly and said, "We can't go to the village." The Jin army was not easy to deal with. They would do anything. Tang Yueshan said, "We can't keep going forward. If we keep going, we will go back to Puqing. We will be attacked from the front and back. We will be finished." Gu Jiao also understood this. The current situation was too unfavorable for the 3 of them. There were nearly 1,000 lives waiting for reinforcements in the tunnel. Every second they were delayed, they would be in more danger. It wasn't easy for them to get here. Would they be forced back by the 10,000 Jin soldiers? Gu Jiao held the reins tightly and said, "We can't go forward." They couldn't go any further. Their horses had been through a long journey for a whole day. They were already exhausted. It was only a matter of time before the cavalrymen of the Jin army caught up. The 3 of them stopped their horses. The sound of galloping horse hooves came from the front and the side. The Jin army had split into 2 and blocked their escape route. They only had one choice left: break out of the encirclement. The situation on the battlefield was ever-changing. Any perfect plan would encounter unexpected situations. This was exactly the case. The Imperial Army was out in full force. There were no extra soldiers in the city. They could only rely on themselves. But could the 3 of them really kill their way out of 10,000 soldiers? Tang Yueshan joined the army at the age of 12. He had fought countless battles in his life, but he had never fought such a difficult battle. It was not 2,000 against 20,000, but 3 against 10,000. Gu Jiao held the red tasseled spear and said, "We don't have to kill them. We just need to rush out. As long as we enter the city, they can't do anything to us." Although that was the case, it would definitely be a fierce battle. The sound of horse hooves was approaching. The murderous aura was endless. The sun was hidden in the clouds and only the gray sky could be seen. Xian Yuanqi looked at the incoming cavalrymen of the Jin state and the black mass of infantrymen behind them. He urged his horse to take a few steps forward and stood in front of Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was used to rushing at the front. She was slightly stunned when someone suddenly took over this dangerous position. Shen Yuanqi pulled out the long sword at his waist. The 3-foot sword reflected a cold light in the twilight. It was like a dragon out of the sea, eager to eat the bones and blood of the enemy. "Who is in front? Get down from your horse and follow me." Before the cavalryman could finish his sentence, Shen Yuanqi rode forward and cut off his head with his sword. This scene happened so suddenly that the cavalrymen behind did not have time to change their route. The horse hooves crushed the head that rolled down and the brain matter fell out. Shen Yuanqi raised his sword and slashed down fiercely. He opened a path for Gu Jiao with the power of thunder. "Count me in." Tang Yueshan raised his hand and took the big bow on his back. He took out the arrows from the quiver and shot 3 arrows at the same time. Gu Jiao took advantage of the situation and rushed all the way with the Black Wind King. The cavalrymen of the Jin state were in a mess. If all 500 cavalrymen were here, they might not have succeeded so easily. However, they divided half of their forces and went to the official road on the side. The 3 of them did not continue to fight. After rushing out of the encirclement of the cavalrymen, they continued to rush in the direction of Xiang City. Compared with more than 200 cavalrymen, the more than 9,000 soldiers in front of them were the real difficulties they had to face. Shen Yuanqi took the lead and opened a path in front. Tang Yueshan and Gu Jiao each formed the left and right wings respectively, and they rushed into the dense army of the Jin state. As Gu Jiao said, their goal was not to defeat them. They would win if they rushed over. "Get into formation," General D shouted. The well-trained Jin Nation army held shields and quickly formed an impenetrable iron wall. "Shoot the arrows." Along with General D's stern shout, the archers behind the shields stood up and shot a rain of deadly arrows towards the 3 of them. Shen Yuanqi pulled the reins and changed his direction. He ran diagonally in front of Gu Jiao and directly in front of her. He used his long sword to cut down all the arrows that were flying towards Gu Jiao, building a wall that no weapon could penetrate. Tang Yueshan also pulled out his long sword and quickly brandished it. Shen Yuanqi's murderous intent was like thunder. He came to the front of the first formation and used his fierce killing move together with his powerful internal energy. He broke the shields of the Jin state army with one sword and the soldiers fell to the ground. Shen Yuanqi jumped on his horse and flew over the heads of the Jin state army. A powerful warhorse could make its master even more powerful. Similarly, a powerful master could also make the warhorse perform incredible combat power. It stood proudly among the heroes like a beast in the abyss. Under Shen Yuanqi's control, it suddenly stepped into the Jin state army. The Jin state army was terrified as if they had seen the ancient god of death. However, this god of death was not enough. There was also a little god of death behind him. They cut through all obstacles and wherever they went, the Jin state army was defeated and blood splattered. Tang Yueshan also killed to his heart's content. "Awesome. Ah. Come and kill me. Come on. Come on." He shouted to attract more soldiers to attack him so that Gu Jiao and Shen Yuanqi could be relieved. "I'll take you on." General D drew out his saber and urged his horse to charge at Tang Yueshan. Tang Yueshan and General D of the Jin state fought fiercely. General D was also a powerful general of the Jin state and was skilled in martial arts. Tang Yueshan looked down on him at first, but after a few moves he realized that General D was a tough opponent. Tang Yueshan was forced to take him seriously. On the other side, Shen Yuanqi and Gu Jiao were also surrounded by the Jin state army. They learned from their previous failure and gave up the defensive formation to attack. The situation suddenly became more serious. Everyone was losing their strength. The difference was that the Jin state army always had a constant supply of fresh blood, while Gu Jiao and Shen Yuanqi were losing less strength. Gu Jiao was in a killing frenzy. They were about to rush out. "Fuck you." Tang Yueshan was almost stabbed in the back. He thrust his sword backward and pierced General D's abdomen. He leaned back on the horse, curled his stomach and raised his legs. He wrapped his legs around General D's head and twisted him hard. With a cracking sound, General D screamed miserably and fell down. One of the Jin soldiers was shocked. General D. General D." Tang Yueshan gritted his teeth and sat back on the horse. "Who attacked him just now?" He got a dart in his thigh. He pulled out the dart and threw it away. He killed his way and caught up with Gu Jiao and Shen Yuanqi. The 3 of them rode side by side. Gu Jiao noticed the blood on his thigh. "You're injured." Tang Yueshan said, "It's just a small injury. It's okay." General Di's fall made the Jin State Army's morale drop for a moment. It was a great opportunity for them to rush out of the encirclement. However, at this moment, a terrifying murderous aura came from behind. Gu Jiao's heart skipped a beat. Plang. It was Xin Yuanqi who cut off the arrow. It was not an ordinary arrow. The moment it broke, countless poisonous needles burst out. Xin Yuanqi waved his sword and used it as a shield to block all the poisonous needles. A woman's bell-like laughter came from behind. Ha ha ha. Amazing. Really amazing. This voice. She was the only female general under Gong Sunyu. She was good at using hidden weapons and setting up formations. She was the same age as Gu Jiao. She was 16 this year. He did not expect her to submit to Gong Sunyu so early. She was a Turkic. She had a pair of beautiful light brown eyes. Her appearance was bright and beautiful, but she did not lose the innocence of a young girl. She wore a graceful pink dress. Her waist was slender and her body was light. She reminded people of the butterfly spirits among the flowers in the misty forest. She was riding a beautiful white horse. The horse was beautiful and pleasing to the eye. It did not fit in with the bloody battlefield. "Miss Yu." A Jin soldier recognized her. At this moment, Yu Liui was not a general of the imperial court. She was just a master recruited by Gong Sunyu. However, she was not a general, but it did not mean that the other person was not a general. A burly man riding a tall steed caught up to them and said in a rough voice, "Little Lu, this is a place where men fight. It's better for you to move aside so that you don't get hurt. If the Lord blames me, I won't be able to bear it." Yu Liui said carelessly, "Oh, the Lord blames you, not me. I don't care." A Jin soldier said excitedly, "General Zhu. General Zhu is here." That was right. This person was none other than another fierce general under Gong Sunyu, Zhu Zhangquang, known as the Iron Palm. His position in the army was much higher than General Di's. His arrival undoubtedly boosted the morale of the Jin soldiers. Yu Liui looked at one of the three with a smile and said, "That fatty." "Yes. It's you. You were hit by my poisonous dart. Without the antidote you will die in less than an hour." Tang Yuesheng was furious. "Fuck you, fatty." He was Shuang. He was as strong as a yak. Zhu Zhangquang and Yu Liui's arrival reignited the Jin soldiers' blood. They rushed forward and surrounded Gu Jiao and the other two. If this continued, the three of them would be exhausted to death. Xin Yuanqi looked ahead. At the end of the official road was a pass. After passing through the pass, they could see the tower of Xiyang City. "Don't fight. Run at full speed," he said. "Yes." Gu Jiao nodded. "Boss." The Black Wind King ran at a speed that he had never run in his life. He did not know how many swords and sabers had cut him, but he did not hesitate at all. He rushed all the way to the pass with Gu Jiao. Zhu Zhangquang led the soldiers to chase after them, and Yu Liui assisted with hidden weapons. Xin Yuanqi's warhorse was hit by a poisonous dart. The poison had invaded its internal organs and it could not run anymore. Gu Jiao reached out to Xin Yuanqi. "Get on the horse." Xin Yuanqi reached out to Gu Jiao, but he did not want to hold her hand. Instead, he slapped the Black Wind King with his palm. The huge internal force sent the Black Wind King and Gu Jiao forward. Gu Jiao frowned and looked back at him. "Xin Yuanqi." Xin Yuanqi sent Tang Yueshan and his warhorse out with another palm. He did not do this because he had lost his mount. From the moment he gave the order to rush to the pass, he had already made this decision in his heart. His life was about to come to an end, but he did not know what his mission was. He often thought that he might not be able to wait any longer. Yu Liui said disdainfully, "Humph. You want to stop my Jin country's 10,000-strong army by yourself? Dream on." She flew up and slashed at Xin Yuanqi with the folding fan in her hand. Silver needles shot towards Xin Yuanqi like flying flowers. Xin Yuanqi's figure flashed and disappeared in front of Yu Liui. So fast. Yu Liui's expression changed and a chill ran down her spine. She hurriedly turned around to defend, but she was a step too late. Xin Yuanqi stabbed her right wrist. Ah, a sharp pain came from her wrist and blood spurted out. Her folding fan fell to the ground and her beautiful face turned pale. "What's the point of bullying a little girl? If you have the ability, fight with me." Zhu Zhangquang slammed his palm towards Xin Yuanqi. His palm actually forced Shen Yuanqi to take a few steps back. Zhu Zhangquang snorted proudly. I don't kill nameless people. Who are you? Tell me your name. Shen Yuanqi's eyes were cold. You scoundrels are not worthy. He looked like he was forced to retreat, but it was actually a feint. This distance was more suitable for him to use the Ghost Mountain sword Qi. Zhu Zhangquang was sent flying by his sword and fell to the ground heavily. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Yu Liuyi said fiercely, attack together. Zhu Zhangquang ordered, don't just stand there. Kill them. Who can charge through today? The reward is 1,000 taels. Brave men were bound to appear when there was a great reward. The Jin country's army madly rushed towards the mountain pass. Shen Yuanqi held a 3-foot-long sword in his hand, and domineeringly guarded the mountain pass. One man could hold back 10,000 men. Tang Yueshan's poison spread in his body, and he vomited blood while lying on the horse's back, losing the ability to fight. The sound of fighting came from behind. The Black Wind King did not turn back. It exhausted all its strength and rushed forward without caring about its life. Gu Jiao held the reins tightly. Shen Yuanqi, hang in there. The Black Wind Cavalry is coming. The Jin country's army is coming. On the observation tower, a guard noticed the figure rushing towards the city gate. Wait. Doesn't seem like it. Open the gate. Gu Jiao shouted. The one guarding the east gate today was General Ji. He recognized Gu Jiao's voice. Commander Xiao is back. Open the gate. Black Wind Cavalry. Gu Jiao shouted again. What's wrong? Why did they suddenly call for the Black Wind Cavalry? Could it be General Ji? A guard pointed at the mountain pass in the distance. The mountain pass was not directly facing the tower and it had to be turned right. The mountain blocked most of the Jin country's army, and it also blocked Shen Yuanqi's figure. However, the Jin country's army behind the mountain was decreasing. They rushed into the mountain pass but none of them came out. It was as if they were all swallowed by the mountain pass. General Ji said, inform the Black Wind Cavalry to fight. The guard said awkwardly, only the reserve camp can fight. General Ji said, go to the reserve camp not because they are weak, but because there are some things that must be done. Don't underestimate any soldier. Yes. 200 meters. 150 meters. 100 meters. I am about to enter the city. The capstan on the city gate tower turned with a rumbling sound. The 2 gates in the city gate hole were pulled open one by one, and the last city gate rose up slowly. Bang! Tang Yueshan's Black Wind Cavalry fell. A man and a horse fell heavily to the ground. Gu Jiao gritted her teeth and did not stop at all. She quickly ran towards the city gate. Shen Yuanqi, hang in there. You have to hang in there. Shen Yuanqi was covered in blood as he stood in the middle of the mountain pass. His Qingfeng sword was dripping with blood. His stamina and life were also rapidly depleting. Yu Liuyi said, their city gate is open. There are less than 10,000 soldiers in Xiang City that can fight. Why don't we take the chance to kill our way in? Zhu Zhangquang held his chest and said, but this guy is not dead yet. Yu Liuyi wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and looked at Shen Yuanqi, whose arm was cut by a Jin country soldier. She said, I think he is almost out of stamina. When we enter the city we will first kill that kid and then kill their city guard. This is a good opportunity to take down Xiang City. The heavens are on our side. Zhu Zhangquang also felt that this idea was feasible. He attacked Shen Yuanqi again, but he never expected that Shen Yuanqi could still send him flying with one strike after being exhausted like this. He gritted his teeth and said, damn it. Yu Liuyi panted and said, I calculated that we must kill him within 10 moves, or we won't be able to make it in time. Zhu Zhangquang said with lingering fear, but with our strength, not to mention 10 moves, we can't do anything to him in 20 moves. Yu Liuyi was so angry that she vomited blood. What a monster. It was no wonder that Yu Liuyi said that. That guy was not afraid of death or pain. He was like a living dead that crawled out from the ground. He could not be beaten down or killed. Yu Liuyi clenched her fists and coldly glanced at Zhu Zhangquang, who was about to retreat. She snorted and said, if you want to hide, then hide. I won't hide. Today only one of us can live. After saying that, she pulled out the soft sword at her waist and used her qinggong to stab at Shen Yuanqi. Her soft sword entangled with Shen Yuanqi's Qingfeng sword. She curled her lips and a poisonous needle flew out from between her fingers, stabbing straight at Shen Yuanqi's vital point. Shen Yuanqi pulled back his long sword, and the sword qi sent Yu Liuyi flying, shattering her silver needle. Yu Liuyi crashed into the stone wall behind her and was bounced back by the huge force. She fell beside Shen Yuanqi's feet in a sorry state. Shen Yuanqi's sword stabbed towards Yu Liuyi's forehead. Yu Liuyi was so scared that she closed her eyes and turned her face away. She heard the sound of a sharp blade entering her body, but the pain that she imagined did not come. A drop of hot blood dripped onto her face. She opened her eyes and saw that Shen Yuanqi's long sword had stopped in front of her forehead. It was only half an inch away from stabbing her. She looked up. Shen Yuanqi's chest was pierced by a long spear that was shining with cold light. That long spear looked a little familiar. She turned around and saw a man in a white brocade robe riding a majestic dark brown warhorse under the drooping curtain of the night. The man had an unparalleled aura in the world and his eyes were calm and steady. Yu Liuyi's eyes lit up. Master. Zhu Zhangquang also hurriedly bowed. Master. Gongsun Yu calmly raised his hand. Yu Liuyi kicked Shen Yuanqi. Who asked you to be so arrogant? You dare to be arrogant again. Blood dripped from Shen Yuanqi's chest. He gripped his long sword tightly, supported himself and slowly stood up. The well-trained archers behind him drew their longbows and aimed at Shen Yuanqi in unison. There was a long spear in Shen Yuanqi's body. He did not spend any effort to pull the spear out. Instead he dragged his long sword and walked towards Gongsun Yu step by step. The long sword made an ear-piercing sound on the cold hard stone ground. The Black Wind King leaped into the city gate. Gu Jiao did not turn around. Her heart was beating uncontrollably, and her hand that was holding the reins began to tremble. Commander Xiao. Zhao Dengfeng called her from the back of the horse. She did not seem to hear him. She let go of her stiff hand and dismounted from the horse. She calmly walked up the city gate tower. Only Wenrenchong noticed that her entire body was trembling slightly. Some of the soldiers wanted to attack Shen Yuanqi, but Gongsun Yu raised his hand and stopped them. Shen Yuanqi's vision was blurred by the blood. He had overexerted himself and his dantian had already exploded. All the bones in his body were broken and blood flowed out of his orifices. Intense pain gnawed at his body. He walked towards Gongsun Yu with great difficulty, but his will was firm. Yu Liuyi stood beside Gongsun Yu's horse and looked up at him in confusion. Master, let him come over, Gongsun Yu said. Shen Yuanqi seemed to have walked his entire life in just a few short steps. Shen Yuanqi used all his remaining strength to raise the Qingfeng sword in his hand and launch a final attack at Gongsun Yu. Puchi, the long sword pierced through his body. It was Gongsun Yu's sword. Bang! The city gate closed. Gu Jiao stood on the towering city gate tower. She gripped the city wall tightly with both hands and scratched a large patch of blood. Show the flag. Show what flag? General Ji was stunned. Wenrenchong rushed up. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and jumped onto the city gate tower. He unfurled the eagle flag in his hand. The Great Yen flag and the Shenyuan commander's flag fluttered in the west wind. Shen Yuanqi knelt on the ground powerlessly and looked in the direction of the city gate tower. Was that the commander's flag of the Shenyuan family? He could still see it before he died. How nice, he had no regrets. Forgive your father. I can't wait until the day I reunite with you. The Lord of Shadows, Shen Yuanqi, had completed his mission. See you in the next life. Father, a heart-wrenching cry came from the official road behind him. Shen Yuanqi closed his eyes and lowered his arms. Chapter 867. He's dead. Yu Liuyi looked at the lifeless Shen Yuanqi and pulled out her sword. She snorted. He hurt me. I'm going to cut off his hand. Liuyi, Gongsun Yu calmly called out to her. Yu Liuyi's dagger-wielding hand paused in midair. What's wrong, my lord? Gongsun Yu listened to the approaching sound of horse hooves and said, Let's go. Yu Liuyi looked at the man galloping towards them from the end of the road. Behind him was a large army. She frowned unwillingly and put away her dagger. This guy got lucky. She quickly mounted her horse. Gongsun Yu didn't bring a large number of troops, only 20 archers. They didn't have the advantage in numbers. However, this man looked very powerful. Killing him would undoubtedly be a heavy blow to the Yen kingdom. Yuyoi followed Gong Sunyu. My lord, who's that big guy? Gong Sunyu looked at the rolling dark clouds in the sky. Yen kingdom's general. Xinyuan Qi. Xinyuan Qi? Didn't the Xinyuan family all die? Yuyoi muttered to herself. She looked up and saw that Gong Sunyu and the 20 archers were already in front of her. She quickly whipped her horse and caught up. She said to Gong Sunyu, My lord, your horses are very powerful. I've never seen them before. Gong Sunyu said calmly, The Yen kingdom's Han family sent the Black Valiant Cavalry. Yuyoi said mischievously, Black Valiant Cavalry? The Xinyuan family has the Black Wind Cavalry. The Han family has the Black Valiant Cavalry. Interesting. My lord, I want one too. Gong Sunyu said, There are more in the city lord's residence. Go back and pick one. Yuyoi smiled brightly. The group of people left. The last ray of light dimmed. Dark clouds swallowed the entire night sky. Thunder rumbled in the sky. Suddenly lightning flashed and thunder roared. The biting cold west wind instantly turned into a storm. The grass and trees at the pass swayed, as if tens of thousands of heroic souls at the border were sobbing silently. Yului was drenched and snorted disdainfully, Today is not a good day to attack the city. We'll fight them another day. Gong Sunyu didn't say anything as he rode on his horse. His expression was cold and solemn like a god from the 9 heavens. In the end, the last great general of the Xinyuan family had fallen in his hands. The legend of the Xinyuan family came to an end. Sooner or later, Great Yen would fall into Great Jin's hands. By the time Liao Chen's horse reached the mountain pass, Gong Sunyu had already left with the Jin army. He almost jumped off the horse and fell heavily into the mud that was soaked by the rain. Braving the cold rain, he rushed over on his knees and arrived in front of Xinyuan Qi. He looked at the man who was covered in blood and had his chest pierced by a spear. Tears immediately flowed out of his eyes. Why? The wound that he had taken 20 years to heal was once again cruelly torn open, and his heart felt as if it had been torn in half. He raised his hand and wanted to hug his father, but he was worried that he would hurt him. Such a serious injury. So painful. He knelt in front of his father and his entire body was trembling uncontrollably. He suppressed the pain in his heart and his tears fell onto the ground. Why can't I see you after so long? Why can't you wait for me? Why must you leave me behind every time? Open your eyes. Look at me. Look at Zheng. Zheng has grown up. Liao Chen knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. His fingers dug into the mud and blood spread from his fingertips and flowed all over the ground. The heavy rain broke a big tree that had been cut by the sword energy at the mountain pass. Without the cover of the big tree, everyone on the city tower saw this scene. They had all thought that there was a small army at the mountain pass, and that was why they didn't let the Jin army charge over. Who knew? It was just one person. That person used his own flesh and blood to guard the mountain pass, and stopped the 9,000 soldiers of the Jin army. His body was full of arrows and knives and there was even a spear that pierced through his chest. What kind of tenacious and unyielding willpower was this? What kind of willpower could make a person forget life and death, or even surpass life and death? Everyone had tears in their eyes. They didn't know who that person was, but they all felt the powerful willpower coming from him. That was the undying war spirit of the great Yen. Yi Qing stood on the city tower and stared at the father and son kneeling in the rain without even saying goodbye. His heart was filled with countless complex emotions. Master, your divination has come true. Everything is exactly the same as what you said. The soul of Xinyuan has fallen under Gong Sunyu's sword. But Master, since you already know the result, why did you still send me to the border? So that I can witness this tragedy with my own eyes? With my ability I can't change anything. I didn't even have time to take precautions. The soul of Xinyuan shouldn't have fallen. The state teacher's disappointed voice flashed through his mind. Yi Qing's eyes turned cold as if he had made some kind of decision. He clenched his fists, flew up and jumped down from the city tower. Master Yi. General Ji's expression changed. He reached out to grab him but he was too late. He didn't even touch a corner of Yi Qing's clothes. The blue robe of the state teacher's palace fluttered in the wind and rain, like an ink-stained green lotus blooming. Yi Qing jumped down from the city tower. General Ji's face was solemn. Master Yi, what do you want to do? Yi Qing used Qing Gong to rush through the wind and rain. Master, since the soul of Xian Yuan shouldn't have fallen, then please forgive me for making this decision without permission. I'm very sorry for going against your will. When I return to the state teacher's palace, I'm willing to accept any punishment. I don't know if this can save him. Maybe I can't save him and I'll waste the most precious thing you gave me. But no matter what, I want to try my best. If I'm wrong, please let me use the rest of my life to make up for today's mistake. Wenren Chong jumped down and came to Gu Jiao's side. Commander Shao, that person is. Gu Jiao looked at Yi Qing's figure flying in the rain and her eyes moved. General Xian Yuan Qi. Wenren Chong was stunned. General? General? He's not. Could it be? No, it's him. Gu Jiao concisely answered his question. Prepare the stretcher. Finished speaking, she turned around and quickly went down the city tower. The rain was getting heavier. When Yi Qing came to the father and son's side, the three of them were all soaked. Yi Qing knelt down on one knee and took out a small porcelain bottle from his arms. Xian Yuanjing, help me support your father's head. Liaochen was slightly stunned. He hadn't heard anyone call his name for many years, so he didn't react for a moment. My name is Yi Qing, the eldest disciple of the state teacher's palace. Yi Qing said, and his eyes were cold. If you don't hurry up when your father is completely dead, even De Luo Jinxian won't be able to save him. Tears rolled down Liaochen's face as he held his father's head that was gradually losing its temperature. He could no longer feel his father's pulse and breathing. Like this. Can he really be saved? Yi Qing pulled out the cork. In the state teacher's palace, there are many patients who have stopped breathing and pulse. Not everyone can be saved, but as long as they aren't completely dead, there is still a glimmer of hope. Liaochen choked and asked, what is considered completely dead? Yi Qing poured out the only pill left in the bottle, pried open Xian Yuanqi's mouth and fed it to him. If your breath and pulse stop for half an hour, then you're basically completely dead. An expert like your father may be able to delay it a bit. This kind of pill didn't seem to melt in the mouth. Yi Qing then slapped Xian Yuanqi's abdomen and used his internal energy to slide the pill into his stomach. Liaochen carefully avoided the weapons on his father's body and let his father lean on his chest. In the past, his father was his support. In the future, he hoped that he could become his father's support. There are 2 points. Yi Qing glanced at him and said, first, I'm not sure if your father is dead or not. If he's dead, then it's useless for him to take this pill. Saying this, Yi Qing paused. Even if your father isn't completely dead, this pill may not have any effect. Liaochen looked at him with a complicated expression. The pill you gave my father is purple grass poison. Yi Qing met his gaze and honestly said, you should have heard of this poison. It has a 99% chance of directly killing your father, making him completely dead. Liaochen squeezed his fingers and murmured, in other words, the chance of survival is only 1 out of 100. Not that much. Yi Qing pondered for a moment, then said, with your father's situation, 1 out of 10,000 is the most. Gu Jiao arrived at the scene and found that Xian Yuanqi's situation couldn't be carried on a stretcher. That is, if Xian Yuanqi had any hope of being saved. Gu Jiao began to deal with the weapons on his body, starting with the spear. Yi Qing, as the state teacher's direct disciple, was also not weak in medical skills, so he cooperated very well. Wenren Chong and the others held up their raincoats, blocking the pouring rain from the sky. What did you give him? Gu Jiao asked Yi Qing. Purple grass poison. Yi Qing said. Gu Jiao understood. Since coming to the Yan Kingdom, she had heard of this poison more than once. Last time, Gu Chongqing was stabbed by an Hun and was sent to the intensive care unit, almost becoming a cripple. The state teacher also intended to give him this poison. It's just that the poison had expired. Gu Chongqing used his own willpower and psychological suggestion to pull himself through. This was a miracle in the history of medicine, but Xian Yuanqi's situation was very different from Gu Chongqing's. Gu Chongqing had already woken up and his life was no longer in danger. He just didn't want to become a cripple. But Xian Yuanqi, he really breathed his last. Gu Jiao put on the silver silk gloves and cut the spear in Xian Yuanqi's chest with the golden silk. This won't expire again, right? It won't. The state teacher had told him about last time before he left. He hurriedly explained, the medicine master gave Gu Chongqing was left many years ago. This medicine was found in the Han family's mansion a few days ago. Han family. Gu Jiao cut the spear in her back with the snow sky silk. Yi Qing said, yes, master said that the Han family is likely to control a large purple grass garden. They have a lot of purple grass in their hands. The Han family's black valiant cavalry and 5th Master Han's black demon horse were all fed with purple grass poison. Black valiant cavalry. Gu Jiao frowned slightly when she heard the name, but this also explained why 5th Master Han's horse was so powerful. Then didn't a lot of horses die? She asked. Yi Qing nodded. Animals are much more resistant to purple grass poison than humans, but there is still a 70% failure rate. A large number of young horses are poisoned to death, and only those who survive are qualified to become black valiant cavalry. Gu Jiao didn't speak anymore. In order to strengthen themselves, the Han family was really willing to do anything. If it wasn't for Yi Qing's master mentioning it before he left, he wouldn't have known that the Han family had so many crazy secrets. He coldly said, they're worse than animals. Gu Jiao glanced at him and disagreed, don't insult animals. Yi Qing was stunned. Oh. Gu Jiao's hand that was treating Xin Yuanqi's wounds suddenly stopped and solemnly asked, Yi Qing, will the purple grass poison lessen his pain? Yi Qing quickly realized that she was referring to Xin Yuanqi. Liaochen supported his father in his arms and also carefully looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao didn't hide anything from him. As a son, he had the right to know his father's real situation. He has very serious internal injuries and suffers great pain every day. Living is a kind of torture for him, but death is a kind of relief for him. Liaochen clenched his fists and his body slightly trembled. He didn't expect his father to be like this all these years. He will. Yi Qing firmly said. Either he will be poisoned to death and the pain will end, or he will endure the poison and be reborn. Thinking of something, Yi Qing added, after being poisoned by the purple grass poison, he will enter a state of suspended animation, and will look no different from a dead person. It will last for different hours. Some people will last for 6 hours, some for 14 hours. If he still can't wake up after 24 hours, then he is really dead. Gu Jiao's eyes fell on the man's face. Xin Yuanqi, you have to survive. No matter who you've been waiting for all these years and what kind of agreement you have with him, I think he doesn't want you to die here. Your mission is not complete. Go through all the pain in the world, live on as the spirit of Xin Yuanqi, live on as Liaochen's father, live on as Jing Kong's uncle, and witness the new dynasty in peace. That is your true mission. Xin Yuanqi was brought back to the wounded barracks and Yi Qing personally guarded him. Liaochen pulled himself together. Whether or not his father could be saved, he couldn't wallow in the pain for too long. Is it Gong Sun Yu? Liaochen asked faintly under the awning outside the tent. Other than him there was only Gu Jiao in the tent looking at the map. Gu Jiao grunted. Yes, it's him, the main general of Jin's expedition to the east, General Shenwei. Liaochen said coldly, I will kill him with my own hands. Gu Jiao looked at him. Liaochen had changed out of his monk robes and put on the black robes of the Shadow Division, which made him look a bit murderous. Okay. Gu Jiao said, he is yours. The lights under the awning reflected in Liaochen's eyes, like two burning flames of vengeance. What are the other two called? Gu Jiao flipped through the map and said, Zhu Zhangquang and Yu Liui. They are both Gong Sun Yu's confidants. Liaochen said, if they are here I will kill them as well. No one will take your head but... Gu Jiao said, handing him the map with the key points. We may have to split our forces. They may not all gather in one place. You have to think carefully about who to deal with. Liaochen said without hesitation, Gong Sun Yu. A medical officer came out from another camp. Gu Jiao called out to him, how is old Tang? The medical officer hurriedly said, Commander Shao, he has taken the antidote pill you gave him. He is fine now. He will recover after a few days of sleep. Yu Liui was a master of concealed weapons, but she didn't use poison. The antidote pill given by Madame Nan could cure all poisons. Except for Shangguan Qing's poison. Thinking of Shangguan Qing, Gu Jiao closed the map and said to Liaochen, Shangguan Qing is still trapped in Ghost Mountain. We must attack Puching as soon as possible and draw the Jin army away. How many soldiers do you have in your shadow division? 20,000, Liaochen said. Not all of them are from the shadow division. There are also some old subordinates of the Xianyuan family. Gu Jiao said, the Black Wind Cavalry can fight for 10,000 soldiers. Altogether there are 30,000 soldiers. The Imperial Army is attacking the Liang Army. I sent Wenren to send a message. I don't know how many soldiers they can send. The Imperial Army had 120,000 soldiers. 80,000 of them were soldiers, while the rest were supplies and logistics. The Jin Army claimed to have 200,000 soldiers. It was unknown whether that was true or how many soldiers they had. Gu Jiao called for Teacher Hu. How many of the translations have you done? Teacher Hu hurriedly said, half. I will go and urge them. Gu Jiao reminded him, remember, not a single word is wrong. Teacher Hu patted his chest. Yes, sir. Don't worry, I have found 4 true descendants of the Jin army. I have checked them carefully. There will be no mistakes. Gu Jiao said, that's good. I need accurate information about the Jin army. On the other side, Shangguan Yen was in charge of the rear. Marquis Xianping led his troops to kill the Jin army. Wang Man led his troops to besiege the Nangong family and recapture the new city. Marquis Xianping drove the Liang army out of the border. But that was not enough. He directly killed his way to the border of the Liang country and planted the flag of the Great Yen on the territory of the Liang country. In the rear tent, spies constantly sent in reports of victory from both sides. Shangguan Yen was very satisfied. At this rate it will be over in 3 to 5 days. Outside the tent a man's voice came, Your Highness. Wenren Chong of the Black Wind Battalion requests an audience. Shangguan Yen sternly said, Come in. Wenren Chong hurried into the tent, cupped his hands and bowed. He presented the letter in his hands. Huan took the letter and opened it and handed it to Shangguan Yen. After Shangguan Yen looked at it, she stood up with a swish sound. Her crown princess aura was fully released. Someone come. Go and inform General Shao and General Wang Man. They must end the battle tonight. Tomorrow we will set out to attack Pu City. Chapter 868. Marquis Xianping was planning to order the soldiers to rest and continue the siege tomorrow morning, but he received an order from the rear. He frowned. Why are you in such a hurry to finish tonight? The best way to deal a heavy blow to the Liang army's vitality was to attack all the way into Bian City. Of course this was impossible. Neither the military strength nor the provisions would allow it. But at least he had to seize a few border cities to hurt the Liang army. Tonight he would reorganize. Tomorrow he would attack Li County and harvest more heads of Liang dogs. The guard presented a letter with both hands and said, This is a letter from Her Highness the Crown Princess, please take a look. Marquis Xianping casually took it. A message is a message, why write a letter? There were no superfluous words in the letter, only 6 words. Qing'e was trapped in Pu City. Marquis Xianping's expression instantly turned cold. In order to make it easier for him to lead the troops to war, Shangguan Yen fabricated an identity for him as an old subordinate of the Xianyuan family. He had been working secretly for years and temporarily conferred him the position of Dingyuan general. Although everyone was unfamiliar with this person, it was an indisputable fact that he killed Chu Feiping. In addition, the 4 of them defeated the Liang army's thousands of soldiers and horses. There was no doubt about their prestige and strength. In addition, everyone only thought that the crown princess wanted to take the opportunity to support her henchmen. They were not too surprised by his sudden appearance. This time he was with the Great Yen Imperial Court's General Zhao Guoping. Did General Zhao also get the letter? Marquis Xianping asked. But it seems no. The guard braced himself and said. Marquis Xianping's expression was as calm as ever, but there was a bit of chilling murderous aura around him. I know. You go and reply to the crown princess. Not tomorrow morning at midnight I will take Li County. The guard opened his mouth wide. At midnight? There were only 2 hours left, right? Can they really take it? Shangguan Yen paced back and forth in the tent. She vaguely felt that she had missed something but she couldn't remember it at once. Her mind was full of the news that her son was besieged in Ghost Mountain. She couldn't believe it was true. Why did her son come to the border all of a sudden? He even fell into the Jin army's territory? What the hell is going on? There was limited space in the letter. Gu Jiao only picked out the main points. Everything would have to be discussed in detail when they met. Juana wanted to remind her, but seeing how anxious she was, she silently swallowed her words. When something happened to His Highness Zhongsun, the first person you thought of was Marquis Xianping. Have you forgotten about General Zhao? It didn't matter if she forgot, Marquis Xianping would deal with it clearly. At midnight, Marquis Xianping flattened the Li County camp and killed 6 Liang country generals. The Liang army was forced to retreat. They wanted to escape but were surrounded by the Yan country army. In the end, King Pingyang stepped forward and submitted a humiliating letter of surrender. With the letter of surrender in hand, King Pingyang was taken away by Marquis Xianping as a hostage. On the other hand, Wang Man's task was much easier. The new city was not as sturdy as Xiang City. Furthermore, the Nangong family's army had been left behind in Xiang City by Tsun Takashi. There were less than 10,000 local soldiers left in the city. When Wang Man's army of tens of thousands charged over, the Nangong family was destined to lose. When the sun was about to rise, Nangong Sitsi died in battle, and the others were captured alive. In the commander's tent of the Black Wind camp in Xiang City. Advisor who walked over with the translated booklet in his arms. "Pai Lord, please take a look." Gu Jiao looked away from the sand table and raised her hand to take the book. Liao Chen was also in her tent. The two of them carefully read the intelligence of the Jin army. Gu Jiao said, "There are more than 200,000 soldiers. Excluding the supplies, there are more than 160,000 soldiers who can fight." Given the conditions of war in this dynasty, the supplies usually accounted for about a third of the total military strength. The Jin army was no exception. Gu Jiao continued, "We can mobilize about this number of soldiers. However, the Jin army still has to include the 30,000 soldiers of the Han family." The main reason for this situation was that the Yan country was besieged by 5 countries. Many of its soldiers were scattered. The only country that could be confirmed to have retreated was the Zhao country at Chishui Pass. However, Chishui Pass was mainly made up of Navy soldiers. It was not suitable for fighting on land. Even if they rushed over, it would be useless. The Qin country and the Zhao country were far away, so there was no definite news. Liao Chen read all the information in the book and said, "Gongsun, you deployed a large number of soldiers at the north and east gates. These 2 gates are the closest to us. The south gate is guarded by the Han family. There are 30,000 cavalrymen and 20,000 infantrymen. I don't know which gate they will be transferred to. The west gate is the weakest, but it is too far from us." Gu Jiao said, "It's almost time. Let's go to the pass and meet with the crown princess." Due to the urgency of time, Shangguan Yan and the imperial army did not enter Xiang City to rest. After they finished fighting the Liang army, they rested for a few hours and then began to march to Puqing. Gu Jiao changed into red battle clothes and black armor. She also went out to put on helmets and armor for the Black Wind cavalry. When she turned around, Liao Chen had also put on his battle armor. Gu Jiao was slightly stunned. This general in helmet and armor. Was he still the handsome monk in her memory who loved to eat meat and drink? The laziness and demonic charm of the past had faded away, and his entire body was emitting a murderous aura of a powerful army. "What are you looking at?" Liao Chen asked indifferently. Gu Jiao curled her lips. "I'm not used to you suddenly being serious." Liao Chen was speechless. Liao Chen mounted his horse and led the troops out of the city. Gu Jiao also took 10,000 Black Wind cavalry. Most of them were soldiers of the garrison camp. They had been longing for this battle for a long time. After the destruction of the Shenyuan family, Wenren Chong, Li Shen, and Zhao Dengfeng finally had another chance to fight side by side. The 3 of them rode on horseback. They no longer looked high-spirited in their early 20s. Their faces were stained with the vicissitudes of life. But the conviction in their bones had never diminished or wavered. Zhao Dengfeng sneered. "Old Shi is not here. This time we will fight back together with his share." Wenren Chong, Li Shen, Zhao Dengfeng, and Shi Zhongkue were the 4 fierce generals of the Black Wind Battalion. Shi Zhongkue died in battle more than 10 years ago. Thinking of old Shi, Wenren Chong and Li Shen's eyes turned cold. Old Shi's death had nothing to do with Jean. This time they were going to settle the old and new accounts together. For old Sher. For the general. For the seventh young master. The three of them looked determined and chased after him without hesitation. Gu Jiao waited for Shangguan Yan's carriage on the official road outside the pass. She patted the Black Wind King and stepped into the carriage. Shangguan Yan's eyes were red. It seemed that she had cried because she was worried about Shangguan Qing. But she had calmed down and was able to talk to Gu Jiao calmly. She took Gu Jiao's hand and let Gu Jiao sit down beside her. Jiao Jiao, what happened? Gu Jiao looked back. Shangguan Yan said without changing her expression, General Shao, you also get on the horse. I have something to discuss with you and Commander Shao. Marquis Xianping also got on the carriage. Gu Jiao told them about the Ghost Mountain. There were 3 main points: Shangguan Qing, Xinyuan Qi, and the 1,000 lives in the tunnel. Gu Jiao only mentioned Shangguan Qing's situation in the letter. Shangguan Yan never expected that Xinyuan Qi was involved. Second uncle is still alive. He's still alive. He has a son. Shangguan Yan didn't know about the Shadow Division. She thought that Xinyuan Qi really died that year. He is the master of Jing Kong. Gu Jiao said. So in Jing Kong he is also a child of the Xinyuan family. Although Shangguan Yan had doubts for a long time, she was not sure. Where is Xing'e? Gu Jiao said. He first set off with 20,000 troops and some of the city's supplies. Shangguan Yan whispered, second uncle is still in danger, right? Gu Jiao nodded regretfully, yes. Gongsun Yu. Shangguan Yan coldly clenched her fists. Marquis Xianping, who had been silent, suddenly opened his mouth. I have 2 doubts. First, where did old Gu go? Second, why did Qing'er go to Ghost Mountain? Shangguan Yan, didn't you say that he is staying in the village outside Xingdu? Shangguan Yan opened her mouth. Marquis Xianping raised his hand and made a stop gesture. Okay, no need to say any more, this Marquis knows. The two looked at him with a dumbfounded face. What do you know? Marquis Xianping couldn't hide his emotions and said, father and son are connected by heart. He must have come to find this Marquis. What a filial son he is to look for his father for thousands of miles. Gu Jiao, Shangguan Yan, Wang Man beat the gong to withdraw his troops at dawn and was on his way. Mu Qingchen was also under his command. While waiting for the two of them, Marquis Xianping and Shangguan Yan quickly understood the deployment of the Jin army and drew up a preliminary battle plan. Gu Jiao's Black Wind Cavalry and Liao Chen's Shadow Division went to attack the 30,000 Black Wind Cavalry of the Han family. The battle location was at the South Gate. Marquis Xianping led 50,000 infantry and archers to attack the 80,000 Jin army at the North Gate. Wang Man led 30,000 troops to the East Gate to fight the 40,000 Jin army. Finally, Chang Wei led 30,000 troops to the West Gate of Puqing to fight the 20,000 Jin army. The rest of the troops stayed in Xiang City to prevent the Liang army from counterattacking and the Jin army from being defeated. Chapter 869. In October the border was cold and bleak. After making all the battle plans, Shangguan Yan stayed in place to wait for Wang Man's army. Gu Jiao and Marquis Xianping led the troops first. Just as the two of them got on their respective war horses, a mighty and majestic figure galloped towards them, full of vigor and vigor. Hey, you two are not loyal. Go out to fight. You left me alone in the wounded barracks. You're not kind. It was Tang Yueshan. You're injured. Gu Jiao said. Tang Yueshan angrily retorted, is that an injury? It's just a mosquito bite. Gu Jiao looked at him with a dark face. Little henchman, pay attention to your tone, or I'll give you an injection. Tang Yueshan coughed softly and said, it's fine now that the poison is detoxified. I don't care, I want to go. He was born to be a warlike person. He wouldn't stay idle in the wounded barracks. Then you follow me. Marquis Xianping said. Tang Yueshan was a little hesitant and disdainful. You already have Chongjing, why do you need me? I can't use my full strength as the Grand Marshal if I'm with you, Aya. His reins were pulled away by Marquis Xianping. Pu City, City Lord's Mansion. Yu Liui went to the yard early in the morning to play with her new Black Brave mount. The Black Brave mount was not all black. For example, the Lord's was dark brown and hers was chestnut. She rode on her new mount and happily circled around the City Lord's mansion. Seeing Gong Sun Yu returning from the barracks with Zhu Zhangquang and several generals, she jumped off the horse with a smile. Lord. Gong Sun Yu nodded slightly. She was a little girl, so Gong Sun Yu treated her more leniently than those rough men. He said, "It's still early, don't you want to sleep a little longer?" "No. I want to ride a horse." She said mischievously, "I heard that the Lord caught a few more prisoners. I wonder, can you give them to me?" Gong Sun Yu generously said, "After the interrogation I'll give them to you." Yu Lui smiled and said, "That's great. Another newbie is testing the mechanism." Zhu Zhangquang secretly shuddered. Looking at this girl's innocent smile, he thought that she was an innocent and harmless little girl, but he had seen her use mechanisms to torture people to death. She was a little devil. Thinking of something, Yu Lui stomped her feet and snorted, "Why isn't Jie Xingzhou back yet? A mere 300 ghostly soldiers had been tormented for so long. How useless. My lord, I'll go help him." Gong Sun Yu agreed. Yu Liui laughed heartily and mounted her horse. Just as she was about to gallop out of the estate, a guard suddenly rushed in with a hurried expression. He saluted Gong Sun Yu and said, "Reporting to the Grand General. Our spies have discovered the movements of the Yan army on the official road. A large number of cavalries are heading towards Puqing City." Without waiting for Gong Sun Yu to speak, Yu Lui chuckled, "Yan army? Were they really that bold? He had just killed their great general Xin Yuan yesterday, and now he dared to come to their doorstep for revenge. You're really not afraid of death?" Gong Sun Yu calmly asked, "How many soldiers do you have?" "About 30,000. The guard replied. Yu Lui scoffed, "It's just 30,000 cavalries, my lord. Give me 20,000 men and I'll go out of the city and kill them all." Gong Sun Yu was not in a hurry to agree. Instead he asked the guard, "Are they the Black Wind cavalry of the Xin Yuan family?" "Seems so." The guard said, "They're carrying the Flying Eagle flag of the Xin Yuan family." Yu Lui excitedly said, "My lord, I'll go cut down their Flying Eagle flag." Gong Sun Yu calmly said, "There's no need for the Jin army to do such a thing. The Han family has always wanted to compete with the Black Wind cavalry. Then let the Han family prove it to me." Gu Jiao and Liao Chen's 30,000 men took a day to reach the small forest near Puqing City. Gu Jiao said, "We'll rest here for a night and attack the city at dawn." "Okay." Liao Chen felt that it was feasible. Gu Jiao was not worried that their whereabouts would be exposed and they would be attacked by the Jin army. Based on her understanding of Gong Sun Yu probably did not care about these 30,000 men. He wanted to keep the Jin army to deal with the main force of the Yan kingdom. Gong Sun Yu would probably let the Han family deal with them. In order to maintain the strongest force, the Han family would not choose to attack at night. Gu Jiao sat on the ground with her back against a tree. She hugged the red-tasseled spear and closed her eyes. She said, "They'll wait for us in the city." The tree was wide enough for two people to sit together without feeling crowded. Liao Chen sat beside her. He glanced at her and said, "I've always had a question in my mind." "What question?" Gu Jiao asked. Liao Chen whispered, "Do you have any relationship with the Xin Yuan family?" Gu Jiao said, "Why do you ask?" Liao Chen looked at the branches above his head and said, "My uncle's red-tasseled spear is in your hands. I know it's a coincidence, but I feel like it's destined to be yours." Gu Jiao was silent. Liao Chen said, "The armor you're wearing belongs to the First Lord of Shadows. The armor was recast from my uncle's armor, but that set of armor was originally given to him by the First Lord of Shadows. So my profound armor has such a history." There was something else Liao Chen didn't say. The armor and armor were inseparable. Now that they were finally combined, it was as if they had found their true master. A gentle breeze blew past. Liao Chen turned to look at her again. He found that she had fallen asleep with the red-tasseled spear in her arms. The Black Wind King quietly came over. He bit off a warm cloak from the carriage and gently placed it on Gu Jiao. Liao Chen closed his eyes in envy. In a flash he felt something extra on his body. When he opened his eyes he saw that the Black Wind King had also covered him with something with his mouth. It was a broken sack. Liao Chen was speechless. The next day at 7 in the morning the sky was overcast. There was an invisible chill in the haze. The Black Wind Cavalry and the Shadow Division were at the city gates. Pu City was not as easy to defend and difficult to attack as Chuyang City. There were two reasons for this. First, it had been in disrepair for a long time. The original city lord had embezzled the money allocated to him, causing it to be unable to be repaired. Second, when the Jin army attacked Pu City not long ago, they had damaged the city gates once. After the Jin army entered the city, they enslaved many strong men to repair the city gates. Unfortunately, the south gate had not been repaired. Gu Jiao and Liao Chen rode at the front of the 30,000 soldiers. They looked up at the familiar figures on the city gates. It really is the Han family. He had guessed correctly. She introduced them to Liao Chen. That silver-haired man is Han Fifth Master. Beside him is Han Lei, Han Ye's father. Liao Chen looked at them. They also looked at Liao Chen. Han Lei said thoughtfully, I know that youth. He's the one who took Xiao Liulong's identity. He was adopted by Duke Ongwa and became the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry. But who is the person beside him? I don't think I've seen him before. Han Xiai did not speak. He looked at Liao Chen without blinking. Liao Chen also looked at him without dodging. Han Lei looked at Han Xiai and asked, Fifth brother, do you know him? Han Xiai said, I don't know him. But I think I've seen those eyes somewhere before. Gu Jiao raised the red tasseled spear in her hand and pointed it in the direction of the city gates. She said arrogantly, Bastard of the Han family, do you dare to come out of the city and fight with your grandfather? Han Lei was so angry that his mouth twitched. In the next moment the city gates opened. A young man in silver armor rushed out with a long sword in his hand. Gu Jiao looked at him. Han Yi. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. She put the red tasseled spear on her shoulder and looked at him calmly. Your hamstring is fixed. You can't only fight on horseback? Han Yi was angry at the mention of this. He had suffered so much and endured so much pain before he could stand up again. It was all Xiao Liulong's fault. He wanted to kill him and avenge himself. And also avenge second uncle. Han Lei frowned. Why did you open the gates? Fifth grandfather Han said calmly, we can't defend it anyway. Why don't we go out and fight? The valiant dark cavalry's strength was offense. Only under the city gates could they unleash their full power. Moreover, he had been waiting for this day for a long time. He always wanted to know if the valiant dark cavalry he trained could defeat the Xianyuan family's dark wind cavalry. An endless stream of valiant dark cavalry rushed out of the city gates and fought with the dark wind cavalry and the shadow tribe. The battle came faster and fiercer than expected. In the blink of an eye, dozens of cavalry fell. Some were on their own side and some were on the other side. Han Ye's target was Gu Jiao. Why didn't that Gu Chongqing come with you? You don't deserve to fight with him. Nonsense. Watch out for my sword. Han Yi swung his sword at Gu Jiao's head. Gu Jiao raised her red tasseled spear to block the attack. The spear and sword clashed and Han Ye's murderous aura filled the air. Han Yi was shocked. The last time they fought, this kid was clearly no match for him. Why was it that after a dozen moves, this kid's face was not red, nor was he panting? It seemed like he was very relaxed. Whoosh. Gu Jiao killed a cavalry with a single stab. Then she stabbed her spear at Han Ye's waist. The angle was very tricky. It could not be blocked or deflected. Han Yi gritted his teeth and used his qinggong to leap up, perfectly dodging the attack. Then he swooped down from above Gu Jiao's head and stabbed his sword at Gu Jiao's Baihui acupoint. Are you trying to make me jump up? Dream on. Gu Jiao stared at him. Then she suddenly leaned back. Han Ye's spear stabbed Gu Jiao's armor. However, it did not pierce through. Han Ye's eyes flashed. Gu Jiao's spear slashed at his thigh. Han Yi did not understand why this kid's armor was so hard. It was too late for him to retreat. Seeing that one of Han Ye's thighs was about to be cut off by Gu Jiao, fifth grandfather Han suddenly rode his black demon horse and quickly arrived behind the two. He used his sword to deflect Gu Jiao's spear. 2 against 1, Gu Jiao was pincered. Han Yi said, "You attack her arms. I'll kill her horse." As soon as he finished speaking, Liao Chen flew over and forced fifth grandfather Han off his black demon horse. Fifth grandfather Han stabilized himself with a flip. He turned around and looked in disbelief at the man who forced him off his horse. "Who are you? Tell me your name." Liao Chen's killing intent was like a knife. Xianyuan Jing of the 7 Xianyuan sons. Chapter 870. As soon as he said that, everyone seemed to feel the powerful spirit of Shenyuan. The morale of the soldiers on the battlefield was split in half. The morale of the Black Wind Cavalry and the Dark Shadow Division was rising. The Black Wind Cavalry of the Han clan seemed to feel the suppression from the spirit of Shenyuan. Puching was the burial ground of the Shenyuan army. Many years ago, countless Shenyuan soldiers were buried here. Some died in battle while others died in vain. Now that the 7 Shenyuan sons had returned, the souls of the heroes in the world seemed to have been summoned. A gust of wind blew past, and the House of Han's cavalry felt a chill run down their spines. Most of them forgot to think about how many sons the Shenyuan family had. Only 5th grandfather reacted. He said coldly, "The Shenyuan family has 6 sons. Since when did they have 7? You're obviously pretending to be one of them. Don't try to persuade a stubborn person because they won't listen." Liaochen didn't waste time with 5th grandfather Han. He sheathed his sword and pulled out the spear on his back. The action of holding the gun and the domineering move that was completed in one go shocked 5th Master Han once again. 5th grandfather Han looked at him solemnly. "This is, traitor. Die." Liaochen's spear came down. 5th grandfather Han blocked it with his sword, but half his body went numb. His feet sank into the ground with a bang. It was obvious how powerful the spear was. "Black Demon Horse." 5th Master Han shouted, and the Black Demon Horse charged towards Liao Chen. Liao Chen's target was not the Black Demon Horse, but he could not allow himself to be knocked away. Just as he was about to hit the Black Demon Horse with his palm, the Black Wind King came galloping over and mercilessly collided with the Black Demon Horse. The young and healthy Dark Demon Horse was actually knocked aside by a 16-year-old horse. 5th grandfather Han couldn't believe it. Even more incredulous was Han Yi, who was fighting Gu Jiao not far away. This beast, he had raised it for so many years, but it turned around and sought refuge with someone else. What an ingrate. If he had known earlier, he would not have listened to Chu Nan and left it to fend for itself. He should have caught it back. Ah! Han Yi was kicked violently and fell heavily to the ground. Gu Jiao held the red tasseled spear and stood in front of him. She looked down at him and said, "Don't get distracted. You might die." Han Yi clutched his aching chest and stood up. His eyes were like torches as he looked at Gu Jiao. Did you use some kind of evil method to increase your power? If you can't beat me, just say so." Gu Jiao carried the long spear on her shoulder. This action was exactly the same as Marquis Xianping carrying his broadsword. She even shot off a Han family cavalryman's helmet and stepped on it with one foot. "Didn't your 5th uncle just use drugs? But look, did he win?" Han Yi turned to look at his 5th uncle. He saw the Han family's once-in-a-century expert being defeated by someone who called himself one of the 7 sons of Xian Yuan. After being sent flying again, 5th grandfather Han fell heavily to the ground and spat out a mouthful of black blood. How can this be? This was his 5th uncle. The survivors who survived the purple grass poison possessed terrifying inner strength and an immortal body that could be said to be immune to pain. Immortal body was an exaggeration, but he was more resistant to injury than normal people. No matter how serious the injury was, it could be healed the next day. This time it must be the same. Just as the thought flashed through his mind, Liao Chen's palm shattered his dantian. Liao Chen had countless chances to kill him, but he did not. Instead, Liao Chen took him down one move at a time. Yes, the purple grass poison could heal a person's body, but could it restore a warrior's fighting spirit? When 5th grandfather Han's last shred of fighting spirit collapsed, he spat out blood and lay on the blood-stained ground. It wasn't that he'd run out of energy, but that he could feel the huge gap between him and Liao Chen. He was not a martial arts genius to begin with. It was only because he had been poisoned by the purple grass poison that he had such astonishing strength. Liao Chen was different. He was really strong. 5th grandfather Han finally accepted his fate. He closed his eyes and accepted his fate. Liao Chen's spear pressed against his forehead but did not stab him. "You let my 6th brother go. Consider this life of mine repaying you in his stead." With that, Liao Chen put away his spear and turned to leave. 5th grandfather Han suddenly opened his eyes and looked weakly at Liao Chen's departing figure. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Is 6th grandfather still alive?" Liao Chen did not answer. He mounted his horse and said to Gu Jiao, who was fighting Han Yi, "I'm going to kill Gong Sun Yu. I'll leave this to you. Gu Jiao shot Han Yi and knocked him down. Go. Liao Chen led dozens of Dark Shadow Division fighters into the city gates. He rode his horse while the others used their lightness techniques. After entering the city, they split up and disappeared with a whoosh. A large group attracted attention and could easily be surrounded by the Jin army. It was much more secretive when they split up. They would meet up at the governor's mansion later. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered the city, a child's scream came from the top of the city gate tower. He looked up. A 5-year-old boy was falling from the top of the city gate tower. His face was full of fear. He flew up and caught the boy in midair. Now is the time. Murderous hidden weapons rained down from the top of the city gate tower. The boy was just bait. If he didn't fall for it, the boy would fall to his death for nothing. If he fell for it, he would be shot to death with the boy. What a vicious plan. Liao Chen flicked his sleeves and pulled out his sword, stabbing it into the tower. He stepped on the blade of the sword and under the great force, his body flew forward like an arrow released from a bow. The rain of hidden weapons clanged against the sword and also hit the hard bluestone floor. His horse was also injured and couldn't continue to fight. He landed on one knee at the corner of the street with the boy in his arms. Are you okay? The boy was so scared that he didn't even know how to cry. He turned to look at the towering city gate tower with a cold face. On the city gate tower, a graceful girl in pink was looking at him with a smile. You're the 7 sons of Shen Yuan? Shen Yuan Qi, who was killed by the Lord, is your father? How interesting. You actually dodged my flying flower hidden weapons. Interesting. Throwing an innocent child down from the city gate tower was left out of her mouth so casually. Liao Chen turned his head and put the boy in a safe place. He looked at the top of the city gate tower with a murderous look. It was impossible to climb such a high distance with lightness techniques. However, he had just stabbed his sword so he could borrow some strength. Let's try. Liao Chen pulled out the long spear behind his back and stabbed it into the long sword. With 2 points to borrow strength, he shouldn't miss. Liao Chen flew up. Go away. Climbing the city gate tower with your bare hands. How confident are you in your lightness techniques? Yu Liuyi didn't attack. She just looked at Liao Chen and waited for him to fall. Unexpectedly, Liao Chen really came up. Yu Liuyi widened her eyes in disbelief. Looking at the man who flew in front of her, she was so shocked that she forgot to attack. Bang! A powerful sword energy came from behind Yu Liuyi. Liao Chen's eyes flashed. He slapped the wall of the city gate tower with his palm and supported his body upside down to avoid the attack. The next moment, 4 or 5 more powerful sword energies came at Liao Chen. This was a blatant sneak attack. Liao Chen's expression changed. He couldn't dodge, he was blasted off the city gate tower by the sharp sword energy. His whole body was numb for a moment. He couldn't use his internal energy and lightness techniques. Was he going to fall to his death? He looked at the grayish-blue sky. White clouds had appeared at some point. He saw his father's gentle and kind smile. He hadn't avenged his father. Was he going to die in vain? At the critical moment, a figure in a dark blue Taoist robe soared into the air from behind. The figure grabbed his waist, which was clad in armor, and brought him down slowly. His toes touched the ground and his whole body sank. Then he turned his head to look at the man who had appeared out of thin air. His eyes flashed fiercely. Ox nose. Taoist Qing Feng ignored him. He only raised his head and looked at the 5 swordsmen on the city gate tower with cold eyes. He said lightly, "His life is mine." The aces of the sword hut all frowned. That boy was already difficult to deal with. Why was there another one? Yu Liuyi's almond eyes widened. This stinking Taoist seems very strong. Capture him. I want both of them. I want to use them to test medicine. The 5 aces of the sword hut flew down from the city gate tower. Taoist Qing Feng looked at the pale Liao Chen and said, "You're injured." Liao Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "It's nothing. Why are you here?" Taoist Qing Feng said, "I should be the one asking you this. But before you answer me, I have another question." Liao Chen didn't argue with Liao Chen on account of Liao Chen's kindness. "Go on." Taoist Qing Feng held a bag of dried buns in his hand. He asked seriously, "Is this Songxue Pass?" Liao Chen was speechless. Songxue Pass was in the northeast. This was the northwest. that you're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.